While digesting Reader's Digest in the back of the dirty bookstore, a plastic flag with gum on the back fell out on the floor. Well, I picked it up and I ran outside, slapped it on my window shield. And if I could see old Betsy Ross, I'd tell her how good I feel. But your flag decal won't get you into heaven anymore. They're already overcrowded from your dirty little war. Now Jesus don't like killing, no matter what the reason's for. And your flag decal won't get you into heaven anymore. Well, I went to the bank this morning and the cashier said to me, if you join the Christmas club, we'll give you 10 of them flags for free. Well, I didn't mess around a bit, I took him up on what he said. And I stuck them stickers all over my car and one on my wife's forehead. But your flag decal won't get you into heaven anymore. They're already overcrowded from your dirty little war. Now Jesus don't like killing, no matter what the reason's for. And your flag decal won't get you into heaven anymore. Well, I got my window shields filled with flags I couldn't see, so I ran the car upside a curb right into a tree. By the time they got a doctor down, I was already dead. And I'll never understand why the man standing in the pearly gate said, but your flag decal won't get you into heaven anymore. We're already overcrowded from your dirty little war. Now Jesus don't like killing, no matter what the reason's for. And your flag decal won't get you into heaven anymore.
Whoa! Low Kirkenuli, I think you need to chill the fuck out.
You're low Kirkulinly late.
Actually,
For real.
That's not what your mom said.
Are you excited for viewer call-ins today?
I'm so excited.
Did you see what Trump said?
Yeah, it was pretty mean.
Do you think people are going to come in here and try to rhetoric flatten him today or no?
You know what, Putin?
Just you.
I don't think they will.
I don't either.
What's up?
Not
Wait,
much.
did you guys
Playing a little
stream
Slay the
today?
Spire? I did. Big time. Today we kind of just hung out. I went to war with a squirrel who kept coming to my bird feeder. He bested me because I don't have any chili powder or cayenne powder. but I basically just spiced his food up for him, adding some pepper, adding some paprika, and he stood there for about an hour taunting me and just kept eating.
You know what helps? Hold on. How big is a squirrel?
Squirrel size. I mean, squirrel size.
Just like a normal ass squirrel.
Yeah.
You should get one of these guys.
You showing it on stream or you sending it? I don't think we can. I'm not going to shoot a squirrel on my balcony.
Oh,
man.
so you just want him to kill your birds. That squirrel will kill every bird you have.
Squirrels don't kill birds. They're
Really?
just stealing their food.
What do you think they eat?
Nuts.
Good one. Good troll, Mootin.
Yeah.
Yeah, you think bunnies eat rabbits? Or, I mean, carrots? Fuck.
He misspoke. Oh my god. He's already fucking around. You look like quite the fool, dear leader. Is he stupid or just old? He's old and stupid.
Low-continually, Mootin.
Yep. What'd you do today?
Cleaned up a bit for that Michael Tracey guy. Because I think he's coming over. I think.
Today or tomorrow?
I think today.
Nice. I saw you announced who you're talking to on stream yesterday.
Oh, wait, when? For what?
For the Texas stuff.
Oh. Yeah.
Pretty cool.
Hopefully, yeah. Why is my NDI not broadcasting? Exit. Open.
Smoking causes cancer.
Says who?
Did Clav DM you back? Good question.
No, I don't think so. Oh, did you see Hassan is using Starlink?
I did see that, yeah. Is he super anti-Elon? Is that what the contradiction is?
Well, I don't have the video, but I'm 100% positive that I saw him say he was not going to use Starlink and he laughed it off.
No way, man. He lied?
I know, right?
No way, dude. Just how he wasn't paid by China at all. No way.
He's 100% using Starlink. He just knows he'll be called a hypocrite for admitting it. The blurry 2-second stints every 30 to 90 seconds when the satellite is hopping is hard to hide on a live stream and perfectly lines up when you watch the satellites live on starlink.sx. LOL.
He's just going to say, oh, they're all schizos. This is fake news. He's going to pull the Trump.
Wait. Okay, you don't seem to know anything about Starlink. I use it. I stream it. It doesn't do that at all. Oh!
Oh!
Oh! Oh, this is ASOS. I didn't realize it was him before. One second.
Waiting.
Good.
God, I got such a shit Slay the Spire run right now.
Good! Wait, did I say I'm talking to Kinzinger or whatever, or Kinzinger?
I don't remember the exact name.
I'm trying to think of questions.
Who's Kissinger?
I don't know. I think it was like a senator who voted for Hiroshima.
Oh,
The guy from the last Republican. He was one of the two Republicans on the J6 Select Committee.
Okay, sorry. You're not talking to Henry Kissinger. Okay.
No, I left my
He's dead.
Ouija board at home.
When are you talking to this guy?
Fuck. I think like in a week or so.
Cool.
Okay. Where are we? What? Why'd you make that noise?
You scared me.
I should do an interview with him where he flies me around in his little plane. How cute would that be?
Ooh. That'd be like every Trump broadcast where he answers questions from the plane. You can hear it.
Hey! What'd you think about January 6th? What? I need to have I just don't know what to talk to these people about. I need to figure something out. There's a guy who is campaigning in a Florida district he's 100% going to win his election. And they reached out to me to have a chat, which is nice because I know this guy's going to the House. But I just don't know what the fuck I would talk to these people about. And I don't want to just be a boring...
Why don't you talk about their policies?
Because that's... What would you do for America? I think affordable healthcare and affordable housing and...
Okay, what about contentious Democrat policies that aren't like super fucking crazy? But like, one good question is you were talking about like what's next, right? Why not ask them what they want to do next, like going forward? Again, you probably don't want to ask them too spicy of questions, right? I would assume.
Yeah, I know. I need to just start. I need to implant my ideas. That's what I need to do. Do you think that we should? Never mind, too edgy. But okay, you're right. Okay.
Tell them about the under oath idea. The big one. Make him swear in for the talk. Make that your bit. If you want to talk to me, you're gonna have to swear in.
Wait, how do you swear people in? Like, could you just have like like you know how you need you know what a notary is?
Mm-hmm. Could you have like a random notary swear people
in? Or do you just have like random people swear you in? Like, what does it mean to be under oath? Like, could like a random guy be like, "Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and none of it?" And then you're like, "Yes." And you're like, "Oh shit, he's under oath now." Like, is that?
Having sworn to tell the truth, especially in a court of law. Well, I don't think you could like get anybody for perjury. But if someone comes on and they swear to tell the truth and then they lie, I would think it would hurt reputation.
Well, I want perjury. No, but I'm just curious in general now. What does it mean to get you to sworn be under? Well,
because you also get sworn in when you go for office, right?
Are you serious?
But it's different.
The whole time? You think you're under oath for 5 years, Mootin?
Well, no, you're sworn in to protect the Constitution, I think.
Oh, so what? If you don't protect the Constitution, you're perjured?
Not perjury, but it's something else, yeah.
Really? Mm-hmm. What is this? National treasure?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well.
How would I even... When can you swear someone in?
Are you serious right now, Mootin?
Who can do it? Swearing someone in, administering an oath or affirmation can occur whenever a person is formally called to give testimony, assume a legal duty, or take an official position. The process is designed to ensure a commitment to truthfulness or duty.
Cringe. Hassan Slop.
You should do that.
Real quick, hold on.
Cubans,
stream?
fucking best people. Okay, so kind,
God, he's so cringe. He's so performatively cringe. So I went to this country that's an enemy of America, and let me just tell you, best food, best music, best culture, best people. Everything about them is just the best. They're just the best. It's just the best thing ever. It's literally just the best.
Make him answer China or Cuba?
Right now he's talking about Cuba. But then I went to this other country that were friends of the West. Those people, the worst. Greedy, selfish, rude, loud, obnoxious, bad dancers.
Cubans, fucking best people. Okay? So kind, so welcoming, just the best. Just the absolute best people. Oh my Lord. Okay? Not in Miami. Oh, dude, it's the reversal. Actually, literally, like the exact opposite. Like all the good Cubans stayed here, and most of the ones that are crazy just like flew up there. I swear to God. So March and I were about to discuss. We get into Uber last night. March and I are about to discuss that we're gonna be in Cuba, like talking about plans, right? And
No, he's about to say, and then this guy turned around and he said, Yo, soy Cuba. I am Cuba. You bad American. I am Cuba. No shot. Hold on. He's about to say the dumbest thing ever.
we're gonna be in Cuba, like talking about plans, right? And I was like, March, don't say anything, because I noticed that the dude in the car was a Miami Cuban. I was like, don't. Like, I literally went, don't say.
Wait, how did he know?
Pre-watch.
Wait, that's even dumber. Wait, does he have his what? Wait, what?
Anything. And then I just asked him. I was like, where are you from? And he's like, oh, Cuba. And I was like, okay. And I just asked him about, like, you know, what his feelings are about what's going on. March actually spat some Spanish at him, okay? And let me tell you, okay? He said, Donald Trump needs to finish the job. That's what he said. That was the...
Nah. Sorry. I'm sorry. This, of all the things that never happened, no shot. He just happens, the one Uber that he gets in fucking Miami, he just happens to get in. It happens to be a Cuban guy, and it happens to be a person who wants to fully support Trump. Okay, of course. I totally believe this happened, 100%.
He said, Donald Trump needs to finish the job. That's what he said. That was the first guy. And this is like, I guess this was March's first real interaction with like a Miami Cuban. You know what I mean? This was his first ever interaction with a real Miami Cuban, like a real ass Miami Cuban, right? So he was like kind of shocked. So March had not experienced that at all. So there was that.
This is like just racism. I hate this guy so much. I really do hate him. Think about everything that like we're watching right now. First of all, you have a guy who anchor babied his way into the United States from a 9-figure, super wealthy family. Okay, so fine. He gets paid an exorbitant amount of money from one of the wealthiest companies, people in the United States, in the world. Okay, Jeff Bezos, Amazon through Twitch, to do anti-American propaganda at the behest of the Cuban government, who is hosting and sponsoring him while he pays for internet from the actual wealthiest guy on the planet, Starlink, a guy who also owns X, which is a platform that Hassan pays for advertising on for his merchandise. And then while he's here, he's making up stories to shit on Cuban people that he doesn't like in Florida, because in his mind, every single Cuban is a dispossessed Batista era slave-owning plantation owner. Like, it's just such an unbelievable set of thing after thing after, like, this is like the craziest 2 minutes of retarded shit. Oh my God. It's okay.
That was like his first ever inclination. And the guy had no family here. They were all in Miami, right? So like, you know.
He told you all of this?
Obviously he was the classic, like, you know, bomb it all, like God sorted out type guy.
Bomb it all? That's what Cubans say? I'll be honest. Actually, I don't really know Cubans anymore. Because I feel like all my older family is fucking dead, and then I just don't hang out with cousins or anything. When I was younger, though, obviously my mom fucking, and every fucking Cuban that I've ever met in Miami fucking hates Castro. But go bomb Cuba? I don't think I've ever heard that before. Usually they just want Castro gone. But I've never... Go bomb Cuba? I don't know if I've ever heard even my mom say those words before. My mom was like the most hawkish motherfucker in the universe.
God sorted out type guy. I feel like there's this. It's a very strange predicament. It's a very strange situation. They have this very weird attitude about it. On the one hand, they understand what their families' lives looked like or felt like when there was a little bit of sanctions relief, and like they could send money with ease to their families. You know what I mean? Like, it's just such a strange cognitive dissonance to experience in real time.
God, I hate this guy. Please. Trump! You can win my support. Trump!
President Trump.
One thing, Trump. Counterpoint. Uber and taxi drivers are fucking crazy people who will tell you all their political takes in a 5-minute ride. Maybe some of them will. The vast majority I have are usually just quiet. I will say, the only time I felt a tinge of annoyed racism, where my inner Trump was shining, was where did I fly to last? I had to catch an Uber to the airport, and for some reason the Uber, it's anywhere from 19 to a 23-minute drive from my place to the Miami airport. But I checked the maps before leaving now because sometimes there's traffic or whatever. I noticed it's like telling me it's going to be like an hour and 5 minutes. I'm like, okay, fuck that. So I called the Uber early. I go downstairs, and then I notice the guy is going the wrong way. Technically, you can get off of Miami Beach where I live. You can go north or south. There are 2 bridges to cross. But this guy's going south, even though Google Maps says north. And I think the guy realized he knows that he's going a different way than the Uber app is saying. And he's like, trust me. And he's speaking like he's clearly an English second language, Spanish speaker, my guess. And he's like, we can't go north or whatever. Ice up there. And I didn't know if he was saying that like ICE was doing raids and that's why there was a bunch of traffic or something, or if he was scared because I was going to deport him. I wasn't going to ask him like, wait, why are we worried about? My assumption is going to be that there were ICE raids or something going on and it was causing a bunch of traffic or some bullshit. But I was like, Also, I'm sorry. Wait, do Cubans look a certain... Oh, Cuban women, I think, look a certain way. Because sometimes I see women and I'm like, holy shit, is that my mom? But it's not my mom. And I'm like, I bet she's Cuban. But I never asked them, so maybe not. Maybe they just have the slave owner genes, actually. Is this issue with American Cubans that they are usually anti-communist, or is it more complicated than that? I mean, it depends. So earlier... Fuck, what would it be? 60-ish years ago? When
67.
When the Castro regime was when they managed to have their revolution in Cuba and kick out Batista, my Cuban history is actually not really that great. First of all, I have to unlearn everything I learned growing up because my parents are crazy hawkish Republicans. But my understanding is that Batista was genuinely a pretty bad guy. But if you were like a big like wealthy plantation owner or something like that, then you generally were doing okay under Batista. And then when the Castro people, took over and they kicked Batista out. I don't know the numbers, but the idea is that some people left because they were like dispossessed, basically oligarchical tier plantation owner families. And then other people left because they were like, oh shit, we can go to the US now. Fuck this. I don't know the proportion of those. Now, people like Hassan are going to say every single Cuban that left Cuba hates socialism and loves capitalism, and they were just mad that Castro took their slaves from them. And then other Cubans will tell you, so like Cubans in Miami or America will tell you that, we left because the socialist regime was going to turn the country into a shithole. I'm sure the truth is somewhere in between these two, but I don't know if it's probably closer to one than the other, but I'm not 100% sure. And I don't trust my innate Cuban history because my mom is a crazy fucking Republican, so... But I will say that as a general rule of thumb, this is from personal experience, online and in real life, so maybe it's not true generally. My personal experience from online and real life is that if you meet anybody from South America in the United States, they will hate socialism. But I think it's usually because it's people who have fled countries who have been kind of fucked by those regimes, or at least they have the impression of, or they feel like they've been fucked by those regimes. So like Venezuelans in the United States are generally not going to be very pro-socialism or the leaders of wherever the fuck they came from. Soviets in the Baltics fucked over medium-sized farm owners. There were not that many large land owners. Commies fuck over the middle class. Maybe. Okay. I don't know why he thought I was trolling. Who's trolling?
It was 67 years ago.
Shut the fuck up. You fucking
It
guessed.
was,
You
look.
guessed. You ever notice how many times people guess the two numbers, like 6, 7?
Yeah.
I'm hearing it everywhere. It's everywhere. I wish that meme was two different numbers, like 9, 10 or something. 6, 7 is like, it's everywhere, bro.
True. We should get someone out.
Bro, most immigrants hate socialism. If MAGA were smart, they'd know these people were our allies. We actually should thank God that conservatives all across the planet are just racist as fuck.
Racist?
Because
Yeah.
the day that conservatives are like, you know what? This guy from Pakistan, he beats the shit out of his wife when she talks back to him. And he murdered his daughter because she had premarital sex. Kind of actually, you know, maybe I was a little bit too quick to judge these people. The day conservatives realized that, with like, me and this brown dude, I think we got more in common than we have in difference. The day
Telling me they make
Tommy
the women
Robinson
dress up over there?
Yeah, true. He's like, burqas? You know,
Hold on.
if my daughter had to be in a burqa or out there singing Wet Ass Pussy by, is that Nicki Minaj?
Cardi
Something.
B?
Oh, whatever. They're all the same to me. Not singers, black women. Just kidding. Yeah, maybe they'd go with the burqa. Who knows? No! I don't know why I bother ordering this shit. Hold on. I gotta go Red Bull.
Oh, did he? Oh, he's looking at it. Wasn't he just fucking eating? Fucking guy, man. Got a coffee. Ooh. Yikes. Unlucky, bruh.
Mocha fucking latte, bro. Kill me.
Why don't you complain on the app?
What about the Starbucks people? They're working hard, okay? You want me to be that guy that calls in and bitches?
Well, no, you just complain on the DoorDash app.
Yeah, and then the Starbucks employee's gonna get fucking fired, and they're gonna be homeless.
Well, maybe they shouldn't have fucked it up then.
Okay, true. Do you know what the most degenerated European behavior is? The most, what do they call it? Conservatives have this word. It's a red flag word. When you see it, you're always talking to somebody. Dysgenic. You know what the
What
most
is it?
dysgenic European behavior is? Oh, let's see who's mind melded with you right now. Think about, hold on, I'm going to help you. Think about all the popular things people around the world see, enjoy, visibility, stuff, impacts others, selfish, stupid. Think, what is the most disgusting, horrible, fucking behavior that Europeans engage in? Go. Somebody's going to get it.
Smoking?
Somebody's going to get it. Somebody's going to get it. Somebody, one person. Who's mind melded? Nobody. Are you here to tell us what the worst behavior Europeans engage in is, Anna?
No. I mean, I don't know what you've been talking about like a minute ago. Hello, not Moten, by the way. And the chat, yeah, but like, I really need you to get fucking educated at some point, like about like the whole socialist shit. Like, what is this meme? Like, it's just like leftists basically saying to all of us, like, you hate socialism because they took your castles away. Like, bro, like, I don't know. I'm not gonna pretend like I know like exactly what happened, like in Cuba, in terms of like how much was taken from people and all of that shit. Like, I'm not as educated. For real, like on Latin American stuff, what was happening there. But like, it's so fucking stupid. Like, shit that was taken was regular stuff.
Sure.
Like, we had like the kulaks, for example. You call them either kulak in Russian or kurkul in Ukrainian. You guys, I think, call them just wealthy peasants in English, like as far as translations go. And those were the people that socialists fucked. Those were the people that the majority of their stuff was taken. Like the farms people created themselves after fucking
I don't necessarily
yeah,
I don't necessarily disagree with you. I think that the manifestation of socialism and then the fighting against socialism in South America is a bit different than across Eastern Europe or wherever the Soviet Union got their hands. Because I think in South America, the U.S. either implicitly supported or stood up regimes that were probably not that good. We kind of did our own Soviet Union stuff over in the United States.
Yeah, I know that. I know. Yes.
So so I think that like I'm not like I'm not going to defend any socialist regime. I think that, like, I've seen the documentaries of doctors that drive taxis in Cuba to actually make some money. And
That's bad right now. Yeah.
Yeah, like I know that. It's not good. But I'm sure there were people that had bad associations with some of the kind of corrupt or militaristic fasci dictators that we were supporting in South America because we saw them as being loyal to U.S. interests. But
I mean, for sure, yeah, but I really need to educate myself, to be honest. Like, I need to spend some time to learn about how that whole thing happened, because to me, intuitively, when people say, oh, they just, the Hassans of the world, they just, plantations and slaves. Like, I call bullshit on that shit, immediately.
That's 100% bullshit, yeah. Somebody was asking me where the thought comes from or whatever. Like, this is like the kind of the origination of in the best faith possible, but for Hassan, it's just anti-America, pro whatever is against America. So, if you would... if a study came out tomorrow, or there was some huge research project that came out, and it showed that every single person that fled after Castro took over was like a middle-class, nice person, and Castro himself actually, actually awarded all of the plantation owners with their own position in the government. People like Hassan would never change their position. They will just, they would stay the exact same. Of course, 100%.
Yeah, I mean, they also use sometimes with us. They use some extremely wealthy people. For example, in the empire that escaped, which also happened, obviously, because they would be targeted, obviously, by the revolution and all the other shit that was going on. So they were we had this huge sugar production guy here in Kharkiv region. Actually, he was actually German, but he lived in Russian Empire, basically, right? And he owned this huge fucking factory. He owned this a mansion that this was now then repurposed by Soviets, as it typically happened to some sort of communal building or some shit like that, or a hospital or something like that, or a colony prison, something of that sort. That's, by the way, what they did with the most beautiful fucking architectural buildings in the country. Just fucked them. Sure. But anyway, that's the point, is that there were definitely a lot of people like that who were extremely wealthy in the empire. For example, there was a lot of people who became wealthy on крепостное право, which is sort of a form of quasi-slavery, I guess, in the Russian Empire, when you could own, labor of people basically fully, right? And that was something that people obviously raised against. Because, a lot of people actually followed the communist revolution because the Russian Empire was at that point fucking people so bad. People who were in poverty, they have they were so far away technologically as well from all the other countries at the time. And the emperor and the whole Tsar, situation wasn't working really at that point. Not to say that communism made lives better, but it's very clear why so many people living in absolute poverty and being exploited decided that they want to try something else, especially something that promised to free them from the shackles, equality and all that sort of thing, proletariat. Yeah, they say shackled. That's Marx and Lenin
shackled
shit. And,
or shekels? I heard shekels.
If it's shekels,
oh,
it's
no,
the
no.
Jews.
I heard shekels there.
No,
Okay.
no, Jews are not the fault this
We
time
understand
around.
socialism.
So, yeah.
We understand socialism bad. However, Anna, do you know what the most degenerate behavior is that Europeans engage in? I know the answer.
No.
Do you know what it is?
Tell me.
I don't think I've ever seen this in America before, okay? It's when you guys go to your fucking football games and you guys bring laser pointers and you shine them on people on the field. What the fuck? Why do you guys do that?
I don't know.
Why do you guys do that?
I don't.
That's crazy.
I don't really see people doing that in football fans in Eastern Europe, to be honest. But I don't. And in fairness,
shit.
it's maybe it's
Maybe it's
English
Western European?
British thing.
Oh,
British fans are kind of unhinged, to be honest. They're a little bit insane about football, so maybe that's the thing. But I have not seen that happen in Central or Eastern stuff. But I probably am not the best judge because don't kill me, but I'm not a big football person. I know every European will fucking hate me for this, but I'm not into that. I never been to a single game, so maybe I shouldn't be the one saying anything about this. So yeah, I do only like ultras because they defended us during Maidan revolution. Football fans, that's the only thing the only proper interaction I have with them.
Sure. Okay.
They fought the cops basically and National Guard and Berkut and people like that. So thank you guys, I guess. But they were always radical and unhinged, though.
True.
But they just decided to be on our side. So
The best kind of
props.
radicals.
Yeah, like actually it was kind of fun because like there was so many like bright-haired, colored hair, soy like sort of people like me there in Maidan, but the far righties were actually defending us from the cops. So I don't know. That's kind of based in my opinion, if anything. Yeah. Yeah, also one question before I go, because I see you're not in the mood of being like communism bad right now, so I let it slide.
I'm always a communist bad person, okay? I've been fighting communism longer than you've been alive. What are you, like 23? Listen, don't talk to me about communism. I don't know what you Eastern Europeans know about
Excuse me,
communism.
I'm 30-something right now.
Okay. Yeah, what's your final?
I turned 32. What do you mean? Anyway, yeah, I'm like barely younger than you, I guess.
Okay.
I don't know how old you are, like 35, something like that.
37, thank you. Go ahead.
He's 40.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I know you're close to 30, to 40, like 36, 35, or like 37, and everyone says 40. Like, what the fuck about that? Like, yeah, obsessed with your age. I heard people like 40-year-old man all the time, and I'm like, first of all, what's
well, in my
wrong
community,
with being
it's
a
a joke,
40-year-old man?
But Hassan likes to say it for whatever reason, because I think he's insecure about his own age. So, what are you gonna do?
Oh, it's maybe because he's no longer as hot to like his young lefty audience, maybe?
Maybe.
I imagine. I mean, yeah. Anyway, I just wanted to ask about the Walter ID thing. Can you like briefly explain? Because like I don't trust anything your rightoids say. They're nuts and they lie all the time. I mean, like MAGA people.
True.
So I don't want to trust like anything those fuckers say. But like, is it really as bad as they say, that you can like walk in like casually and vote without any sort of identification whatsoever? Like, is that the case?
Kind of. So the way that it works the way that it works, I'm not even going to say most areas. I'm actually not 100% sure. The way that it works in areas that I've been in Florida, I think I needed an ID to vote, and then in Nebraska, I don't think I need one. When you didn't need one, what you do is, first of all, you have to register to vote. When you register to vote, obviously you have to show identification, all that to register, which is done before you vote. But then when you walk into the polling place, so every single person is going to have a certain district that they have to vote in. They have to go to their local polling place. You'll get like a card in the mail that says, this is where you go to vote. And then what happens is when you go to the people to vote, you give them your name, and then you might have to give them your address, and then they just look down a piece of paper and they go, oh, okay, you are Stephen Bonnell, you live at 123 Main Street, and then they'll cross your name off to show that you voted, I think is what they did in Nebraska.
Well, that's not that crazy though. Like, I mean,
what do you mean by crazy?
It's kind of like the same. I mean, people say it's like the US have some sort of like crazy, anyone walks in and just votes without anything like stopping them. That's if you listen to like rightoids about this.
Yeah,
like, I mean, you don't have to like register anything, but like in here you're basically just the same, like sort of, but you need to show your passport though.
Yeah, they want to change this. You have to show
card.
like a passport or something. So the thing is, theoretically, let's say that I know my neighbor is sick, or let's say I know that this guy's just lazy and doesn't vote. I could theoretically walk to the same polling place because we would have the same polling place because we're neighbors, and I could say, hey, I'm John Smith, and I live at 124 Main Street, so I want to vote, and then go in and vote. Yeah. The only issue is that we've had our system for a long time. Well, there's several issues. One is that we've had this for a long time and there doesn't seem to be any voter fraud. Like, I think there's been like 12 cases in the past like 30 years of like illegitimate voters that have tried to vote illegally that we found. Number one. Number two is that in the United States, we really are big. We really are big states' rights cucks to some extent. Like, we really like our states to be able to do things individually. And in the Constitution, it explicitly, which is like our big boy document, is the thing that lays out, that says that like states have the right to basically determine the way that they run their elections. That's left up to the states. And so the federal government coming in and saying a thing is kind of a big deal. Traditionally, conservatives would say that's really bad because they like states' rights, although in this case, they want the federal government to come in and change things. But the main issue is that all the bullshit aside, without steel manning both sides or any bullshit, the thing is that what conservatives probably want to do is conservatives just want to try to keep certain types of people from voting that they know would probably vote Democrat. So when they push these big voter ID laws, they'll say things like, well, to register to vote, you should have to show proof of citizenship. And the proof of citizenship should be like the last name needs to match. So when they say things like that, they're either looking for one is a passport, and which only half of Americans even have a passport, number one, or number two, it disenfranchises.
Wait. Let's return to that. What do you mean only half of America have a passport?
We have a big ass country, motherfucker. Okay, we don't need to go to other places to find cool stuff. Okay. But then number two,
What?
because
Wait,
they're
how do you live? Wait. How can you function without a passport? Is that a thing?
Driver's
Like, you
license.
need this shit.
Oh wait, we have wait. Passports in the U.S. a passport. No, we have the same word here. Passport is like international travel and stuff. We have just local IDs.
Oh, it's not fine.
Yeah.
Fine. That's fine. I thought you mean like actual. Yeah. That's also not everyone has that because not everyone can afford traveling and all sorts of shit. So like, but plus we can travel. We used to travel just with our ID card in like European Union as possible.
Yeah,
you don't need like your. But I just thought you meant like actual, like we call it all of that passport.
Oh
we
yeah,
call
sorry.
Anyway,
we have more words over here because we're more
for a second.
sophisticated people. Sorry, yeah, passport is just for international
Of course,
travel.
of course. Incredibly sophisticated guys over there. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, but so
Anyway.
But they want to make it so like when you go to register to vote, for instance, you have to show like a birth certificate, and the birth certificate has to have like the last name matching your current last name, which for women would be really challenging because in the U.S.
but
marriage,
yeah.
Yeah, so there's just like a lot of dumb shit. Basically, it's like here's what I think would happen if a conservative were to come out and a conservative were to say, we want to do a national voter ID, and we're going to set aside $10 billion in funding to make sure every single American citizen is shipped an ID card that would be good for voting. I think it would actually be really hard for most people to oppose that. Because, like, on its face, it doesn't seem horrible, like, that you need an ID to vote. Like, I think that's not the worst thing in the world. But it's just every single time conservatives go about it, they always go about it to try to, like, it just seems like they're trying to keep certain people from voting, basically. Yeah.
Yeah, I see. Like, I mean, yeah, it's just what I heard from them. It's like that unironically sounds like you can just walk in, like, and you don't need any like registration, identification, like, and anyone can work. Yeah, because they always bring it back to their favorite subject of like undocumented, like like refugees or like I don't know, migrants, all sorts of shit, as if they like in droves just go vote, like because and they don't have any like proper papers. Like I heard some people like unironically say like a bunch of illegals are voting. Like
No, it doesn't.
Can they be even registered?
It doesn't make any sense. Like,
that doesn't make sense. Yeah.
There's a thing where I don't know if you can find this interpersonally. You can see this in politics. See this. Sometimes people have an idea and they're so committed to that idea that literally no matter what fact comes out, that fact will always be supportive of their idea. So, for instance, a lot of people said that the election with Biden happened, that Biden won because the Democrats let a whole bunch of illegals vote. But then in the next election, Trump won. But they'll say the reason why Trump won is because that election was too big to rig. I don't know if you've ever heard that phrase, right? Too big to rig. But then if you look at the overall number of votes, you'll see that, well, there were less votes cast in that election than there were in the prior one. But they'll say, well, of course there were less votes. It's because there were way less illegal immigrants voting. But then why would there be less illegals voting?
Brain, basically.
Yeah, but then why would there be less illegals voting when Biden was president for 4 years? Shouldn't there have been even more? Like, it's none of it ever makes sense. So, yeah, conservatives are just full of shit on this issue.
Yeah. I was just thinking, like unironically, that it would be like absolutely disastrous and stupid that for the U.S. to have like be illegal people being able to like vote, considering that there is like a registration, as far as I know. For example, we have this problem, like kind of like because of the registration, actually, because our voting is tied to location where you registered that you're living in. So, for example, when the fucking whole war situation going on, not that most people want to vote, obviously that's retarded web stuff that people try to use against us, but like most people understand that right now voting is not feasible. But even if it was, like somehow you have to, like, for example, 10 million people right in the country moved internally. So they didn't leave the country, but they moved within the country to other oblasts, like other regions, other cities, right?
Sure.
So their registration is tied to the place there within the passport that is their propiska, we say, but it's like basically your registration where you live. So if I were, for example, to move right now to, I don't know, let's say Kiev or some shit, like other place, right? I won't be able to vote, even in normal times. I would have to return to Kharkiv to vote.
Yeah. That's kind of how it is in the US,
like,
unless you register to vote in the new place. But usually when you move, I don't know how we do this, but it happened for me. But I think it's when you go get your driver's license in the US. Usually when you go and get your driver's license, they also register you to vote at the same. Yeah. You also can change the register thing in Ukraine, obviously. You can go change it, but it's like it's a bit of a hassle, basically. You have to do it's a lot of movement. There's like a lot of people that are already not very motivated, let's say, to vote and just not gonna do. Like the more like obstacles, basically, right, you put in front of people, and we already have worldwide problem of people just voting in very low numbers, right? It's not just some like unique thing. Like I saw like statistics
in like a lot of European countries.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Well, but especially because you guys like to keep a lot of people not moving. Like when you guys were genociding all of the native Russians in the Donbass, that you were banning their language.
Yeah, I'm hella genocided.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, so you know what happens. But
yeah, I'm as a Russian speaker with a Russian mom. Yeah. So genocided right now. Actually, ironically, I am, because apparently UN officially decided that mass abduction and camping and theft of our children is considered a crime against humanity. Like, I don't know how it scales, like in terms of genocide, but like UN finally decided that that's the case officially, that it's a crime against humanity. Sounds bad to me. I don't know.
Well,
yeah,
not good.
But I wonder when they will give out their like official word on mass rape and torture of our prisoners. You know, that would be also fun. If they decided finally that fucking Auschwitz-looking people that are returning to Ukraine is not good.
Yeah.
That's not great. My God, do they look fucking horrendous? Like, I've seen that shit. Like, it's nightmare fuel. Like, in terms of like how emaciated, how many scars, wounds, like internal organs cut out. Like, oh, dude, it's like absolutely grim shit. How many of them die as well upon return is something also that I don't like, people don't bring up. So sometimes they even return and it's like this happy moment for them and the families and everything. That, everyone is like coming there to meet them, but they like die in a couple of years because of the damage they sustained is so detrimental to their health that they still can't live, even like upon receiving medical aid and stuff like that. It's just rather grim. So I'm hoping people at some point maybe even consider that. To be not great, but apparently they're not very interested, politically, to talk about us that much.
You just got to get a Jew in office in Russia, and then everybody will care. It'll be the hottest topic on the planet.
Well, we have a Jew in office in our case, so that's why so many people are also on our. I ironically used to be the point against us from Nazis.
Yeah, because you had two Jews at once, right? Wasn't your president and your prime minister or something? Or I don't know the second role, but there were two. I think it was with.
No, he's not Jewish. He's actually Muslim, and he's a Tatar. So
I'm almost positive that at Jewish, one point, because this was a common talking point against the Azov, because people bring up the Azov battalion thing, and then I thought one of the talking points against that was that at one point you had, is Zelensky considered, is it prime minister or president? I actually don't know. You're fucking.
President. Zelensky's the president.
Do you have what's your second guy called? Do you have a second in command? I'll look this up later. Well, I guess you should know. I guess if you're telling me it's not true, it's probably not true then, but. I don't believe it.
I mean, maybe he's like a secret Jewish. I'm not sure. Like, nobody really like cares that much about vice president, to be honest. So yeah, it's just I don't know. Maybe he is, but I'm like it's not something people talk about. I don't know. I thought you meant the other guy that everyone recently was like, or everyone was saying that he's Shmihaly. I don't know if he's Jewish. I don't know. I don't know. I didn't check. Okay, I didn't know. He doesn't talk about that. But point is like everyone was like saying that Umerov is Jewish. I saw so many Nazis like crashing out about Rustem Umerov, who is Minister of Defense. I think in English that would be called. And everyone was like crashing out, but they were like painting pictures, like doing like memes of him with the crooked Jew thing, with the nose and like money and all of that like stuff, like Nazi stuff. And people, we were laughing because he's not Jew. Well. And they're like just long nose Jewish, It's just so kind of funny. And they were like. There was like a lot of people on Twitter who were like saying he's Jewish, and I mean, if you saw a picture of him, I guess if you're like not super like well versed in how people look, then maybe, which you aren't, you're fucking blind over there. Like I swear, like you can't even tell anything really.
It's all white people to us. Is your current prime minister Jewish? Maybe this is what I was thinking of. Yulia Sviridenko.
I don't know. That's a Ukrainian surname, but like. I don't know. Doesn't tell me.
Is what I was thinking. I don't know. Okay. All right. Well, I gotta do viewer
doesn't matter, dude.
Anything else? Anything else? What else you got for
me? No. Thank you for explaining the ID thing. Other than that, I don't remember if I wanted Iran stuff. I pretty much like agree with you. So there's nothing to talk about there.
Okay.
Oh, the kissing thing though. I finally fucking managed to watch the fucking debate fully. Like, I didn't have that much time, unfortunately, recently, for your shenanigans, okay? But I really wanted to watch it because, we talked about it quite a bit before. And I, be honest, okay? I expected it to be way worse. I thought it's gonna flop on the whole fucking ethnic... I told you, I thought that your opinions on ethnicity as nationality are typically Americans weird, but you never even talked about that. You never talked about much about anything.
One of the most annoying things is that I never actually really get to talk about anything. I talk about this. I go over this a lot, in front of my audience, in that as Americans, we're really lucky in that we can take a lot of stuff for granted. Like our ethnicity or our country, our immigrants, because we're across the ocean from everything happening, we're so isolated from so much stuff, and it gives us an advantage in so many different ways so we don't have to think about mass immigration or whatever, even though conservatives like to talk about it. None of us, we're not really under threat of anything in the United States, well, except to ourselves, where the biggest threat we have is our own
yourselves.
People, yeah. So I think that
it's a big threat though.
It is,
I must say.
So
you might succeed, okay, without any invasions, without anything to fucking fuck yourself.
True.
So my
But all this to say that when other people want to talk about protecting ethnic people or their ethnic population or whatever, I think there are conversations that you can have about that. But the issue is that with people like Constantine, you can't even get to that point of having those conversations because they don't really have any strong definitions for anything. They don't really have any strong positions they've taken on anything. They haven't really spoken about it at all. So I asked this question, and I think you could actually have a really interesting conversation. When you say you want people with similar values in your country, what kind of values do you want? If you ask a conservative that, their brain literally shuts
Why
off. They never
say anything
because they've never thought about it, and they never.
Many things.
Yeah, I know, and it's there are tons of really interesting conversations you could have about that. I don't think it's a bad question necessarily. If you would ask me if 100 million Nazis wanted to migrate to the United States, would you prefer that? I say, I probably wouldn't like that. There's conversation to be had there, but he can't engage with anything. But the most annoying thing is because he won't engage with anything, I end up getting a lot of messages where people are why are you being so pedantic? Or it's not like you brought up anything at all. And it's well, no, I didn't, but it's because we couldn't even get to that part of the conversation. He was so obstinate on every single fucking question.
I like that you tried to press him actually, because I thought that it was kind of funny that you were painted as the rude one all the time when he called you a moron immediately, basically 10 minutes, 15 minutes in. So I was no, my guy, it wasn't really Destiny who started being a bitch. But you know what I like about this conversation? It's a bit of a meme, but I like it. Is that he proves his own point kind of wrong. Because this type of super conservative, sort of ethnic homogeny guys like him, because no matter what he says, that's what he's about. That's why he's so vague. Because if he actually had a sort of value system that he wants people who migrate to be, he would say what those values are.
Yeah.
But his actual criteria is they're Muslim, okay? That's it. That's his criteria. And I don't know why he can't say that. You say that Islam is not compatible with my values.
Yeah, in some ways it's bad, in some ways it's good, but in the US I appreciate now that we've degenerated our politics so much that people can kind of just be openly racist and stuff, because going through all the dog whistles, because
that shit is wild.
The Brits are still catching up to where US politics is, where they have to be so careful and they've got a dog whistle and they've got to walk on their tiptoes, and it's oh my god, can we just get to the I hate Muslims part and then talk about that? Because
talk about that, why
it's not even the worst part. I don't like radical
me.
Islam. I think some of the crazy shit that's happened in France with the Charlie Hebdo shit and everything, and the ISIS attacks that were happening in the 2010s or whatever. I think this is bad stuff. I think you can talk about it, but they're such pussies and they won't fucking go over any of it. Or
what
say any
a
of it.
bitch! He don't want to talk about literally a single thing. And you know what he's proven by acting the way he did is that actually he was assimilated in British culture, because he was acting like such a pompous British prick.
True. Yeah.
He did assimilate, okay? It happened. So he wasn't really acting like a Russian guy over there, be for real. He was really serving you that snooty British energy. And I'm that's so funny. Because that's actually what happens. If you actually interact with people who move here, for example, right? And it's not we have mass migration to Ukraine, obviously. So I'm not gonna, comment on that. But for example, I have a long-time friend from way back from school that was from Vietnam. He moved here as a kid. His father actually moved here for work and then married a Ukrainian woman, and they had a son, who was my friend, right? And and there was another person who actually moved here when he was 14. So he was a teenager at the time. He didn't know the language. He didn't know anything. So it was a difficult like transition for him, right? And now you meet that guy, and he's not different from that guy who was born here at all.
Sure.
Like 15 years has passed, right? And he's much more Ukrainian in the way he behaves, in what his values are, his interests, the way he like talks about things, the way he presents himself. So actually, most people, they kind of like blend in with the mass culture, right? More so than they change the mass culture. You know what I mean?
Yeah, over
So
time. Yeah.
like in most people, like it's nothing wrong with like preserving your like traditions or like some parts of your culture where you came from. Obviously, that's fun, and you can bring a lot of like cool stuff with that, obviously. But other than that, it's like most people, they adapt to the bigger group.
Generally speaking,
with
yeah.
time,
Generally speaking,
not the
yeah.
other way around.
I think there are some
Yeah,
unique problems
sometimes
in some
yeah.
countries in Europe, like the way that they do like works, like they have asylum seekers and they have them like not working for a year plus because of like dumb programs, which I think need to change. But again, like we could talk about all of that,
Yeah.
but not if you're not willing to stake a position.
I mean, there
on
is a
anything.
lot of problems with like just adopting people in general here because people are much more rigid. They're much more hegemony, like the same people, like 90% of people are the same, like ethnic background, religion, tradition, culture, blah, 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 right? So, of course, in a society like that, mass migration will cause big problems because like it's just incredibly difficult to be accepted that as like one of the people, even if you try, unironically, right? Because
Sure.
it's just so rigid in comparison to the United States that is already a fucking melting pot, a bunch of people, all sorts of people from all over the world come there and used to, even the country is not built on the ethnic principle at all, right? So of course it's a completely different thing, and like when Americans comment on that, it's like kind of silly sometimes because they comment on it from their own sort of like ethnic free mindset,
Yeah.
which is not a thing here. And for the better, for the worse, I guess you could like make arguments that we should be as well, like less rigid in terms of like nationalist ethnic stuff, and maybe But also at the same time, it's easy to say when you're fucking nuclear mega giga superpower with like military on the fucking huge island, essentially, right? Separated from everyone with your big guns and your oceans. Then like it's kind of easy to say, yeah, sure, nobody's a threat to us, like because but
Nobody
like if you
actually,
Ukraine, for example, do I want fucking Russians here? No.
Yeah. No,
I don't. And not because of their appearance, of their skin, or their religion, or anything. They are not that that different from us. But that's kind of not what I care about. What I care about is their values, their ideology, and their political stuff. That's what I care about, and I don't want more of that shit here. Same with the Baltics, why they have such a big problem with the Russian people who live there, because there's like a 28 basically % of Russian, ethnically Russian people in, for example, Latvia, and that's because of that they don't really they remain Russian. They never become like Lithuanian or Latvian. They never bother to learn the language. They never bother to even like assimilate in any way in the new country they're in. So they continue being like Putin freaks,
Yeah.
Vote, by the way, for the most unhinged pro-Russian fucking fascist fucks in those countries. Well, so I understand why I wouldn't want like a fucking Russian big diaspora there, because like it's harmful to the things that I want to do, right? So they also directly are a threat to us all the time, because Russians always use the Russian population as an excuse to come and defend them during fucking invasions and all sorts of shit. It's not the first time they did that with us, right? So it's also kind of like worrisome. You have this group of Russians in your country, and Russians can any day use them to made up bullshit that they are being, discriminated, slaughtered, or some other like dog shit that they came up with. And then they'd be like, we're coming in defending them. Like nobody likes that either, as you can probably imagine.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of things you can talk about, but it's just nobody talks about that. And sure as fuck Konstantin didn't. Like, he was like playing fucking dodgeball the entire time. He would be a champion, unironically, of dodging. And also all the answers he gave was so vague. Like I like when you called him out on being like a politician. Because he was definitely that was so good, because bro was like, I didn't necessarily support, and I wouldn't necessarily this and that, and you're like, my god, give an answer.
Yeah, pretty cringe. I fucking hate him, so...
I didn't think he was such a bitch, though, I will say. Like, I thought he would be a little bit more, like...
All of these guys are like that. There's a reason why they only go on their own podcast and talk to each other. Why afterwards they went on Joe Rogan and they all cried about how mean debaters are and stuff. It's because they have to be in platforms where they're never being challenged by anybody, so... But you should know this as a Ukrainian a million times over. How many times have you heard the same stupid fucking talking points that are so easily debunkable about, Russia or the war? Yeah.
We recently had this like big lefty girl on Twitter again saying, "Why don't we talk about Ukrainians being Nazis again?"
Yeah.
And you're like, "Girl, it's 26. Move on." Even your camp abandoned those talking points. Like at this point, like I rarely hear like leftoids talking about this. They moved on to Palestine, Israel. They're now big Israel like haters, obviously, so don't give a fuck. Yeah. In 22, all of my Twitter was like blasted with the fucking Nazi whore, Banderite, this, that, and that, And now nothing, nobody cares. But this one reader still cares. She's still continuing on that line of horrible giga Nazis running around here, killing every Jew on site or like whatever the fuck she thinks. I don't know.
Fighting the good fight, yeah.
Yeah, well, anyway, thanks for that. Konstantin was kind of fun to watch, not gonna lie, so I enjoyed that. I think you're the only person who actually somewhat pressed that motherfucker. Maybe that's why he was so pissed off, because he was so not used to this sort of thing, that he didn't really... I don't even remember seeing him any... Have you seen it? I've seen him just sitting there and dropping pearls of wisdom, quote unquote, just like, common sense. I'm just a common sense guy, and like everyone is like listening and nodding. Have you ever seen him being like actually like pressed on the points he made?
Nope, because none of these guys do it. That's always the point, man.
Yeah, that's kind of strange, to be honest, to see just how unprepared a person like that with such a big platform and such a pretty big influence, let's say, right? A lot of people watch their fucking shit, like trigonometry thing, or how it's called, right? And it's just that, it just seemed like he was like actually flabbergasted. that you didn't just listen to him and like common sense wisdom and all of that, like they dishing out like just points and never even like the fact that I saw this like when I was a child. A lot of my sister's boyfriend was from Germany, basically, and his mom, they were migrants from Ukraine to Germany, but whatever, he was like, he grew most of his life in Germany. So his mom came around here in Kharkiv, and when we talked with her, the only thing she talked about was how many Turkish people are there.
Okay.
Like, she just wouldn't shut up about like that Germany is now Turkish, kebabs everywhere, shawarma everywhere, all that sort of shit. And I remember she was just like dishing this out endlessly, how annoyed she was. And I was like, even as a kid, I remember, okay, let's say that's the case, right? And I was like, can you say what's bad about that? Like, how is that harming Germany? Like having fast food? Like, I don't know, like it's just the street food being good, like what's the harm? Like what are they doing exactly? If they're doing something that is actually very harmful to like the German way of life, to like their values, to the political climate there, then sure, fuck them then, right? But nobody even brought that up. They were just as a default, a lot of Turks bad.
Yeah and
they usually
just giving us truisms.
Why? I'm sure there are reasons, that you can say why that was bad. Although that was silly, by the way. Turks like migrated there and like just fabulously assimilated there. Like in Germany, they like had absolutely no problems. There were no like crime spikes. There were no like any issues with them. They were like picture perfect. And still people were ass pained just because. And you're like, it's just because it's a foreigner. It's just because it's a different language, different culture, different religion. They look different, and that annoys you. Straight up, it's just that. Like, but yeah, it's just, I don't know. Like, I wish people would like bring up something more than they are just there. Like Konstantin was talking to you that way as well. He was like, we
need a better conservative, yeah.
Yeah, in conflict with our values, and you're like, what values? And he's like, they're fucking doing crime, and you're like, bro. Like, it's just, I don't know. Yeah, it's just, I think you did very well in that. I don't know why people were on your ass for that one. I think he deserved to be talked down to like that. Fuck that guy. Yeah, people like, he should have been more respectful. To what?
Fuck him.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, fuck him. Exactly, yeah. Well, anyway, that's it pretty much. Yeah, thanks for the water ID thing. I now know they're full of shit, as I expected. And, bye-bye. And see you sometime, yeah. Bye.
Joe.
Wait, what's the best one?
What's the best
Energy,
what?
third turn is
Amelia?
good.
Oh, I think that's one in the game. Yeah, energy in this game is OP. All right, you ready for viewer call-ins? Split the VOD and everything?
Why'd I have to split? Go.
I don't know. All right, we're gonna bring him in from highest tier to lowest tier. If you want, you can join viewer call-ins on his Discord. Okay, there's some banned topics: AI, abortion, veganism, music, and audio.
Jesus
All banned.
Christ.
We might ban more going forward.
Oh my
Israel,
God.
Palestine, not banned.
Oh my God.
Najima, muted and deafened, but I'm gonna give him about 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3.
Hello.
Najima, you're on.
Hello.
What's
Hello.
your topic today?
I wanted to devil's advocate David Fromm's argument for the Iran war on the Bulwark. They're all anti-Trump, but he was making the neocon case for Destiny to react to.
Okay.
All right, go ahead.
The case he made was the Israeli intelligence was such that there was a unique opportunity to decapitate most of the Iranian regime in a way that it wouldn't sort of come back around in a while. That is what convinced sort of the greater American state apparatus that they've been thinking about the war for Iran for a long time, even if Donald Trump hasn't considered all the details, right? So that's what convinced them to also go in for it, and that there's a decent chance it might end up working out because of those things, that there might have been solid intelligence behind it, or actually Fromm is asserting that there was, based on like sort of his reporting, right? So that's the argument that was being pushed forward. And I mean, yeah, you don't have to defend the position that Trump knew about it beforehand, but that this could be sort of the American state's goal and it could work out. So yeah.
Well, when you say work out, I mean, like, I think we can defeat the Iranian regime. That was never a question, I think, right?
Yes, I meant more okay, when I say work out here, I meant like it'll work out politically for them in the end, right? In a way that like this mission could be successful to the point where it all works out politically, which I think, at least in the lib side of it, we're taking sort of as fait accompli that it won't, that this will. And maybe that's just like, pre-baked doomerism at this point.
Anything could work out well politically, but I mean, like, will it? I mean, it could also go really bad, and it seems like the shot caller on that right now seems to be exclusively Israel.
Yes, but and this is the argument that Fromm is making, right? That there is some competent planning going on behind, say, at least the operational bits, things like the taking off the Karg Island and whatnot, all of it. Yeah. I'm not articulating it well.
Why do I feel like, or what would lead me to believe there's some competent planning going on behind things?
In that this is what the Pentagon has been, like, the specific things they're doing, right? The targets they're striking, the way they're striking them. These are the things that they've been planning for since the last 40 odd years, essentially, right? This has, and I mean, the reporting also talks about, right, like that this is something that the Biden admin, the Obama admin, Bush, like Netanyahu's asked for an American to go along with this for a long time, right? You do have the sort of the Pentagon planning for how this will play out there. It exists. Presumably, the government is capable of following it through as well.
Well, I mean, like,
right?
yeah, but when you say planning, like planning in terms of like, are we able to execute on our ability to regime change? Yeah, I think that's certainly going to be the case. I just don't know if we're ready for all of the potential fallout from...
But a successful regime change would be the win, right? That's because
well, but like when you say the DoD and everybody else have been planning out attacks and everything, sure, but like, does that mean that does that include the planning of like what comes next, or what government's going to be there next, or how other regional actors are going to respond, or like what else is going on in the world? Like when you say this has been planned for 40 years, like there wasn't a Russia-Ukraine war 40 years ago, or the whole October 7th stuff hadn't happened 40 years ago, and the relationship between some of the Middle East wasn't, like China wasn't as involved as they are now in the Middle East. Like, I don't know. I'm not going to sit here and say it's 100% going to be horrible and it's completely fucked and nothing good is going to happen. I'm sure, it could be the case that in the end somehow everybody pulls through and it's just better for at least everybody in the West. But it's a big risk that I don't trust this administration to competently make. And I also wouldn't rely on any plans that were made decades ago, because I think the current admin is obsessed with throwing away all the old fucking, all of the institutional knowledge and everything they have. Also, I'm not even fully convinced. I don't know why I would even believe that any of that old guard is applied now, because we have people like Tulsi Gabbard saying that the intelligence community basically it wasn't like, well, I don't know. It didn't seem like they had a lot of support for the current attacks anyway, but I don't know. I guess we'll see.
20 seconds left, Najima. Go ahead.
No, that's it. The other thing I had is a separatish topic, which would be more than 20 seconds.
Thank you, Najima.
Thanks.
Have a good one.
You guys too.
Azoron, welcome.
Azoron.
What's your topic?
Hello. My topic is I guess my question is, why shouldn't the Democrats, if we can get the presidency back, why shouldn't we be as I guess this is my question is, why should Democrats just be more dictator, go kind of beyond what Trump is doing in the name of trying to fix everything? Obviously, I think the answer is because there's nobody who can really kind of do that. And on the Democrat side, I'm not Gisticle. Stop. I just kind of sound like him. So I'd like to hear that answer from you, and maybe what else can we do ahead of time? And also, a lot of people think that you should run for office or something like that. I think it would be way more based if you were the head of the press conference people.
Gotcha, for
just
sure.
Yelling at the.
I'll make sure I'm in the press house
reporters.
briefing. Yes, I'll get right on that.
Yeah, you should do that. That'd be sick.
Why shouldn't? Well, because we want to live in a democracy, right? We don't think we want to live in a dictatorship now.
I get that, but man, it's gonna take so fucking long to fix all this shit.
Is this Gisticle?
No.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
I can turn on my camera right now.
No, I believe you. Go ahead. You just had that was a Gisticle moment. Go ahead. Go. You're good. Sorry.
Fuck. I lost my train of thought. I'll just end it here. I just think it's gonna take.
I said
what?
Yeah. Well, I said we want to live in a democracy, right? We don't want to actually be in a dictatorship or anything, right?
Yes, I don't want to be in a dictatorship either, but I also don't want to live in this really shitty situation that we're in, where we have to spend the rest of our fucking lives just trying to get back to basically 2008, and that's where things started getting shitified. We have to break up. I think we have to break up all of the major media companies and let the free market reestablish itself. Have good journalism rise up through free markets again. And break up larger companies so that there's more competition. There's not these huge corporations that are getting around taxation and things like that. I agree. There's got to be a way we can fast forward all this fixing. It's gonna be fucking really, really risky, but oh fuck, dude, I don't know what else to do.
Okay. Well, all right. Yeah, we gotta get. I don't know I don't know how I'm supposed to answer that question. What do you want me to say? No. We gotta fix shit, but not go full dictator mode, but maybe go mini. What did Trump say? Dictator on day one? That thing.
Just a dictator on day one.
Dictator on day one.
All right, thank you guys, Ron.
All right, thanks.
Be careful, babe.
Alrighty. Graham.
Oh, hello.
Well, go ahead.
Hey, do you guys take game suggestions? Destiny specifically, but maybe you've been moving.
Nope. Might.
Well, I'll hear it for a second. Go ahead.
All right. It has a ladder. It's a competitive game. There's about 5 people that go against 5 people.
All right.
Wait, what was he gonna say? It was retarded.
He's gonna say League of Legends.
Oh, okay.
/pin and game suggestions. All right, that's added to the banned topic list.
Got him.
Sheerveen. What's your topic?
Can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Awesome. I want to chat about the tech people, Steven, that you hate, that I think are the real problem for the next 5 or 6 years. And I think there needs to be a counter to them strategy, the David Sachs, Mark Andreessen types.
Mm-hmm.
But I think you need to know them a little better. Can I give you a really quick bio on some of the key players?
Go for it.
Okay. Mark Andreessen, who you keep saying is a venture capitalist, created Netscape, the first browser.
What does that mean?
At the same time, Peter Thiel.
Wait. What do you mean by created it? What do you mean by that?
He was part of Mosaic. Mosaic literally created. It was called Mosaic at first.
No, but I mean, what was his job? Was he just an owner? Was he like a software developer or?
Developer. He was a developer.
Okay.
And he has a CS degree, I think, from Illinois.
What?
So
wait.
Yep.
How old is he?
He must be in his 50s now.
They were doing comp sci degrees 30 years ago? In 95?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, was it a comp sci?
Were there even computers in 1995?
Four minutes.
Okay, go ahead.
Looking up his degree.
You're fine.
Anyway, so he starts let's see what his degree. BS in
Netscape? Shit browser. Go ahead.
So anyway, so he does Netscape, and then a company called Opsware. And then this is around, Peter Thiel is at Stanford. He gets a JD, so does David Sachs, who you also hate. Cryptos are right now. Peter Thiel writes something in 95, very early on, called the diversity myth. So he's already counterculture, counter-diversity, counter-DEI before it's really kind of popularized. This all coincides with these people being on the boards of certain companies and eventually being told no on a lot of the founder-style mechanics that they want to produce. So this is like before Zuck and the way Zuck controls Facebook right now. He has like super voting shares, so the board doesn't matter, shareholders don't matter. They were like the first attempt at this. And so they all start their first few venture funds around this time. So this is Mark Andreessen starts A16Z, Peter Thiel starts Founders Fund. These are all explicitly started to be like founder first. The founder can do no wrong. Investors and board members cannot remove founders from their companies. And so this is like their move from culture into tech. And again, I'll point out they all like several of them have JDs at this time as well. And it's part of, kind of what I think is eventually their theory of, hey, we will manipulate the public through private markets, right? It's like the very libertarian encroachment sort of theory of the world.
Okay.
But around this time is also the beginning of crypto, beginning of blockchain, which they're all part of. And you can start to tie a lot of this together in, let's call it 2013. So like back end, the second half Obama years into first Trump years. Where the CFPB, this is where they first get upset at Warren, starts to get on their nerves. This is where their employees for the first time, Project Maven. Do you remember Project Maven? This was Google employees doing a walkout because they were going to do their first contract with the DoD.
Okay. I don't, but go, okay. I believe you.
So they basically view that Google moment in 2017 as like the employees have power. This is like, tech labor is beginning to have an opinion sort of thing.
Okay.
And so this coincides with, we hit COVID, right? And so we hit COVID in 2020, right as a lot of money is being made, but employee and labor power is increasing. There's also this funny moment. This is an aside, but I think it's
You got
important.
a minute 30.
Go.
Okay. Mark Andreessen tweets, I don't remember what year it was, and he says something to the effect of British colonialism was good for India. And this causes a firestorm both from India itself as well as all the Indian employees in Silicon Valley about how problematic his statement was. And he tried to nuance it, but he gets so attacked online, he actually takes like a break for a year or two from tweeting. All of these culture moments then go into 2021, 2022, where for a minute, labor has never been more powerful, especially in tech. The salaries engineers are commanding are crazy. Founders are getting a lot of capital from people like Mark, people like Peter. And then we get the clasp down. The clasp down is the markets are kind of reverting. We now have AI, and their theory is kind of power of labor is going away. But this is also when things like the All In podcast, which you've watched clips of, this is like Chamath, this is David Sachs, this is Mark Andreessen and Ben Horowitz and A16Z don't have as successful a podcast, but they have a bunch of content online. Hanania also helped them a lot in creating a lot of this like alt-right connection to the tech right. TLDR, because I know I'm running out of time, this is the enemy that I think you're shadowboxing right now because they try not to be that public, but they're the enemy you should cook.
Okay. I'll keep that in mind.
Cool.
Love you.
All right, thank you.
Good luck.
Get a load of that guy.
I don't know what that guy was about. Salt, go ahead.
Hello.
Hi.
Yeah.
Wait. Oh, never mind.
Nope.
Go ahead.
As a World of Warcraft Stockholm Syndrome victim, I have some Asmongold lore if you want to.
Yeah, we love Asmon lore. What do you got?
So, I raided on his realm with his guild. Not in his guild, but We were the top guild in that realm.
Mm-hmm.
We poached players from his guild, shit like that. So,
Okay.
There's history. But yeah, he's pretty much always just been turbo dog shit at WoW, and it's like, it's not like, dude, he just farms in mountains and does transmog competitions, but like, when he like credits himself for like raid leading when he literally didn't raid lead, and he would just talk muted in Discord to his stream to make it seem like he was raid leading, it was really funny to watch.
Based? Yeah, I've heard this before. Okay.
Yeah, and like the actual raid leaders at the time in the guild were Gitwiki and Incarnate, so.
Okay.
Like he might have raid leaded earlier, but I have no idea. But I mean, yeah, and then like pretty much all of his fans are shit. The people that are still clinging on to the Asmon gaming credentials are just coping or have no idea like how bad Asmongold actually is at not just WoW but video games, even though it's been his hobby for like 20 plus years, which is kind of sad.
Damn. All right.
All right, that's it.
But yeah, that was pretty much it. Just the quick Asmon lore dump you can use next week if the Asmon viewers actually do colon.
Cool. I'll keep it in mind.
Joe.
I love you.
He's gone.
Wait. Drag that out. Hold
Waiting.
on. I got to do a quick PokiSLOP.
I had an epiphany today about one of my most commonly asked questions, whether I'm Asian, why I have so many.
Oh my god. I'm sorry. I'm ready for it.
I had an epiphany today about.
Oh, sorry. If you're not aware of this, I don't know why. Well, I guess I don't know. I can't get into this, but every girl in like in the 2010s era that was like an e-girl or online girl wanted to be Asian. So they all did like Asian-esque like makeup and foundation and the mannerisms and everything. Everybody wanted to be Asian or whatever. So it was just funny, like, oh, everybody's asking me if I'm Asian, if I really am. But okay, sorry.
I had an epiphany today about one of my most commonly asked questions, whether I'm Asian, why I have so many Asian friends. For starters, being in gaming and streaming, there is a really large Asian demographic, so it's a pretty easy assumption for people to make. On top of that, I found myself traveling a lot to China, and then the year before, I traveled a lot to Paris, and I noticed it's because I just get along so well with the people there. In Paris, there are a lot of Middle Eastern, North African, and Arab people, my people, and then in China...
This has to be I take back everything I said about Poki. This is probably the best crafted rage bait I have ever seen in my entire life. This might be the best rage bait I've ever seen in my entire life. I identify more. That sounded like a I don't even know if Fuentes is crafty enough to make a joke like that. I get along so well with my North African people that I love going to Paris.
My people.
Because that's all I see there are my people. I'm sorry.
Just get along so well with the people there. In Paris, there are a lot of Middle Eastern, North African, and Arab people, my people. And then in China, I just wound up having so many friends, and it made me think back to when I was young and realize that because I grew up with not a lot of North African people around me, I ended up relating and connecting so much more to people from Asian cultures as opposed to other Americans or Canadians, mainly because of shared cultures and values, and the fact that most of them were also immigrants like me and my family. So I also think people don't really guess that I'm Moroccan or North African because people don't know what a North African person looks like. So they can't guess that you are something that they have no concept of.
People have no idea because they don't even know what real North Africans... They don't even know what real North Africans look like. As I straighten my hair for 2 hours every single fucking day to have the most white-friendly, Asian-friendly presenting hair possible. Go. Sorry. Okay, I'm done. That was a 10 out of 10 rage bait. That was probably one of the best Poke rage baits I've ever seen. Go!
Strophium, welcome. Strophium.
Oh, hey, sorry. I got one question. I kind of want to rehash the Tulsi Gabbard thing. So you kind of swayed me with your argument yesterday, but one thing I'm curious about is that she wouldn't outright, like you said, she kind of she put it on Trump at the end, but the way she did it, it seems kind of like she got the worst of both worlds. Like she kind of looked bad in front of Congress as well as threw Trump under the bus. Is there a strategic reason for that? Because I feel like if she went hard in condemning Trump, she would lose her job, but she would save her career.
I don't know if she would have a career to save.
Yeah, maybe not. But It just seems like she chose like the net worst option.
Well, I mean, like, why can't we just view that she did what she thought was right here? I just don't know what, like, knowing what I know of Tulsi Gabbard and her positions, like, it seems like, why do we have to have some weird conspiracy to explain? Or I guess, what do you think? What is your suggestion for what do you think she was saying or what was going on?
Well, the impression that I got, and I think the impression that a lot of people at the hearing got, was that she was going out of her way to not say that Trump acted in a way that was counter to the intelligence.
She was, I just don't, I think in order to say that, I think you just had to not listen to the thing. Like, I think
she said it in so many words,
well,
but
she was literally saying, like, in the very beginning of Ossoff's line of questioning, like, Ossoff asked, did you obliterate Iran's nuclear capabilities? Yes. Like, when they, like, these were very clear, concise, direct answers to all of these questions. And then she refused to say ever, she never gave the answer that the intelligence community, like, said there was some imminent threat from Iran. Like, she'd said that. And then she even went, and then the fact that she even said that Israel and the U.S. have different goals in this war.
That was crazy.
I mean, it feels like that's a lot. I don't know how much more you want, other than her coming out and literally saying, fuck Trump, he did this shit on his own, suck shit.
I don't think I've ever seen a world leader, or not world leader, a leader in the administration ever answer that way. Of like, yeah, the person that we're in a war with have completely different goals.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
I just said about as much as
I guess maybe I got to watch the whole thing again, but like the thing that is just weird to me is why would she go up to that point, like to the precipice, and not say, yeah, we told him there was no threat, no imminent threat, and he did it anyway.
Well, she said that though, right?
In so many words, yeah.
She said that the whether or not it's an imminent threat or whatever is solely up to the president to determine. So that's her explicitly saying that they didn't make that determination.
Sure, I guess.
Well, it is.
Maybe this is my autism. I feel like there's
explicitly saying they did not make that determination, right? And the president made that determination on his own without the IC making it.
But the Weasley portion is that it is her job to make that determination.
Of course it is, but everybody knows that, right? Of course they all know that, which I think is stronger proof that, like, well, yeah, the president must have for whatever fucking reason on his own decided this, yeah.
Yeah, isn't she kind of fucking herself in that regard where at best, she's coming across like she doesn't understand her own job.
Well, she kept trying to go back to the thing where she said that she's going to keep her own opinion out of it. That apparently she said when she got confirmed.
Well, her political opinions, but yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That's what she kept trying to go back to.
Okay, maybe this is my autism. So you're saying that, like, her presentation of it unbiased is she's trying to eliminate any language that might include her frustration with the situation.
Mm-hmm. Maybe
I can get behind that, yeah. Where she's trying to not, like, poison the well of, like, feeling like she was coming at it with, like, the perspective of Trump being the enemy. So trying to let, like, the facts stand on their own. But maybe there's no good way to say it. Maybe I would be complaining about it either way. I don't know.
Yeah, because I feel like if she explicitly came out and said this was all Trump, we didn't do any of this, then everybody would be like, oh, she's just trying to save her own skin.
Yeah,
100%.
It's a tough spot, actually. Okay.
I think I originally came away with what you came away with, Sophian, but then I did rewatch it with Steve, I guess, a little bit. And
yeah.
I do feel when you watch it again, she is condemning the administration a lot more than it originally felt like. And it's a really weird one that I think you have to rewatch because I don't think I've ever seen anyone condemn the administration.
Yeah.
Yeah, because now that I'm replaying it and I'm trying to, like, substitute things that she could say, there's always going to be some kind of spin. She get kind of put in a shitty position.
Also, I don't think I've seen, I don't think I have especially good media, whatever, because I don't watch as much as a lot of the other mainstream commenters do. I probably watch quite a bit less. And I don't know if I've heard any other person give the takes that I'm giving, so I could be wrong in there. I would hedge against it that way, because it's not like I would have some special insight. I just feel like the statements she made were fucking crazy to me, but I don't know. Maybe somebody else has and I just haven't seen it, but yeah.
Yeah. I'm going to rewatch, and I'll let you know if I still come up with the same opinion, but I think you might have swayed me.
Good. I guess. Have fun.
All right, that's all.
You got at least 3 minutes.
Oh.
No, I'm good.
Right, cool.
I yield.
You'll yield your time. Good.
Yeah. All right, peace out.
Have a good one.
Wait, that heal, is he going to actually heal? That's a joke, right?
Yeah, he does.
Like fully? Wait, like fully?
Not a full.
He's not going to heal not in my game. Fuck you.
I got something kind of left field. How familiar are you guys with Jehovah's Witnesses?
I'm pretty familiar from being from Ohio.
What the fuck does being from Ohio have to do?
We have
bitch?
a lot of fucking Jehovah's Witnesses.
So something kind of interesting is happening recently. I think with a lot of religion in general, there's been a downward trend in participation across the board. But Jehovah's Witnesses have kind of have a different sort of hurdle from more established religions. It's newer, and part of the doctrine is to be completely separate from man's world. Completely, you don't participate in politics. The man's government is bad. You only put your faith and your stock in God's future kingdom. So they don't have any like political influence. They don't have any. They have no motion outside of their small little circle.
Okay.
And part of it is also. Yeah.
Say again.
Oh, sorry. We're talking about Jehovah's Witnesses.
Jehovah's Witnesses.
Yeah, I was just testing you. You weren't paying attention. You fucked that up. Go ahead. Keep going.
My bad. I'll be better. Another thing is you can't be like culturally a Jehovah's Witness the way you can be like a Catholic. You can still identify as a Catholic, even though you don't do all the Catholic stuff. That's not what Jehovah's Witnesses. You either are or you aren't. You're going to the meetings. You're doing the whole thing, or you're part of the world. You're bad.
Mm-hmm.
So there's been a downward trend in participation across the board, like all religions. They have these additional hurdles, and then COVID happens, and they implement. I don't know if other religions did this, but they did. You could join the meetings through Zoom, and that was like a death nail to a large swath of the participation because they are struggling hardcore with getting people to come in post-COVID because of the convenience Zoom call-ins are. And it has been just a downward spiral. So much so, it's bleeding into some of these new understandings of time-tested teachings. The most famous one that most people are familiar with is the blood transfusion thing. I think you mentioned that on a TV show you're watching.
Oh, yeah. I've seen House and I've seen The Pit, and they have...
All right, what's the question? Let's get to it.
Not really a question. It's just kind of interesting. They just recently announced that they've reevaluated this time-old rule, and now they've adjusted it to where you can take blood under very strict circumstances, and this has caused like a big kind of upset towards a lot of the congregations because a lot of people suffered decades worth of hardcore medical issues avoiding blood transfusions, and now it kind of seems like you guys are struggling to get people to come into the hall. You're all of a sudden making it a lot easier. There's a ton of other really interesting ways that they're updating their beliefs, where I haven't spoken to my mother in like almost 20 years because I'm disfellowshipped. But a couple years ago, they updated a rule. Actually, now you can talk to disfellowshipped people, and you should hardcore suggest that they come back to the Kingdom Hall. There's all kinds of really, really interesting things happening. I don't know. I can't imagine that the religion's going to be gone at any time soon. There's supposedly 8 million people worldwide, but kind of interesting. It just happened a couple days ago. Thought you might kind of cool.
Okay.
All right, that was it.
Okay,
bye.
Have a good one.
Wow.
We may institute a rule in the future. I don't know. I haven't decided yet.
What? Yeah, tell us
you
how you're
maybe
gonna fuck everyone
need
over.
to have. You might have to ask your question in the first 30 seconds versus take a 5-minute.
Wait, why? I'm not trying to attack anybody, and I love everybody. I love everybody evenly.
Go ahead.
But why does... You notice how everybody does that?
Come in to just tell you a bunch of shit and then
like,
leave?
But like, it's not just here. Like, if you have... So like, every time I'm on stage, or when you see like BlizzCon, whenever people get to the microphone to ask a question, they tell like a 4-minute story.
Yeah, maybe. It hasn't clocked it until now, so.
Oh, you haven't noticed that? Okay.
Well, I haven't watched like a ton of your stuff, but
not
I'll
me.
be watching
Everything. It's everything where people can go up to ask a question.
They usually do like a short preamble and then get to their question.
A short preamble?
Yeah, I'd say short.
You're wrong, and you're lying.
All right. New rule added. I agree with Steve. You have to ask your question within 30 seconds.
Clav called me cool. Hold on. I need to see this.
But in reality, there's just some underlying thing that he values way more than you do. And you can have a discussion about that thing. Is it actually a good idea to value this as much as possible? But I don't know if any of the conversations he's ever had ever actually get to that point. Instead, it's just like that question that threw him for a curveball earlier. When Andrew was like, he was talking about like, what are things that can help you, I think, look better or whatever, or something in high school or something like that. And then Andrew's like, well, what about like not meeting people? And, or like boys not going out and talking to friends or something like that. And Clavicular was like, I'm just talking about like growing your growth plates and shit, dude. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, legit. Dude, I don't know. It's kind of comical because I guess like the SNL skits and stuff kind of just make the whole thing into a meme culture when I'm being like fully serious. Like, I don't know if people think it's a joke or anything. Oh, Eddie gave me 100 gifted. Holy fuck.
They're not connecting dots. They're just trying to recommend.
Somebody said he calls him cool.
Incels or whatever.
Hold on.
Jesus.
How are you going to be a looks maxer and a snot gurgler? Not acceptable. That was a critical oral loss. Sorry, just kidding.
A joke or anything? Oh, Eddie gave me 100 gifted. Holy fuck.
They're not connecting dots. They're just trying to recommend.
Playing it again.
Incels,
well, I
or what about
rewinded. Sorry.
Misogyny, or what about whatever, like kind of whatever things that he would associate the what he believes or retarded beliefs Clavicular has with other communities or society. I don't know if this Clavicular guy, like, he doesn't come off and he's gonna be stupid. And I don't think I've seen him give any take where I'm like, man, that's just fucking retarded. But he has a value around this looks maxing thing. This is the thing I would argue with, that maybe there's not a good fixation, or it's not healthy to fixate on this thing for some reason.
Fuck, I should have used
just like
scroll.
ask a bunch of other questions to see if you can show any other retarded beliefs he has. I don't think. Yeah.
Yeah, for real. I won't engage your question if I don't have any authority on that subject. I just won't engage it whatsoever.
Somebody say call me cool. I'm not watching this for 20 minutes to see this.
Like when someone asked me about...
Fuck. I just wanted to be accepted by the younger generation.
You ready?
Sodium free.
Ready. Go ahead.
It's a replay too. What the fuck is a replay?
It's a tier 5, so I'll give him a second.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, you're good. Go ahead.
How interested are you in like actually learning how like healthcare and healthcare claims work? Because every time I'm on, there's like a crazy amount of misinformation.
God damn it! I'm wasting 2 potions on this because of you. What do you want to say?
No, it's just like whenever anyone comes in, like they always say shit like they don't know what a procedure code is. They don't know like what a diagnosis code is, how those things affect like how you get billed out, or how those things are even like structured.
Are you a pharmacist guy or a doctor or an insurance guy or what?
I work for I'm a data engineer for healthcare companies. So all the data that goes through data.
I'm just fucking sorry.
Yeah, no, I know.
Okay.
You're good.
Go ahead.
So like you'll have someone come through, like the whole structure is like you'll have an insurance company that makes a like a contract with a hospital, and all of the things that you go into the hospital for is already determined and prepaid based on like what they can do and what they can't do, based on like your procedure codes and what your diagnosis codes and stuff are. Okay. So like when you go into the hospital, let's say you're going in for like some sort of cancer, and the doctor goes, okay, you're overweight, you have this sort of cancer, and how they bill it out. There's already like a set script for how they're going to treat you.
Yeah, so this is like standard. What the standard of care is probably going to be what the insurance company roughly covers. And then there's probably going to be things that will change based on age and patient history and all that. That's all like based on preset, yeah.
Exactly. And all of that stuff kind of gets like rolled up when you make a contract with the hospital. And the hospital already knows all this stuff. So when those like everyone's fighting with like, oh, the insurance company, like they just want to like make as much money. The hospital also wants to make as much money. And like they have these things already built built into like their initial contracts with these insurance companies. Like all that's already done. And the other thing is like, when you have an insurance company that is talking to these hospitals, they have doctors, like tons of clinical staff that determine what the right set of care for like 90% of patients are. And then you go through from there. So like you'll hear stuff where people will say like, oh, you need a prior auth for that, prior authorization. It's something like, we think that might be valuable, but you have to go through these steps first. And people just lose their mind when that kind of stuff happens. There are like, I'm not saying like it's perfect system and there are edge cases where these things are bad, but I was just curious how much of like a write-up, because I was thinking of doing one either for the sub or for you, like would be interested, like how deep you would like to get into that kind of stuff for when you have those conversations.
Probably not at all. I hate talking about healthcare because it's just retarded.
Okay. That's fair.
I think the thing is that, you know, like the Chesterton's fence post bullshit or whatever, or is it the fence? As I've gotten older and wiser, like one of the things I've realized is like it's very rare that I encounter some complex system and can solve it instantly. Like I'll see some system, like when I'm 21, I'm like, oh my God, this is so stupid. You could just remove like 80% of this and you'd be so much better. But like generally as you get older, like you realize like, okay, fuck, like I know why this exists and I understand why this has to be here and I get why this has to be here. It's like, okay, fuck, it's, if you want to change it, you can, but it's a lot harder and it's not quite as straightforward as people think. And I feel like every part of the healthcare process, there's like 20 different stupid assumptions built into healthcare related stuff. So for instance, I fundamentally, genuinely believe that most Americans think that there are enough resources to give everybody like top tier healthcare in the United States. I think most Americans genuinely believe that the only reason why everybody isn't getting the best cancer screening, the best treatments, the best everything is just because they don't have money. And there's like basically doctors like idly sitting by with patients that don't have money to be treated. I think most Americans think that, number one. Number two, I'm not trying to attack a particular person or a particular job class, but doctors, because of their job, doctors they're like emergency services in cities, and that they are unimpeachable. You can never question or attack a doctor's motives. So did you follow the big drama with when the anesthesiologists came out and they were saying that insurance companies are telling us that we can't give our patients enough anesthesia? Did you follow this at all?
Yeah, and I watched with you, and this is one of the things that brought me on that I was infuriating.
So
because they just have no idea.
Yeah, the most compensated doctors in the entire United States were upset because insurance companies felt like, and I think there had actually been evidence that anesthesiologists will kind of like overbill insurance companies sometimes, and there were new guidelines that the insurance companies wanted to issue, but these were not guidelines that were like, if your patient is waking up in surgery, good, fuck them. It was just like, we think you guys are probably giving a little bit too much. You're probably overbilling a bit too much here. Like, let's bring these things in line. But because it's insurance companies versus doctors, insurance companies are always losing in the public eye there because they're just like the devil demons or whatever. And sometimes hospitals will get hit, but people will always be clarifying like, well, it's the hospital administration, but never doctors, never nurses, never those people ever. Those people are unimpeachable. Even though these guys are compensated sometimes 2 times as much as competing doctors in other countries, first world countries, Western OECD countries across the planet. There's that. And then there's one thing also, there's just so much weird stuff about healthcare. Like the problem is that like, if I go in and I want to buy, let's say that I want to go into a restaurant, I want to buy a steak and I can either get the $190 tomahawk from the best chef in the city or whatever, or I can get like a $19 steak from fucking Denny's. Well, if I only have money for the $19 steak, at least I'm still getting a steak. Fuck it, I'll buy the $19 steak. But if I have to choose between the $19 insulin and the $190 insulin, well, fuck me. Are you saying that my life, my quality of life is degraded because I don't have enough money? And that creates this weird thing where when the next best thing comes out, now when $400 insulin is out, all the people before that were like, I'm so glad this $190 insulin exists, but if they can't afford the $400 insulin, now they're like, I can't believe this. My life is being destroyed because of capitalism. And it's like, well, the other shit didn't even exist before. Like, what the fuck? These complaints, the subject matter I'm most familiar with is around diabetes and insulin because it's just so crazy for all how people are just so insane about all that because healthcare creates a certain amount of entitlement, which I don't I empathize with, obviously, the idea that like this person can't afford like the best thing and it is like directly correlated with their quality of life or sometimes years lived. Like I'm definitely sympathetic towards that, but it goes back to the thing I said before where I think most Americans, 50% plus, believe that there are enough resources in the healthcare system to give every single person the top tier quality of care, and that's just not the case. And yeah, but like there are so many of these assumptions that if you were to push on even one of like 5 bad assumptions that Americans have on healthcare, like the conversation just completely fucking falls apart immediately, and it's impossible to have any of it.
Yeah, it's just infuriating when some of the people come in and they like talk to you and they don't have like just like an inkling of like how the system actually works, and like they just see like, oh, doctors are like the shining hill or the shining beacon on the hill, and it's some of these doctors are absolutely terrible people.
Sure.
And they're terrible to work with, but I'll let you go. I was just curious if that's what you wanted.
Yeah.
If you do get into healthcare stuff,
one thing, I mean, if you ever want to comment on it, you can always fucking, I'll give you permission. You can jump in and scream at people. But it's, I mean, if you've ever, wait, how old are you?
I'm 38 right now.
Gotcha. Okay. I will say, oh, cool. I'm 37. I used to have a friend that is a Candace Owens lover now, so we're no longer friends. But she used to work on the, what would it be? I think she worked for an insurance company where her job was basically she would sit at her computer all day, and then she would get a script would come in from a doctor, and it would have the patient history attached. And generally, it's just her reading through. Actually, maybe her job doesn't even exist anymore. Maybe AI does this now. But she would read through everything that's sent, and then she would just have to approve the prescription or whatever. And then I've had friends that are doctors, nurses. Every single person I know that works in healthcare hates every other like parallel or like vertical part of healthcare. So everybody I know that's worked in insurance will tell me like doctors will send the most retarded fucking scripts sometimes that they know either we don't support or it's way outside standard of care or they haven't tried these other things yet that they have to first. And then doctors will complain like the insurance company is telling me what to do and I know best because I'm the doctor and fuck these people. And then the hospitals will complain that everything costs too much from the pharmacy. Like every single person in healthcare hates every single other like vertical part of their industry, which is very funny to me too. And yeah, but doctors are the only like unimpeachable ones. Yeah,
that's by design, and that's like they want to put as much friction in between each of those steps for like competitiveness. Sorry,
arguably, yeah. But it's hard because a lot of that is transparent to us, and it's not a good industry to feel competitive on because we just have. And again, I sympathize with this. It doesn't feel good to like that you're competitively shopping for your life. You know, like that's just never a good feeling. Or even the idea that like insurance companies have to value life, like literally like the life like that you might get if you sue somebody for wrongful death or whatever. And that's just a very uncomfortable thing for a lot of people to deal with, especially because in America we have a very bad very bad relationship with death, especially. Yeah.
Well, that's one of those things that like Obamacare was trying to solve, like with the like stars measures versus fee for service, which is another part of healthcare that people don't understand. Is a lot of people, especially in Medicaid, get assigned for like a healthcare provider will just get X amount of money a year to take care of you, and it's their job to do the best that they can, like for that. And the better ratings they are, and that kind of stuff, it gets really in depth. But like, those are the different kind of like models and stuff that are set up, and like, it's just I don't know. It drives me crazy when people jump in, and yeah, I apologize, but that's all I wanted to say. All right. Thank you very much for your time.
Be careful, bud.
Bye.
Flame Z, go ahead. What's your question?
I was wondering if you would ever be interested in covering different countries' politics.
I mean,
you just did the UK recently. Would you ever do like Canada since Moot is there?
What? I mean, I don't know, not that much, maybe. Like, what about I mean, I live in my country. I barely cover my own country's politics enough. What would I cover? I mean, if there's big stuff going on, sometimes I'll cover it a little bit, but.
Yeah, it's like recently there was the big Carney speech that was slightly covered.
What, the Davos one?
Yeah. And that was a good speech. Kind of sets the mood of the world also.
Yeah, I mean, we watched it, I think, right? And we talked about it a little, yeah. But I mean, there's not much to say. I mean, I agree with most of what he says. Yeah. The problem is that, like, these are interesting conversations to have where there are two sides to the conversation, but there's not really another side right now because the right is just so fucking retarded. Like, what the most interesting point that he brought up in that speech, which is really true, is the idea that the rules-based international order that everybody had to subscribe to was a bit of a fiction because the U.S. doesn't really, and we kind of hope the U.S. keeps itself accountable. But we've seen like the explosion of that system, especially recently, where we realize the U.S. regional powers definitely don't adhere to the same rules-based international order that everybody else was adhering to. So it was a bit of a fiction, and now it's been completely blasted as a fiction, so they need to figure out like a way forward from there. Like, these are interesting concepts, but there's nobody in politics to talk about any of this shit now with, because everybody's fucking retarded. I blame Trump.
Oh, okay, so you would want somebody to do a back and forth with.
Well, I'm sorry. When I say somebody, I don't mean like a person to argue with or debate personally. I mean like a political opposition to argue with. Like in MAGA is a deeply unserious movement that is plagued with bad intellectual genetic stock, with people that should have been bred out of society because of how fucking retarded they are. I feel the same way with Reform in the UK right now. I don't know if I felt as harshly about Pierre Olivier or whatever. I remember hearing him a few times speak. Whatever the fuck.
He switched his name to get more votes that pronounce it French.
Sure.
Polya's retarded.
So yeah, I don't know. The whole populist shit is just so... Populism is just like such a brain rot. It's like such an obvious like bad guy narrative in any movie, media, history, everything. But I don't know how many people follow this shit, whatever.
I mean, one of the only good things Trump's ever done is actually influence the Canadian election to have Carney win.
True.
Yeah, that was a nice result I got to live through. Yeah, okay. No, it was mainly that, since Canada's being a bit more in the spotlight recently. I know it's hard and a bit boring to look at, but sometimes the Canadian politics, if ever you want to have fun, there's like compilation of like not debates, but how they scream at each other, how our prime ministers scream at each other during parliament sessions.
In Canada?
Yeah, it's what the fuck. Yeah.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, nobody can looks at
It's
it.
like the UK system.
Yeah. It's televised, but nobody cares about it.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah, that's basically it.
Good cue.
Have fun.
Thomas,
Aquinas.
what's your question?
Hi.
I have one political thing, and then I have one non-political thing. I'm a YouTuber. I have a clipped video that I think Destiny should upload to his best of channel because I want to delete it off my channel.
Jesus.
And the political thing is that I wanted to ask his opinion about a housing policy.
Send the YouTube video to 10-minute ads on Discord, and then you can...
Wait, the YouTube video is about, you said about housing policy?
No. The video is basically a clip compilation from your channel, like covering like around the manosphere time. It got like 144,000 views.
Okay.
He wants to delete it on his channel and give you.
And what channel did you say to put it in?
Give it to 10-minute ads.
Do the 10-minute ads.
That's a person's name. You'll just have to DM him.
That's what you sound like.
Oh, okay. Right, their name.
God damn it. No, not god damn it. Let's go. Hell yeah.
All right, ask him your question when you're ready.
Oh yeah, you don't have to. Yeah, let's do that later.
Oh, I'm on stream.
Yeah. Wait, are you a standing? Wait, why does your shirt say pink but it's blue?
Oh, you know the answer to that. Pink Floyd.
Oh, I thought it was the pink brand. Oh, I see the thing. Never mind. Okay. Okay, cool. Sorry, my bad. Go ahead. Are you standing? Do you have a standing desk?
Yes, I got it for cheap on Facebook Marketplace.
Okay. Wait, what's your YouTube channel?
It's my name, Thomas Skeen. So I'm basically, like, you could categorize me in the same folder in your head as the soy pill. I do liberal political video essays. My most recent one, I was so pissed off about how terrible all the discourse was around Gavin Newsom that I wanted to just make a good faith criticism of him, but it's clickbait, so it's called Blue MAGA. It's doing pretty good so far. It's at like 50k views.
Yeah, considering the subs on your channel, yeah, for sure, 100%. And the last video you did 116k. Nice. Okay, sorry, go ahead.
Gavin Newsom. So basically around like the 2022, I think the video was finished in 2023. I was just trying to grow my channel because at that point I had like no following, so I basically went through a bunch of your videos and like took like motifs, like people calling you a girl or the polygamy stuff, because it was just basically stuff that was like memes at the time. So I want to delete that video off my channel because I think it'll improve the odds of me getting approved for monetization. Long story short, I've applied multiple times and I've been denied for, quote, reused content. So I wanted to delete it off my channel, but I still want it to be hosted somewhere. I don't need you to credit me or anything. I just want it to be somewhere. So I thought maybe the Clips channel would be good.
Okay, yeah. Message my guys. Wooten will direct you to them.
And I also wanted to say thank you so much for your sourcing for the first-hand sources on January 6th, because that was the video that really blew up my channel, because I actually got a shout out from Soypill for the January 6th video that it's at almost 500,000 now, but like I didn't want to sit through the whole January 6th committee to get all the information from that, so there was a lot of really helpful sources that I was able to pull from your research.
Cool. Okay.
I'm glad somebody could make a video about January 6th then.
Good one.
Yeah, I like after Trump got elected, I was like really pissed off that you hadn't released your January 6th video yet. So I basically just decided to do it on my own.
Good job. I'm glad I can inspire people. That was the whole point. And same thing with Short Fat Otaku. I knew that if I didn't release one more, even more videos would be released. So yeah.
Oh, you're like fucking the guy in Star Wars when you strike him down?
Something like that.
The it really pissed me off how much people talk about the debate not mattering thing, because like the thing that really radicalized me to start making political videos was listening to it was like soon after I think they tried to kill Trump, you had a debate with like this Canadian person, and like she called you terminally online because you had just like read through the Trump indictments. And it just pissed me off so much, like how much the media environment's destroyed. So I just figured like, okay, I'll be the change I want to see in the world. So I started making these videos that are more, based on empirical facts instead of speculation and narrative building.
Well, good.
Cool. Whatchamacallit. There's also the video that I was asking you to upload. There is another version of it that's only exists on Kick, which I can re-edit it, but it got taken down off YouTube for like there was like some Fuentes clips in there or something that they deleted it off my channel. But since you have a bigger channel, I don't know, maybe it wouldn't be an issue, but the other one is a safer one.
Okay.
Considering it isn't down off my channel.
All right, what's your housing question?
Also,
so
real quick, pause the timer for 1 second.
Yep,
I'm not going to take any damage, right? There's no damage taking things I have,
No,
right?
I should take the gambit, because if you fuck it up anyways, you're already cooked. Like if that doesn't help you.
Well, but I don't have a thing that's automatically like lose 1 life or something stupid.
Oh,
right.
I would take it. Yeah,
okay,
you're good.
Go ahead. Housing question.
Fine. Go ahead.
Oh, so it's obviously I'm not like a policymaker, so I don't have it all like fleshed out, but like it doesn't really matter because with Trump, the only policy matters is like the slogan that you can get out of it. So in my 2 old video, I proposed this idea of just taking the military budget and cutting it down to Russia, Germany, and China combined, so that we're still the biggest in the world.
True.
And then that leaves us with like hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars left over.
Wait, I'm sorry, hold on. Can you, because Prying Mind just joined to tell me that I'm a retard.
Wait, is it not just that?
You gotta just F4, you gotta reset it.
Leave. Sorry. Fuck, it's all combat. I'm sorry. Repeat the last thing where that guy came in. You fucked me.
Yeah, sorry.
Go ahead.
Repeat.
Russia. Yeah, we added more time to the clock because I was incredibly rude and unprofessional.
I was just wondering, like, what do you think about the idea of the federal government, like, throwing hundreds of billions of dollars to try to build more houses?
I think it could theoretically be based. I just don't know. I don't think the issue is not money. The issue is zoning. It's a policy question.
Okay, so maybe the solution would be more like a federal commission that's like meant to go state by state and help them reform their policies to make housing easier.
Yeah, I just don't know what that would look like. But like the issue is that right now, as much as it makes people mad, like the free market deals with housing pretty effectively. If you zone for houses, developers will come in and they will build houses and it'll be fine. But the issue, it's a zoning question. We don't need to throw a bunch of federal money at it. We just need somehow to force like zoning to happen. But that's just such a deep question in that there's just a lot of different factors at play here. So for instance, like you have to, fuck, there's a lot. Like, there's a lot of bad assumptions built into housing. So I've said this before. So, like, most people live in owned homes. If you want to bring down rents and you want to bring the cost of housing, you have to hurt one of your most important voter populations in the United States because their home prices will decrease. The value of the middle-class person's home will decrease, which will hurt their net worth and their overall wealth and all this bullshit. So you have to be willing to accept that first thing. Secondly, you've got to do aggressive zoning, and not everybody likes upzoning. Like, there are people that don't want there to be high-rise apartments, or they like the small apartments with only 5 stories if you've ever lived in Southern California, or they don't want the new development near their neighborhood because they don't want to lose the character of it. So there's just so much, there's so many different types of like cultural and governmental inertias that you have to fight against that I don't even know if the money part matters that much. This is very much like if you zone it, they will come and build, and I think it'll largely take care of itself. Or if there are problems, we have to discover them down the road, but yeah.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mooton, you are top 3 orbiters of all time.
Thank you.
Obama,
yes.
Have a good one.
Top 3 orbiters of all
Remember
time?
us when you're famous, okay?
Thank you, appreciate it. Bye-bye.
Well, now I need to, hold on, get this guy out of here.
They're gone.
I need to read an email to counter that.
Oh, good.
I got this one 4 days ago. I didn't want to read this out loud, Mooton, but now I will. To fuck you. Especially because you didn't help me read that card. Wait, if I Alt F4, will it restart this combat?
I think it will, yeah.
Is that unethical? Is Alt F4
No, because
here
that card
unethical?
is read retardedly. It makes it only seem like it's that red.
The title for this email, the subject line was, Mr. Mooton is ruining your streams.
Let's go.
This is from a guy whose first name I won't read. It's because it's unique. Just thought you should know that. The few dozen fans you have that know him from back in the day might like it, but anyone who joined in the last 5 years doesn't. He adds nothing. He asks questions to which he already knows the answer, agrees with literally everything you say, and says shrimp-a-laz over and over. Just look at your viewer count when he's there versus not. He may be your old friend, but to us he's a weird, clingy orbiter. At least when Dan hovers around in your Discord, he only speaks when spoken to, and doesn't just say retarded shit over and over. He's already using you for his own morning show since the RP money dried up. What is the RP money? Roleplay money? I
guess, but
yeah.
I never
Stop.
streamed
No,
roleplay.
don't interrupt his email.
Oh, sorry.
Why does he have to monopolize every single morning and then on top of that, just linger in your stream the rest of the day? Does he literally have nothing else going on? There's a reason your concurrents have halved since he came back. Sure, the boring art content has something to do with it, but I firmly believe it's him. When did the normal streams permanently add a co-host? ?
Why is Dan sending email?
True. Okay.
I mean, what the hell?
Okay. Did they say I can...
True, what do you want me to say?
People say I can just escape and save and quit. That's not even
I
save
would not
scumming.
save and quit.
That's not save scumming, though. That's legit play.
I would Alt F4.
Why? They said if you save and quit, it's good.
Crazy.
Okay, go. Who's next?
All right. Crusade, go ahead.
Good one. Good one, Crusade, by the way.
Crusade?
Good one, dude.
5.
Oh,
4.
wait. Sorry,
Go
sorry.
ahead.
I apologize. I didn't even know I was on the lineup that quick. Hey, what's going on, Destiny? I got a couple questions, nothing too crazy. I haven't really heard too much about this, like in the recent like political sphere. Do you put any validity, like maybe in the thought that I hear a lot about like Trump suspending elections and stuff like that. Do you think there's a possibility, like if Iran continues on, like the war in general, that maybe potentially the elections could be suspended, at least the midterms? Because like I put like a half-ass like little research bit into it, but it does seem like there is some kind of possibility with that. I don't know. What is your thought on that?
I mean, it shouldn't be, but I mean, like, it's all going to come down to the SAVE Act and what he's going to try to do with ICE or whatever. But I mean, theoretically, it shouldn't. That shouldn't happen. I don't know what I'm going to say. I mean, like, yeah, he wants to. He definitely wants to. But there's a huge issue with the lack of institutional strength the current admin has and they're so retarded. This is not going to kill me,
Yeah,
right? If you take damage,
yeah,
yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
my bad. Yeah, I get that. I understand. I don't know. Like, it was just like a thought, because it seems like all these steps are put into place for a specific reason and some kind of result. I don't know if that's like some kind of conspiratorial like thought process there.
Well, no,
but,
it's not conspiratorial. I mean, they've
I
literally
mean, we're talking
said
like
this is their.
we're talking months from now.
Yeah, they've said
So
they
how
literally
could
said
that even be,
this
like,
is
a thing?
this is what Trump wants to do. It doesn't matter if he's going to do it, right? But I don't think that they have the institutional knowledge to do it. That's why I don't think they'll be able to. That's my perspective.
I've got an interesting question off this, and I will pause your time. Do you think the SAVE Act would actually hurt Republicans more than Democrats this election?
It's like possible, but it would be such a hard thing to predict.
Yeah, I do kinda. I agree, it's hard to predict, almost impossible probably.
Because you could make the argument that like Democrats are going to be so fucking motivated
Super
to
motivated,
vote
yep.
that no matter what you do to try to stop them, they're going to show up to vote anyway. But
Yes.
that any kind of like demotivating thing for Republicans, the Republicans are already ultra fucking demotivated for a
They're just
variety
gonna
of
be like,
reasons.
"Fuck it."
Yeah. Also, one thing, because there was research on this a long time ago, 4 or 8 years ago. I don't remember which election I was reading about. But like, if somebody wants to vote, it's actually really hard to discourage a person from voting unless you obscure it. That like people are generally willing to go to a polling place and wait for 6 hours, even if the line is long. That doesn't turn a lot of people away. The stuff that turned people away would be if you like remove them from a voter roll and they weren't aware of it, and then they like miss the time to register, because some places you can't register same day, and if you don't register,
But that only turns them away because they have no ability to
yeah,
vote
that's why I
at
said
that
with
point.
obscured. Yeah, so if you obscure it, but if you're just trying to throw up barriers and people see them, like that, if they really want to vote, they will. If they want to vote, they'll still vote. Generally speaking, yeah. So, but I don't know, it's possible. Yeah.
They'll bitch about it, but yeah. All right, sorry, your time's back. Go ahead.
Oh, okay, my bad. Yeah, so I have like one other question, and this won't take too much of your time, hopefully. So this kind of ties into the political landscape thing too. I'll be honest. I watch a lot of different things. I've watched your show for like a long time, so I also watch a little bit. I'm not full on in with like the Zionist control the entire world bit. I understand it. Like it makes sense in my head in some types of ways. So like obviously like I'll listen to Nick Fuentes on occasion, or like Sean Ryan, and it seems to be like popping up a little bit more and more recently, like some kind of blame for whatever's going on, and like, oh, Iran, the Jews and Israel and all these different things. And in my head, I'm like, well, if this all backfires, and let's say, God forbid, we fail in whatever like terms during this special operation, quote unquote, who's to blame? Like who are the Republicans, or who is the U.S. going to blame? Are they going to blame Trump, or are they going to tie that into the Jews in America and Israel, and now we got to round them up like it's like fucking Nazi Germany or some shit? Like, does that make any kind of sense, or is that just kind of like conspiratorial a little bit?
In terms of like, could we take a hard bend towards like anti-Semitism?
Well, not even so much that, just I'm thinking like a couple years in the future, right? Like, let's say all this goes, and we're talking the next political environment, and people are thinking, okay, we're going towards the totalitarian state, and Trump is going to suspend elections, and whoever's going to take over is going to be worse than him in some type of way or something like that.
Okay.
Who are the people that they're going to scapegoat to? Are they going to scapegoat to the Jews, like the alt-right, or whoever it might be that's in power, God forbid?
Yeah.
Who are they going to blame?
It's hard to say. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's like impossible, I think, to predict that. Yeah. Who knows?
Yeah.
Because I mean, like, if we look at like the past like year and a half, how many people have they tried to scapegoat, right? We got Venezuelans bringing fent. We've got Canadians not securing the northern border. We had Haitians eating dogs. We had Muslims in general. We had Islamic extremism from Mamdani. We had pro-Palestinian Hamas terrorists that were against Israel protesting on college campuses. We've had Somali people from Minnesota. They've tried to scapegoat, like they were jumping from group to group to group to group to group, like in an insane pace. So Yeah,
without taking accountability, right? Like, so, like, who is really ultimately to blame? It would obviously be the president and whoever's his handlers, or if he has any handlers, who is he listening to, and so on and so forth, right?
Who do we have to blame? Oh, like who should we blame?
Yeah, who should we blame? Obviously, you should blame the person that's in charge.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I would say that for sure. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. For whatever reason, that's the main reason that I kind of called, and I just wanted to pick your brain a little bit. Obviously, you got like a lot of resources, and you put a lot of time into this. I didn't really put too much effort into this. I'm gonna be honest. All right, skipping all those. That's the end of my questions. I got one gaming question for you.
Go for it.
Do you ever play DayZ by any chance, or have you ever?
Have we? Yeah, a long time ago we did. Yeah.
Yeah, I was big into that for a while. It's obviously not like very like stream worthy because like I see you playing like looter shooters like what you've been playing lately. So like I thought maybe that would be something that you would be interested in or something like that. But yeah, obviously if you've played it before, it's a totally different environment. It's not very stream friendly. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
But yeah,
Trust me,
I appreciate the words, man. Have a good day.
Yeah. Have a good one.
All right, you too.
Wait.
Bye.
God damn it, Brody. Fuck you.
I didn't kick him. He left.
No, you kicked him.
Chess. Go ahead, Chess. What do you got for us today? 10, 9.
We're good.
Go
Sorry.
ahead.
My bad.
Chill,
How's it going
man.
today,
Bad.
guys?
Hi, what's up?
So the first thing I had is I wanted to speak a little bit to the experience of being a Canadian Destiny fan, a little bit more than the other guy.
Okay.
So I know that a lot of the world is like really interested in American politics because America is kind of like the cultural exporter of the world.
Mm-hmm.
But are you aware of the extent to which Canadians are like Ameriboos?
Yeah, I know JJ.
It's like huge. Like I feel like you should know like I don't actually know that much about my own political system, but I could tell you all about the 3 branches of government, all about how all the congressmen are chosen, like all about that shit. Like I watch CBC every day, and all they talk about is what Trump did last. You know what
These
I mean?
retards love America.
It's kind of insane. Like it actually I had to go out of my way to learn how my own country works. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I guess, I mean, that's the first thing I wanted to say is just like, I know that the Canadians are always going to be like a minor part of your audience, but like if you ever did want to cater to them, they'd probably be super down. And if you did ever talk about Canadian politics, you'd probably be able to move some of them off. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
Okay.
Like my parents literally have like a display case with Trump memorabilia in it. You know what I mean? Like I know people who will make excuses for the tariffs and say, well, Canada's been fucking over America, so we deserve it. You know what I mean? Like it's unbelievable.
Sure. Yeah, the funniest thing I saw of this, I think, was I believe there was some. I need to go find pictures of this again. When you guys were doing your whole trucker convoy blockade in the West, I think some of those guys even had like American flag stickers on their trucks because they were so mad about wearing masks or whatever. It was fucking
100%. They'll talk about the First Amendment as if it's something that applies to them. You know what I mean? Like
yeah.
I've I debate a lot on like Discord servers and people will be like, "Why do you even care, Canadian?" And it's like, bro, my parents were literally citing Trump while they were supporting the trucker protests that your country supported. Like, what do you mean? Like, it's part and parcel. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But yeah, all right, cool. So you are aware of that?
Yeah, I am. I'm aware of
Freaking
everything.
based.
I know everything. But okay,
I believe it. I'm sure.
Well, thanks a lot, buddy.
One other thing.
Yeah.
What do you ever think about playing Minecraft again?
Maybe someday.
Well, you and all of your fans should know that there is a Destiny.gg Minecraft server that is fucking epic. mcdgg.net. We have a lot of cool stuff. We have a lot of artists working on new stuff all the time. The server keeps on getting better. We got features. We got a dragon fight coming up tomorrow. Super cool shit. Everybody should join. It's a really good time.
All right.
Cool.
Thanks for letting us know, buddy.
So long, fellas.
Bye.
What's going on in here?
Your mom.
Your Collins.
Oh.
Fuck.
I should have known from the game suggestion.
I'm about to get fucked by this guy.
Hussein, go ahead.
Hey, what's up?
Hello.
Are you a tier 3 sub?
Well, I subbed just for this, and I don't.
Which sub did you do?
Was he in the tier 3 sub channel?
Yes, and he did a tier 2 sub. I saw that.
Wait, how did he get to the tier 3 sub
Okay,
channel?
listen. This is the thing. No, this is the thing. I'm notable, but I don't want to cut in front of long. I don't want to be a dickhead, but like a lot of people are taking long. Okay, you caught me, buddy.
Yeah.
Listen, I was defending you in chat. I love you, Moonin. Please.
All right, go ahead.
Wait, if I use plating right now, will I gain plating before His attack or not?
Plating, I believe you gain it at the end of the round before his attack.
Before his attack, at the end of my turn. Okay. All right, go ahead.
The end of your
turn.
Okay, so I just have I was watching one of your videos. What are your problems with historical materialism as a theory to analyze history?
What? Say that
You got
again?
3 minutes.
What are your problems with historical materialism as a theory to analyze history? Like as a because you talked about this. You were watching a Vosh video, I'm pretty sure. And
I think it's I think it's a lens I guess you can use. It's very boring to me when people are very mono-dimensional or one. I don't know why I said that. One-dimensional in terms of how they think that they can like understand the entirety of some conflict through just like the lens of like one thing, I guess. So through a feminist lens or through a dialectic material lens or whatever. Yeah.
Okay, that's fair. Well, I guess I would kind of agree with you, but you like for example, if you would look at the Arab Spring through like the lens of historical materialism, I think you can actually glean a lot of insight into like the inner workings of like Arab society. Like for example, I think like kind of like the economic like the wealth inequality inside Arab states. Wealth inequality inside Arab states could explain a lot of like the unrest, especially in Tunisia and Egypt and Tahrir Square. But I guess if like you don't have a strong opinion on it, I won't waste your time. It's okay.
Okay.
All right. Perfect.
All right. Much love. Love you guys.
Much love. One love.
One love, dude. One love, Mootin.
Christy, 2708. Go ahead.
Yeah. Hello. Hi, Destiny.
Hi.
I'm the guy that has been bugging you with email
man.
that has downloaded the -50. I did so because what is in that email, it's like 24,000 words as counted by the Google, Microsoft Word counted it for me. It's like 40 pages long. And what that email is essentially ammunition. Like I gave you as much ammunition as possible about a lot of different topics. Like I go in detail about like Asmongold's shenanigans because fortunately or unfortunately, depending on how you want to see it as, I have been watching that guy since at least 2016, and I know a lot about how he thinks and how he sees things, and I have provided insight on that thing. By the way, if you want to read the email, like the only disclaimer that I've put in it is just maybe redact some of the more personal things that I have shared in it, because those are kind of meant only for your eyes. But I did extensively work at this email for like 3 to 4 months. And inside of that email, I also laid out things such as, for example, the rot that is plaguing America from my perspective, from the inside out, is something that I'm going to be honest, it needs to be addressed. I don't know how exactly one should go about addressing it, but individualism is like a very, very, how shall I say it? It's a very evident thing if you are living in a country that is more like socialized or like whatever. There's this pervasive accent on got mine, fuck you. I've seen this a lot of times, and it comes in different forms. Like for example, if I were to I kept seeing sometimes on r/all posts about someone wanting to win the lottery, and it's all just, I want fuck you money, I want fuck you money, I want fuck you money. That is kind of not good. And I'm going to be honest, I think that type of individualism is how it branches out into fascism over and over and over again. So that is something that needs to be addressed, because that's, in my personal opinion, a very big component of why fascism is on the rise almost everywhere. Because a lot of the countries here in Europe are also taking that individualistic approach. Like, I want mine and mine only. And those types of feelings need to be addressed. I would probably say not directly, because you want to do it subtly, because guess what? They also work with subtlety. Like, most of the inner workings of fascism, they're almost all indirect. Like, that's why, by the way, that's why there is no substantive.
What is your question?
I wanted to lay out some of the things, like for example, that individualistic thing. Like, I need in my personal opinion, I really think it should be focused a lot more. I don't see anyone express
Sure, but
it.
what is your question with it?
Why is it that it's not visible to most other people? If I'm going to be honest, like why is it that, like, I don't know, I've seen it here and there, but no one else seems to pick up on it. Like why is that? I mean, I think I know why that is, but
okay, Steve,
go
ahead.
Why is it that nobody else can see that super individualism can lead to bad things?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that, and also why it's not addressed. I mean, I have my ideas of why it's not being addressed, but yes, that is essentially what I'm trying to say.
I mean, well, we in America, we like our individualism, right? I mean, we see it as a big
Yes, I know.
boom.
Yeah, I know.
Mm-hmm. So, I mean, it's going to be hard. It would be hard for us to view, I guess, our individualism as through a negative light. Would be my guess.
Yeah, but maybe you don't realize it, but that individualism is also why you have people saying, like, don't fund into, like, public healthcare or, like, public education. Like, it's that same exact individualism that shows up in a different form. It's still individualism.
Okay.
Because, like,
Steven?
Yeah. So what's your take on why you think that is?
Well, why I think that is because it's probably by design, usually by the wealthy, to keep people divided so that they don't end up working together to, like, elevate the living standards of the large swaths of people that deeply need it. And it's kept that way intentionally to keep you focused and distracted from attempting to work at that, and, well, to further their own goals. Like, that's what I think. That's what I personally think
Steve?
about.
Yeah, I don't know if people could ever coordinate that much oppression. I feel like that would be a thing that would
Well, that's why you need to work subtly. Like, that's why you don't. If you ask anyone, why, like, what exactly do we need to make America great? Like, what exactly needs to be fixed by the statement "Make America Great Again"? That's left ambiguous by intent. It's so that people fill in the blanks. It's so that they can join the larger. That's how they form the narratives. That's how these social media platforms that you say are coordinated coalesce. They leave it. It's ambiguous by design. That's why you can never extract the words from the conservative people if you ask them what values do you want to protect. They leave it ambiguous so that as many people can ascribe what those expectations should be. That's how I see it.
Okay.
How do you see it?
Yeah, I mean, well, I don't know how to gauge this. I don't think that people ever have as much control over all of society as they think they do. I feel like the mechanisms to explain why people have platforms the way they are, it's probably like the bad outcomes that result are probably more from understandable, like, underlying motivations that end up leading to bad places rather than people intentionally from the very beginning, trying to plan things out. So, like, for instance, when a person doesn't give an actual prescription, I don't think it's because he's thinking, like, I'm not going to give the prescription because I know people will fill in their own, and then that'll help me take over society, or blah, blah, blah. I think it's more just like, if I give a specific one, I'm going to have to defend that one, and it's easier to just allude vaguely to stuff because that's an easier position to defend. It's kind of how I view it.
Yeah, that is another possibility of this perspective. Like, it's still at the end of the day, it's still all perspectives. But you also need to consider that there are some very intelligent people. Like, I don't personally think that Trump is, for example, is a necessarily stupid person. He is hampered by his narcissistic ego. Like, if he would have dropped his narcissistic ego and have learned from his mistakes, well, first of all, it will not be Trump the person anymore, because, well, Trump the person isn't the narcissistic egomaniac that he is. But most of his actions, like, they are driven by his ego. Like, that's what I have been able to conclude. Okay. So if he were to drop that, he would have appeared at the very least so much more, I don't know, intelligent, pragmatic, whatever you want to describe him as. But that is what, in my personal opinion, is keeping him back. Not necessarily the stupidity. Like, that's besides the point. Like, the most prevalent characteristic of Trump to me seems to be that narcissistic ego that, like, actually keeps him from, like, for example, from getting out of Iran after the failure of the war because his ego is at the cusp of being hurt. He does not want that whatsoever.
Okay, Steve, how do you feel about that?
Yeah, I think a lot of it is ego-driven. Yeah, I think I've said that before. I agree with that, yeah.
All right, thank you, Christy. I have one question for you.
Yes.
Which channel in this Discord is your favorite to debate in?
I mean, to be fair, I wouldn't be able to tell you so because I'm keeping to myself.
Okay.
Mostly because I'm kind of antisocial, I guess. I'm kind of afraid. Like, I actually had a cortisol level that is way past 180 as I was waiting to join in this discussion. Like, I'm kind of I don't know, always shy about discussing with people because I feel like what I have to say impacts them, so I have to be very careful with what I say. And
I mean, you should be in the DGG Discord and you should be debating down there. So I look forward to hopefully seeing you in there in the future.
Yeah, and Destiny, like, I hope that at the very least you take a glance at the email. Like, it's, yeah, that's all I have to say. Like, it's loaded with ammunition for you.
Okay.
It's
Check it out.
I'll keep that in mind.
Yeah.
Thank you, Christy.
All right, thank you. Have a...
What the fuck, Moot?
Put it all in red. What's your question?
Hello.
Hello.
Thanks a lot for getting me in here.
Don't forget, first 30 seconds, you got to ask the question. Go ahead.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, sure. I have a very small setup. So I've been a member of a debate club at my university for quite some time. And because of the setting, because it's a university, afterwards we often chat with students on different topics that are more today lives related rather than like vacuum questions about debating stuff. And as I'm interested in finance, the conversation is sometimes driven towards that because that's the topics I'm interested in. And I find myself in conversations with people that a lot of them are actually anti-free trade activity. Like, I sometimes hear narratives that the stock market is evil, the rich billionaires are evil, stuff like that.
Question
time. And why do you think people in universities are left-leaning?
I don't know. Why do you ask me the biggest questions in all of fucking...
Go ahead, Steve. Why?
But it's probably a combination of being young, and so you don't have much experience with the world, so it's very easy for you to feel radicalized in one direction or the other. And then, especially as a younger person, if you think about... think about how people engage with money through their life. Your worst engagement with money is generally going to be at the beginning of your life, and the best position you're going to have for money is going to be right before your final descent into death at the end of your life, right? You're accumulating debt early in your life for education, maybe for a house, and your earnings are the lowest they ever will be at the beginning of your life before you've ramped up into your career. So, like, people in the earliest part of their lives are going to feel fucked over by money systems more than, and they don't have any positive engagement with them. Like, what positive engagement does a 19 or 20-year-old have with the stock market? Nothing, right? And then as you get later on in life, your engagement and interactions with the world change. That'd be my guess for why. Yeah.
But that's the thing. Wouldn't you then think that as you get more exposed to money and mechanisms of working with it, you get more fucked with money over time, right? Like, people get themselves in credit card debt, people like take out mortgages and get fucked by like overdraft fees, stuff like that. And then like with this logic, I would think that people get more left-leaning over time. But the trajectory is the opposite, right?
No, the trajectory is absolutely the opposite. I mean, if I told you that most guys were taller than most girls, do you think that's true?
Sure. Okay. I see.
Most people, wealth is absolutely. I don't know I don't think I've seen a graph, but I would bet my balls on it that, like, if you were to graph the wealth of an average person over time, it's increasing as time goes on. That older people are definitely wealthier than younger people on average. Like, that's just a general ascent that people make through their life, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but wouldn't you even think that, like, me explaining potentially that, the free trade activities and the public traded funds enabled, a company with funding to come to their city, create jobs, create businesses. Like, why is that not enough convincing argument for a relatively educated student, right? Like, I'm not talking about your average person kind of, like just getting their education, being sold in a pipeline that they guaranteed get a job, but it's rather like a certain set of people who are willing to engage in a political discussion because they attend a debate club, but still are rather thinking that, like all of those anti-rich billionaire narratives are like absolutely true.
Well, I mean, it's easy to see. Like, when wealthy people are winning, like, they're just very visible. And sometimes it feels bad if you have feelings that in society the average person isn't doing well enough, and then somebody comes in to set up some new business. Even if there are winners there from people getting jobs, it feels like most of the winning is going to the guy who's setting up the company, and that always is going to feel bad, right? It's like a concentrated winner thing.
Sure. I then have a very small question. In the context of a free trade conversation, do you think polymarket is evil?
I think polymarket is evil.
What do you mean by evil?
Not necessarily, but it has the potential to be. Well, some people think it's bad because the predicting on bad outcomes just feels bad. So, like, do we want to have a prediction
morally?
market for somebody dying? And then, obviously, there are people that can abuse the fuck out of it. I think we all agree that the abuses that might happen are bad. But is that what you mean? Like, predicting bad events is like a shitty thing, or?
Yeah, I mean, in a certain sense, right? Like, some people would argue that it enables gambling. Some would say that, you know, average Joe gets fucked up by the insider trader on the Iran invasion or stuff like that. I'm curious what you think, because I don't think...
I mean, I don't think that anybody gets fucked up by it. Like, or why would you get fucked up by the Iran invasion? Just that people are betting on outcomes that might be bad to you, or? I would
no, I mean, you
gambling
take a
is
side of the
better.
bet, right? Not knowing the true probability of the event, and then get fucked up because the insider trades, knowing the better probability.
30 seconds.
Sure. But I mean, like, there's going to be insider trading for, well, not for everything, I guess. Yeah. I don't know. I don't have a strong opinion on it. I guess I just don't engage with it much. But it seems like a thing that would be impossible to prevent abuses of. Yeah. Like, when you have, like, how many times weren't there like, there were polymarkets on whether or not, like, Elon Musk would tweet like 100 times in a week or some bullshit, or like in 2 days or something, right?
Yeah.
I don't know why you'd be allowed to run bets like that, since it seems like very easy for a friend of Elon to be like, hey bro, I'm gonna make like $200,000. Can you just like not tweet or something? Like.
Yep. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Can I say one last sentence?
Go.
One sentence.
I really appreciated the London debate. Can we have more events in Europe? Thank you.
I'll think about it. Bye.
Parsec, emo god. Go ahead. You know, you didn't need a sub. You could have just asked me and I would have dragged you up.
Nah.
Never mind.
Thank you. So I sent you a 50,000 word email.
I've read all of it. Don't worry.
Thank you. Okay. So I wanted to talk about democracy. Where are you at these days on like the radicalization of young people?
I don't know.
Kind of like
I don't think
keeping
about
them
it
away
much.
from the edge there.
I don't know. I just don't think about it too much. I mean, I think it's bad, but the thing that I'm more concerned about right now is the radicalization of old people. Like, I feel like young people get radicalized. Like, that's kind of like throughout all of history, young people just are so prone to radicalization for a million different reasons, mainly just because of lack of life experience. But I get more concerned when older people are getting radicalized by stuff like online than I think younger people were. It's a little bit kind of my expectation, yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. When I look at it for like young people, I think the conversation tends to kind of hover around like who they're being influenced by. So like you'll get people being radicalized by certain media figures, and then it's oftentimes that like the media figures are the people that you're kind of looking to. But I'd like to kind of make the argument that I don't know if democracy really does a good enough job of like selling itself these days. It doesn't really, like, we kind of treat it as like a solved system, and I don't know if we can do that anymore, just with the amount of people that are kind of straying away from it. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
like,
I always advocate for, like, I think it sucks that we kind of like stop defending liberalism with positive arguments. This is kind of my whole foray into politics in like 2016 was the idea that liberals or people on the left never seem to want to debate or defend their ideas. I thought that was really bad because then people lost the ability to do it, you know?
Yeah, not even just the ideas, but like the concept of the system itself. Because right now there's like a huge, I guess, vacuum in the democratic system right now that can be like exploited or kind of filled by the illiberal types, and that's both like lefty and fash. So like you're kind of fighting two battles at once with that. So I don't know. Pragmatically, I'd like to see a bit of a bigger push from like democratic pundits, hopefully, to kind of reinforce the reasons why democracy is so important for like a super healthy nation.
Yeah, I agree with that, yeah. Why are you trolling me so hard with your fucking microphone? This guy's trolling like crazy, right?
What am I doing?
I don't know, you were insanely loud at the beginning,
static?
and then now you're like insanely quiet.
Oh, yeah. I need a new cloud lifter. My,
Wait, did you turn it off? Okay, wait, did he come in extremely loud, or am I hallucinating that?
He did. I turned him down.
You turned him down?
But on my own.
Sorry, yeah. Wait, why were you loud when you first came in, and now you're no longer loud?
I turned the gain down on my microphone because people were pinging me in chat saying I was loud as fuck and they could hear my mouth.
Well, what is the gain at right now?
I have a shitty little Focusrite Scarlett.
Well, you had plenty of gain before, so I don't know why you think you need a cloud lifter. Turn the gain up. Wait, what's the fader on the channel? Is it maxed or is it at 0?
There's no fader, it's a dial, and it's at like 3/4. And the reason I have the cloud lifter off right now is because I've got like EMF interference because I don't have shielded XLR cables.
What? It's a cloud lifter. It's the cleanest fucking preamp you can find. That shouldn't matter.
This guy has a child with Merc off the perk, just so you know.
Good, based. Wait, do you actually? No, you don't. Merc doesn't have any kids.
Wait.
None that we know
What is
of.
this audio topic that you've started, Steven?
Well, because
that's
this
a
shit
banned,
is,
that's
doesn't
a
make any
banned
sense.
topic.
Wait. You should have two. You should have a volume knob and a gain knob. You can't just have one knob. No?
It's one knob, yeah, it's just
Careful,
gain.
Parsec. Don't let him bait you into an audio topic. That's
no,
a banned
it's not.
topic.
I'm just saying you have a Focusrite, right?
I have a Focusrite Scarlet. Yeah, it's like the tiny little one, and there's a single gain knob. That's all. And
What's
then there's
the
like
name
a
of
48
the
Phantom power.
What's the model?
It's like the Scarlet Mini or some shit.
Is it the 212 or the 2i2? That one or whatever?
Yeah, it's the one with like a patch cable and then an XLR in.
Am I looking at the right one? This thing?
I have an older version, but yeah, it's basically that. So those knobs are literally just gain. That's all it is.
1 and 2?
Yeah.
What about that output knob?
That output is to headphone, so it's not like output to your system.
Really? I see an output knob that has a USB thing next to it, and then I see another output knob that looks like it's for headphones. Are you sure that big output knob on the left isn't for the computer?
Well, if you look directly next to the output knob, you can see the headphone symbol, which would probably indicate that it's for headphones.
No, motherfucker. I see another knob. Do you have two knobs over here? Do you see what I'm looking at?
I don't have that knob. I have a direct monitor button where that one is.
Okay. You absolutely have a gain and a volume knob. There's no way you only have one, or it's a software that comes with the Focusrite. There's no way you just have.
True. I'm just lying to you for fun.
No, you are.
True.
You can't. There's no way that. What? Hold on. No, hold on. Do you have software installed for this?
I do.
Okay, the Scarlet.
But it's an older version of the software again because I have an older version of the device. So
what
the
gen?
only thing
What
in my
gen
software.
is it? Third gen?
Second.
Second gen. Hold on. Does it look like this?
Don't have it. Yes. No. No, it doesn't look like that. It might be the first gen.
Oh, god damn it. You don't have a
you're
link
looking
to
at
this
the wrong
anywhere, or?
I
Oh
could
my
link you.
god.
Oh my god, bro.
Okay. 2i2. Give me 3 minutes, and then we'll move on.
I mean, he's the boss, guys. There's nothing I
I
can
am
do.
the boss. Is it this one? No, it can't be because he doesn't have two knobs. This is the 4th gen again. Oh my fucking god. You don't have a link to the thing you bought, right? It's not on Amazon or anywhere. You don't have a link anywhere.
I could probably find it.
Do you have a picture anywhere? Oh, wait, hold on. Is it this thing? On my stream?
I have your stream paused. No, yes, kind of. It's closest to that, but that's an older version. I have one version up from that.
Hold on. How many decibels of gain is this supposed to add? Does it say anywhere? Or have you read that anywhere?
I think it's like a 10 dB floor, but I'm on the SM7B, so I
have a
moved the cloud lifter.
10 decibel max gain preamp interface with a SM7B. You're trolling.
Correct.
You're trolling. Okay. All right. I just wanted to take time to know that I'm just getting trolled. Okay,
I'm not trolling. It's why I have the
Plug
cloud
your
lifter.
cloud lifter. Well, you don't even have it plugged in because you think you need fucking HDMI $500 XLR
Well, no,
cables.
because there's something that broke inside of it, I think, and it's.
How do you break a? It's a non-moving hunk of blue metal. How can you possibly break it?
Retarded? I don't know. That probably has something to do with it.
Wait, is your cloud lifter plugged in right now?
His kid was playing with it.
Oh my god.
And he, Dan.
Oh, okay.
Stop.
Next.
Stop being mean.
Get this fucking clown out of here. This future anti-fan.
Hey, Parsec. I'll see
what's
you in chat later. Radiant, are you really a tier 5? No, you're a tier 1. Nope, you're out. Ritzy, Ritzy, you have a question?
Yeah. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
All right, cool. So I was actually in military intelligence for 7 years, just recently exited it. And one of my biggest concerns right now with the military is...
What branch?
I don't know if I want to say that.
Wow. Okay. All right, go ahead.
Marine Corps.
Stolen
It was
valor.
Marine Corps.
Thank you.
Oh,
actually, that provides some context.
Good.
So one of the biggest concerns that I have right now, not majorly with intelligence, but a lot with the military, is it seems like it doesn't seem like there is a lot of extremism in the military right now.
Wait. I'm so sorry. Hold on.
pertaining to-
Are you in the military right now, or are you retired? Sorry.
No, I just got out, which basically means that the shackles are off, and I
Okay.
can say whatever the fuck I want.
And when you say
which
just
is
got
awesome.
out, do you mean like a year ago, a month ago?
Try 5 days ago.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, cool. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so the amount of extremism, specifically surrounding things like when Marines went to the LA protests, the amount of Marines talking about comparing that to the Rodney King riots was crazy. The amount of Marines that I heard specifically talking about the excitement at the idea of killing American citizens because they disagreed with them was crazy. And this is all first-hand account shit. This isn't like I was scrolling through Reddit and I saw Marines talking about it. This is first-hand account shit. So I guess my question is just, what is your solution for that? How do you de-radicalize a community that is largely conservative to begin with?
Can you tell me how old you are and how long you were in the military? Just curious.
So I was in the military. Also, sorry if you hear my daughter in the background. She's sitting on my lap right now. But
Yikes, bro. TMI.
I was in the military for 7 years. I'm about to turn 25.
Gotcha. I mean, what do I think about it? I think it's bad. What are you going to do about it? Who knows? You said you were in for 7 years. It's interesting you say that. I've said this before on stream. And one thing I think you need to tell her to let me finish my statement.
I'm going to mute when I'm not talking so that she's not babbling over you.
Why don't you tell her to have some manners? How old is she?
She's a year and a half old.
Okay, then she should absolutely have manners. No, I'm just fucking with you. Sorry.
No, she's an asshole.
No, it's okay. So one thing that I've heard a lot from people is, especially before the Biden admin, back in 2020, people from the military would email me all the time, and they would say that basically emailing from the military or from just working in government, so intelligence or just normal non-intelligent whatever work, non-intelligent, work outside of intelligence in the government, and people would tell me that all of these jobs are generally very apolitical. People don't talk politics. There's not this rampant extremism through all the military or through intelligence or whatever people would expect. That basically it's kind of a taboo to talk about politics when you go to the job. But I have heard over the last year and a half, 2 years, that culture, a lot of people are telling me, has changed significantly, such that there are unironic, I don't remember if I said this the last time a guy emailed me. I think he was in the CIA, or it might have been FBI, but he was telling me that people on the job were legitimately conspiracy theorists, that the amount of political talk and the amount of just kind of insane shit has gotten substantially worse, in ways that they'd never seen historically. I know you said you've only been in for 7 years, but do you feel like that's true, or do you feel like it's always been people are kind of radical, have always said crazy stuff, and it's just gotten a little bit worse? Or do you think it's changed significantly over the past year and a half?
So I was in I got in 2019, so I was in for the tail end of the first Trump admin. And I would say even then, it wasn't nearly as bad as it was now. So during the Biden admin, it was largely really boring, to be honest. The intelligence community, super nonpartisan. Nobody really talked about politics.
Yeah, I remember asking friends who worked in intelligence, do you think your office is in generally more Republican or Democrat? And they would tell me that they legitimately didn't know, which almost seemed like a lie to me. I almost wonder, but they say I don't even know the politics of half my coworkers. They might have one or two close friends, but they wouldn't just talk about it that much. Oh yeah, go ahead.
I would say that generally, it's pretty apparent that most people in the Marine Corps at least lean right.
Sure.
And I guess it kind of depends on maybe what state you're in or what state they came from. But I would say the majority of people that I came across in the Marine Corps when I started, they were like the reasonable side of the right. They probably leaned a little bit more center than they did anything else, but they were still what was left of the reasonable side.
Mhm.
And now I've seen a lot of that just disappear, and it's not reasonable anymore. There is no such thing as a reasonable side of the right in the military. You either agree with Donald Trump and everything he's saying and everything he's doing, and you're like this major conspiracy theorist, and you're twisting your words during your intelligence briefings to make it sound exactly like what you think everyone else would want, or nobody listens to you.
Sure.
And the crazy thing is we actually had like commanders talking to us being like, hey, we just have to do what we have to do. It doesn't matter if I agree with this, and it doesn't matter if you agree with this, but we just need to like do what we're told. All right. Which was like really hard for me to listen to sometimes, because it was obvious that some of these commanders didn't agree with the things that were happening. Like obviously I can't go into exact details or anything on what we were given, but it just got really weird there towards the end. And I was really glad that I got out when I did.
Yeah, this is kind of worrying to me because I've said this before when it comes to lawmakers on the right, but it seems like it's infecting every part of the government, especially in this term, that like people will say kind of crazy shit in front of the cameras, especially like elected lawmakers. But like when it comes time to get behind closed doors and to actually do the work, everybody's kind of on the same page. Like they got a job to do. But it really seems like that is changing quite a bit, that there are legitimately a lot of crazy and unhinged and conspiratorial minded people who are having to feed information up in a way that is like reinforcing kind of this weird conspiratorial / hard MAGA bend everywhere, or else you run the risk of either getting fired or like nobody wants to talk to you or listen to you, or I don't know. That's really scary to me. Like, you don't have to give an opinion. I don't know if you have an opinion, but like the whole like Kash Patel, like people going through the FBI and just firing anybody that had worked on any prior like investigation into Trump, or getting rid of prosecutors or whatever that were in cases involved with, like, I don't know. That stuff is more concerning to me than crazy people at the top, because those people switch out really easily. But if your institution starts to rot from the inside, that's like, I don't even know if you can fix that. Yeah.
Yeah, I honestly don't know what the way forward is. I can make comments and like opinions on broad things now because I can't get in trouble anymore. I'm not getting retirement benefits, so they can't touch me any way you look at it, right? But generally the idea that people in like intelligence disciplines have to worry about their partisanship now, that is a really scary thing to think about, because you've got people like Kash Patel, like you said, and people like Tulsi Gabbard, the literal DNI right now. She has to mince her words on whether or not Iran was actually a threat before we went there. Because if she says it in a certain way where she agrees that they were a threat, it looks really bad on her. But if she doesn't say it in a way that she thinks that the administration thought it was a threat and they just did it anyway, then she's going to get axed, right? Like, she's in an impossible situation, whether or not she's actually saying the things that she believes or not, or she believes anything that's happening. She's in an impossible situation.
Sure.
So yeah, generally I would just say like I said, coming in and the 4 years during Biden, like partisanship was like known. People knew what it was, but nobody was really arguing about it. It was this last year and a half, where arguments about politics and arguments about things that were happening became like a commonplace in the workplace. That wasn't something, and the idea that my entire 4 years under Biden, that we didn't have to have a single talk about like, hey, we need to like stop talking about this, or hey, we just need to do what we need to do. Like, that was never a conversation we had to have when Biden was in office, because there wasn't anything that divisive that Biden did or said that caused us to have to dial that kind of stuff back. But it feels like we had that talk at least once a month. It's like Venezuela happened. It's like, all right, everybody shut the fuck up. Nobody like can give their opinion on Venezuela. And then like Iran happened and everyone was like, all right, shut the fuck up. The LA riots, everyone shut the fuck up, okay? Just do what you're told. And the idea that
getting in trouble by like upper command?
Well, no. It was like you either it didn't really matter. Like on social media, we all signed this thing called a page 11, where you can't talk about partisan things on social media. But for the first time ever, I was told you can't attend a protest outside of uniform without representing the military. So the idea that any of the No Kings protests, those were off limits, and they were all like talked about in this way where it was going to be like this super dangerous thing where if you went to it, like you could have died. That was something that I'd never heard during 4 years of Biden. And the idea that we had to have talks like this, like once a month, was just insane to me. Whereas like there was a new major thing happening in the world that we couldn't talk about. Obviously, we couldn't post about it on social media because we agreed to that when we all came in. That you is a direct representation of of the military. But the idea that we had to have that talk so often was just, it was insane.
Yeah. Well, damn, not good.
I feel like there was one other thing that I had to ask.
You got time.
Trying to remember what that was now. Dan's super quiet. Anyway, man, I can't remember what it was now. I appreciate you guys taking the time, though.
Yeah, no problem.
No problem. Thanks for coming in.
Yep. Have a good one, guys.
GTI guy, go ahead.
Hey, what's going on, folks? Has anybody asked? Can you hear me?
Uh huh.
No.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Sweet. All right. Sorry, my bad. Yep. So, okay. Has anybody asked Destiny about who he would put in the cabinet if the next president is a Democrat?
I have no fucking idea, bro. I don't know those positions well enough. I don't know all the people that who would even be. Yeah, I have no idea.
If it was Newsom, you wouldn't have anybody from his California government or anybody?
I don't know these people. Ask me in 2027.
Good enough. All right, one more question real quick.
Mm-hmm.
What would you pick if you had to buy a brand new car right now?
If I could get anything I wanted and it was like
yeah, like let's say like less than $100,000, I guess, to keep it like somewhat reasonable.
I don't know.
But like basically any.
I wanted that Porsche 992911 or whatever, the GT3. I don't know why there's so many fucking numbers on these cars. They're like graphics cards, but they're hard to find new. But they're like 250K, I think.
Oh yeah.
But
okay, well I mean like
under 100K, I don't know. It would probably just be a fucking one of those mid-engine Corvettes, because why not? Fuck it.
Yeah. Well, I guess like what would you spend on a car if you were? I mean, is 100K like not high enough for a big baller like you?
My current car is 40K. All right, I like my Focus RS.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I have two GTIs. I have a 2019 and a 2012. I heard you used to have a GTI, right?
Yeah. Why do you have two of them?
Because I like them. What do you mean?
What, do you have a wife, or does somebody else drive one, or does you just like
I
want to drive the
have a
2019 and I want to drive the
2012?
2012? Oh, cute. Okay.
Yeah, she's got a brand new one. I've got a 2012, the two-door, and that one's like my first car was a 2011, so the 2012 was like basically the same thing.
Mhm.
But the 2019 is like newer and safer and shit. But
okay.
Yeah, that's all I have. Appreciate it.
Cool.
All right, have a good one.
Peace.
Radiant, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Hello?
Yep. Go ahead.
Yo, what's up? All right. I actually have two questions.
Of course.
Okay, so the first one is actually came from chat, and I thought it was a really good question. Just to be very clear, it's not a banned topic, so don't kick me if I want to ask this. But
you're making it sound like it's a banned topic, but okay, go ahead.
Wait, what?
You're making it sound like it's a banned topic, but go ahead.
It's not. I promise. Okay, it's not. It's not. Okay. Would you crack a lolly in order for Trump to be impeached and removed from office?
Depends on if it's your mom or not.
He's gone. Zoran, did we pull you in earlier?
Yeah, you did. I waited about like 45 minutes. Is that long enough?
Is that just again?
No, because we still got new people.
Okay, I'll wait another 30 minutes.
Sure. Friendly fire, go ahead.
Where's it going, guys?
Hi.
What tier are you at right now in Slay the Spire? That's not my question.
I've done 3 runs, and I've won all 3 of them. But I'm going to lose this one because this character sucks shit.
True.
Okay, my actual question is, who in your server is in charge of the Discord bots?
What do you mean?
Probably shambles or cake.
Yeah, that sounds
Okay.
right.
Cool.
Alright.
Would you guys be interested in adding an application, or are you guys full?
An application for Discord bots to what? Like to become a bot or?
No. I made an application that you could add to your server that basically lets you fight with your community in gaming-related challenges. So when all the fucking backseaters are talking shit about your Slay the Spire gameplay, you can set up a contest and see who's the best.
Shambles? I don't know if I would use this. I'll think about it. Email somebody, Mootin.
Okay, so I'll be nice. He's not going to use it. He's not going to think about it. The answer's no right now.
Fuck you.
But I'll
Dan,
think about
save me. Dan.
Dan's gone. All right. Have a good one.
All right.
Be careful.
GG's.
Good job. You fucked that dude up for me.
Goju, go ahead.
Hello?
Yeah, we got 5 minutes.
Questions
Questions got to be in the first 30 seconds.
I wanted to ask, why do you always say that it's good that the Trump cabinet is incompetent?
I don't think I've ever said the Trump. Well, some of them are. Some of them. Or no, why do I say it's good? Because if he had like a crazy agenda that he wanted to implement and he had good people to do it, this country would be fucked.
Okay. Well, I would say that it's actually worse to have incompetent people, because the only way for an incompetent person to get higher up or be more prominent is through loyalty, and an incompetent person means that they'll have to be loyal no matter what Trump says.
Yeah, I guess. But if Trump says crazy shit and they're incompetent, they can't get it done. So.
Well, I mean, Trump has been able to get stuff done even though he is incompetent. There are things which you can get done even if you're incompetent.
But I mean, barely, but nowhere near as much as they want. He's gotten like 1% done of like I think all the things he would want to be done.
Probably, but also another thing is that if you are competent, you can easily take the spotlight off of other people and off of Trump. Probably, I can like get examples from like Ukraine or Russia.
Well, part of being competent politically and surviving politically is probably not trying to take the spotlight from your narcissistic dear leader who wants to have it all the time, right?
Not necessarily. We have like, I mean, I think Marco Rubio tried to get the spotlight away from, I forgot the guy on Ukraine. He like leaked some phone calls.
Yeah.
And like, I mean, you obviously can try and get the spotlight away from other members or even Trump sometimes to get, I guess, your political career maybe started or to get your ideology furthered. So, and if you are competent, but obviously it's going to be quite a danger if you're Trump. So I think a lot of times we see, especially autocrats, put incompetent people in power because it's much easier to control. And the only way to, I guess, not have any competition is for them to just be loyal and incompetent.
Okay.
That would be like my first thing. I guess another issue, but that was more on like whenever Anna talked, is that she said like, oh, we wouldn't want any Russian people in Ukraine, or we would be scared to have Russian people in Ukraine. And whilst I kind of agree on an emotional level, I think it's also very dangerous.
Sure.
She brought the example of the Russians in the Baltic states, which is, I think, wrong. The Russians are not necessarily like pro-Russian or pro-Putin because innately they're like somehow like controlled by Putin. I think it's because the Baltic people, especially after the 90s, were very like ostracized. They were not allowed any voting rights. They were not allowed even like basically citizenship. They were discouraged from having even like political parties or voices. And I think her like saying, oh, we should be scared, or like we don't want any Russian people in our countries, I think is quite dangerous. And it's
Sure.
not
To be
good way
fair to her perspective, I don't think she was necessarily saying like no Russians allowed. We don't want to. Just that like for a country that's at war with another country, or like that has active conflict, it's kind of scary that a bunch of those people could immigrate to your country. That it's a little different in the U.S. than us having like a million Mexican people that immigrate here or whatever. I don't think she was necessarily like none of these people should be allowed to immigrate though. But I understand what you're saying too. That sometimes negative thoughts about another group can make that group even worse for the country, and then it kind of becomes this like feedback cycle or whatever. Yeah.
I took it in a way of like she just doesn't want the Russians in there right now, but maybe I wasn't listening enough. I thought it was more of like a joke at like I don't want these people here like killing my people. But.
Wow, really?
Well, yeah, I know. It's I think something in Eastern Europe which is quite scary. I see like in my own country, Moldova, a lot of like right people are being very dangerously like ethnos nationalists trying to get rid of Russians, and I think it should be countered.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you. I'll be going.
Have fun. Be careful.
Have a good one. All right.
Is it?
So I'm gonna be.
What?
All right, Radiant, ask your second question.
Hello?
Hello.
Yo, that was pretty rude, Moot. Lily wasn't in the ban topic, just so you know, okay? But it's not a Lily question.
That's good.
Okay. So my actual question is more just like a continuance of our last discussion, related to like the furry that was indicted for murder or something like that, and like because they thought they were a murderer, or no, they thought they were an animal and they murdered a human, but the law says only humans can commit murder. Well, basically, I think it's immoral to indict that person for murder if they truly thought they were an animal. Just because, like, I mean, what do you think?
Well, the idea behind the hypotheticals, they probably don't actually think that, but that's just going to be the defense they give.
Okay, but if they, I mean, like, the point is that, like, I don't know, like,
hello?
You have to write it in the rule. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So at the end of the day, it all comes down to just having a good referee, right? Like the people have to regulate themselves. The judge has to regulate, you know, or a faithful judge has to regulate like what the law says and all that.
Are you just trying to troll viewer Collins?
No, it's not a troll. It's actually true. Like, what do you think about that, Destiny? Like, I think at the end of the day, it always comes down to the people because you can't write a rule that nobody actually cares about because no one will enforce it.
Okay.
Like, if the people don't care about a corrupt president, then, like, you know, you can't write, no rule that you could ever write will ever be, like, a thing. Because people just either won't enforce it or, like, you know.
Yeah, I agree with that. True. I do agree with that. Yes.
Yeah.
100%.
Okay.
Well, okay, wait. So at the end of the day, it's always, it just comes down to the people, right?
Yep, true.
We can agree on that?
That's why we shouldn't focus on writing rules to counter super corrupt people that don't care about the rules. Yeah.
Well, yeah, no, then I think that the only solution then is just to educate the people, like to like convince people that like what's happening is wrong, or you know, or if they don't know, tell them, and all that.
I agree. True.
All right, good call.
All right, well that's the solution then. All right, we
You're
saved
banned from
America.
the next viewer Collins.
Be careful.
Punks, go ahead. 5 minutes.
Hey, my question is, crap. It's, do you really think that focusing on the sort of retribution aspect of we need, now that Republicans and under Trump and MAGA have ignored all of the laws, like all these laws and all these norms, that we need to go after them and we need to also ignore the law?
No, I don't think you should necessarily totally ignore the law. Also, I don't think this should be a focus. It's just a thing I would like to see people engage with more seriously because I think it's a huge problem. But I don't think this should be like a focus point or anything.
Okay. Because I get worried a little bit seeing stuff that with this direct, like if people start talking about it more, like in the Democratic Party, that's going to become like the defining thing of that, like we need to have this happen. Because I guess the way I look at it is like I feel like the big issue for the Democrats in the last decade since the Obama era has been that like the Democratic Party hasn't been able to define itself in any way other than in opposition to Trump and the Republicans. Like I feel like there's no there is no, I feel like currently like agreement within the Democratic coalition about like what does the Democratic Party represent and what are we trying to do.
Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree. Yeah, I think it's a problem. Yeah, we need to have a stronger like positive policy position rather than just not being Trump or whatever. Yeah.
But how does, I don't see the discussion around like how are we going to do this, like, and I want to be clear that like I personally think that if Democrats get back in power, even if it's just the House, but hopefully we get the House and the Senate, and we do the largest corruption probe of the government in U.S. history. But I guess it feels a bit like Trump. It feels like the Project 2025 stuff, where it's like in 2024, I think the single best thing Trump did in regards to Project 2025 was say that he didn't know what it was and he hadn't read it.
Maybe, yeah. I think the analysis on that has to get kind of complicated. You can argue that that's the point, but I think the actual issue is I think most Americans don't care about policy. I think that's actually what was really going on there. Yeah. So whether he would have said he'd known about it or not, I don't think that matters much. I think the only thing that really mattered was that Americans just don't care about policy. Yeah.
I mean, I think there's some Americans that don't care. I would argue that like the people who are willing to vote for the Republican Party but aren't willing to consider the Democratic Party, like I think those people don't care about policy. But I think that people that are broadly in the Democratic coalition, so that like it's like the base, independent, like Democratic leaning independents, and then like also some of the like fringe people that are the people on the fringe that like don't vote that often, but that like Obama and Clinton were able to activate to vote for Democrats. Like I think those people care a lot about policy.
Okay,
I
that
feel
might
like
be the case. I feel like I just don't hear much policy debate or discussion in the United States, and most people just don't seem. It's more kind of like more in like the vibe world right now.
But I think that's like because that's what the because I feel like that's what Republicans want, because that's the environment that they can thrive in.
Yeah.
And so I feel like focusing on I feel like if Democrats start talking more about, we're going to come after these are the things that we're going to do to go after, like explicitly to go after like Trump and his cabinet, not in the terms of like dealing with government corruption, but just in the specifics of like we are going to target these people. Like I think that just plays into more of the vibes based thing.
I mean, I don't think it's a vibe to say we should hold corruption accountable, but we can do multiple things. Like I think we should have strong policy positions as well. The whole next administration can't just be. I don't think I've ever said that it should just be like getting the old guys and destroying them.
Well, it's not. I guess.
You have 10 seconds.
So my feeling is just generally that I think the way to discuss this, I think the best way to discuss it is to couch it in just like general government corruption, because that's something Americans are currently frustrated with.
I think that's okay. Yeah.
Rather than just like we need to go after Trump in this like tit for tat manner. But yeah.
Yeah. All right. Thank you very much. They're gone. Get out of here.
Fuck you, Moot.
Saturday. Go ahead.
Holy, look at all those gifted subs.
Jesus, how many is that?
Way too many.
Fuck, it scrolled
Way
off.
too many. That's from Israel, for sure.
100 gifted subs. Appreciate you coming to dinner with me last week. Still can't believe you said you hated my people, though. I'll see you at New York's or NC State next month. Chat better thank Wheezy for convincing me to gift subs instead of a normal dono.
Damn. Based.
At least that guy has a memorable name.
True. Well, everybody.
You love them.
I do. I'm in love with them.
Why don't you marry them?
Maybe I will.
Money well spent.
Saturday's gone. Wait, Saturday. Hello? Are you good? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Why are you so impatient, Moot?
They're gone.
Got him. Based. You crushed on
Alex. Go ahead, Alex. 10.
There's a song.
Hello?
Tuesday's
Yeah,
gone.
go ahead.
Quick question. So I guess 2 quick questions. I've been watching for a while, and there are 2 games that have, one of them already has a sequel come out. Will you ever play the new Final Fantasy VII remake, like the part 2?
Maybe.
Ooh. This is not a game
And then
suggestion. It's a question.
Will you play the game?
He's asking. That's not a suggestion. He's asking,
That
will
is-
you play?
that is-
True.
bro.
True.
No, he's not.
And then number 2, Melvor Idol has a sequel coming out for Melvor Idol 2. Will you play that?
Oh, fucking kill me. Come on.
He's not suggesting. He's just asking.
I'm just asking.
Well, Steve?
Probably
The
not.
crop checks were Kino.
Okay, probably not. There we go.
Oh my god.
Wow.
All right, have a good one.
All right.
Be
Well,
careful.
that's it. Thank you.
You're weak, Mr. Mitten.
Wait, you can just buy the lantern? That's crazy. Dude, both of these relics are really good. Hell yeah.
All right, Acnologia. Go ahead.
Really good. Hell yeah.
All right, Acnologia.
Oh, hello?
Yep.
Oh, how's it going? Okay.
Good.
Yeah. So I just have two questions. The first one, regarding the discourse with Hutch about, how far do you go in terms of the Trump admin? Destiny first, do you agree? And what do you think Hutch would agree? The Minnesota AG should just charge these ICE agents with murder. The ICE agent and the CBP agent with murder, and then charge Kristi Noem with aiding and abetting murder, and then charge Donald Trump with the same thing.
I don't know. I don't know what information they have available to them, because if it truly is that the FBI wasn't cooperating at all. Oh, this is start each combat, not each turn. Fuck. If the FBI is not cooperating with them at all and they don't have the evidence to actually prosecute the case, then it might look really bad to try a case like that they have no hope of winning.
Yeah, but then that's when you get a little, you put a little extra sauce on it. And then the other thing, I guess you could say, I think I put it in chat a couple days ago, but it's like, I feel like you could get Trump with criminal negligence for appointing a fucking anti-vaxxer as the Secretary of Health and Human Services. Like, I feel like there's just absolutely, I don't know, like, these are the kind of things that when we talk about, like, things that are, like, legal but quote-unquote not legal, I feel like these are things that should be fairly permissible to liberal people. I don't know how you feel about that kind of thing, but I think it should be, I think that wouldn't be too difficult.
Maybe. I mean, that would definitely be difficult, but maybe, yeah. It's a thought.
Well, it wouldn't be difficult to get buy-in for, because to me, it's like, okay, obviously a fucking anti-vaxxer should not be the head of health and, the Secretary of Health and Human Services, and he's indirectly contributing to a lot of deaths and a lot of sicknesses. And I don't know, I think that, and same thing with Elon Musk, like that should be criminal negligence. I feel like these are the sorts of things that should be, I don't know, in the forefront of people's minds, but hopefully. Mm-hmm. And then my second thing is about, you fairly confidently assert a lot of the times that body shaming and the inhibition and the discrepancies in what's permissible in terms of body shaming and the impact across genders, like that there's a wide discrepancy in these things, and you seem to say that like anyone who doesn't think that it's clearly worse for women is like a fucking idiot. Mm-hmm. And I'm curious, like, do you stand by that opinion?
Yeah.
Okay. I heavily disagree. I think that I don't know why you think that. I'm not like sure what I feel like you might be speaking something differently than how I perceive that, but to me, it's a lot more taboo to criticize a woman's appearance than a man's appearance.
Well, that's criticizing an appearance is just one thing, but when you say like that might be true what you're saying, but just criticizing of a thing is not necessarily like the only negative aspect of being or looking at
It's one of the most negative aspects, would you not say?
No.
Like someone making negative comments about your appearance is probably like one of the worst things you can do to someone regarding their appearance. And if there's one gender where it's clearly more acceptable to make negative comments about their appearance, it's kind of foolish to say that it's clearly
I would say that probably the worst thing is people.
baggage.
I would say people treating you differently because of your appearance is definitely the worst thing. I would say it's probably more than people.
I mean, I think that's a different thing because I don't think treatment is relating to appearance is like analogous across genders. I think comments on appearance kind of are. Like, for example, I don't think that like handsome men will get treated like substantially differently than like average looking men, whereas I think like the comments that people make on bodies, I think like the nature of how those comments come about and like what's permissible and the types of comments that people make are relatively consistent across genders. It's just in one case, for example, like calling a guy fat, calling a guy ugly, making fun of guys that are even more muscular, like, saying like that was disgusting. I was looking at a fucking, Jesus Christ, I was looking at Dr. Mike was at the Miami,
You have 1 minute.
Muscle Beach, and literally every single, like the first 50 comments, and I was going through it with my girlfriend, and I was saying to her, like, do you see every single comment just calling him like a disgusting, like fat turtle, gross, and like nobody gives a fuck, nobody cares. I just don't think that same thing would be, and I don't think that I don't think anyone would even think to say like, oh, maybe we shouldn't be like heavily criticizing this guy's appearance. I don't think that's even a thought that comes across people's minds. Whereas with women, I think there will be an equal amount of people maybe talking shit, but then an equal amount of people being like, hey, bro, don't talk shit. So, I mean, do you agree with that?
I don't disagree that it is more permissible to attack men on appearance and other related things like that. Like bald jokes are totally okay for men. even though arguably that's just like a thing that you can't control at all. It's hard to compare directly though, because men also greenlight a lot of these types of attacks, right? There is no like man's man, I guess, except for maybe you could argue red pillars are kind of sort of like that. But I mean, even red pillars will shit on men for appearance related reasons.
Yeah, wouldn't that make
just
it worse for men because they just get it from all sides? And like there's absolutely no like kind of contingent that defends these sorts of these men from these sorts of attacks from anyone, and nobody even thinks to do it. Like,
well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. In terms of
response.
like well, hold on. In terms of the criticism thing, I agree, but I think that the I guess like how do you explain the fact that it feels like if you look to like media, for instance, which is I feel like is a big reflection of our feelings in society, I feel like you see a lot more broad acceptance, or maybe men can inhabit a lot of different types of bodies and still have positive impressions in media, whereas for women I feel like you're pretty narrowly prescribed there in terms of what you can look like. And then I feel like socially, I feel like women in general, you don't agree with that?
No.
How many fat successful women actors are there?
I mean, some. I don't know. Like, it's not. I
feel like there's like one. Like whoever that.
Ghostbusters, Amy Schumer, the girl from
Amy
Pitch
Schumer
Perfect.
got-
That's just three. First of all, hold on, wait. Just to be clear, I just named 3 fat people off the top of my head. I don't think of every single fat person that's ever existed, but I named you 3 off the top of my head. The Melissa McCarthy or whatever the fuck her name, Amy Schumer, and the girl from Pitch Perfect. They were all fat. They were all accepted. You agree with that, right?
So Melissa McCarthy was the one I was thinking of, but I'm pretty sure most of the roles she even played were like, "LOL, I'm fat." Like the fatness
Yeah.
was
So
like
same thing with
central to
Jonah
the role.
Hill. Same thing with Kevin James.
I've never heard a more wrong statement in my entire life that you
Kevin
would...
James' gimmick
You
wasn't
think
being a fat ass? Did you watch the fucking
Jonah
movie with Chris Rock
Hills
and him?
in every role Jonah Hills has played was just him being LOL fat?
Not every role,
In
motherfucker,
Moneyball,
but
in
Superbad,
Wolf of
yes,
Wall
LOL
Street,
fat.
in...
21
No.
Jump Street, LOL fat. You're a fat, ugly dude, and now you're coming back to college, and you come back to high school or college, where the fuck you was in, and it's like, oh, actually, now the kids have changed, so now they like your personality and stuff. But like the meme was, it's gonna be just like it always was, you're fat and nobody likes you. That was the meme, but and then it turned out that it wasn't the case, and that was like the gimmick of the movie. Yes.
So I haven't seen the particular movie you're talking about, but for Wolf of Wall Street, Jonah's character was not just LOL fat. I'm not even sure if I'm sure they must make a fat joke, but I don't even know if they do make a fat joke, but it's not there. In Moneyball, I don't believe that there was any, like, I don't know if there are any fat jokes in that movie. For War Dogs, I don't think...
Not every role they have is going to be at the expense of their physical appearance. I'm saying that they get made fun of for their appearance. They have roles that are specifically about their physical appearance. Jack Black is another one. Yes, he's had a lot of like, hey bro, yeah, you're a funny fat guy. That's the thing. Like, yes, there's a niche for it, but don't act as though like people aren't like playing it up the same way one might play up a Melissa McCarthy thing. And just to be clear, this is diverting from the original point, which is that there are fat women that exist in media, and it's completely okay, right?
Well, you didn't even let me get through that. So Melissa McCarthy, I would agree. Amy Schumer, how many different things has she been in as an actor?
I don't know. Okay. All right, well, in media, okay, so she doesn't act that much. She's been in a few movies, but she also is a comedian that has done a bunch of fucking sold out shows. So that's another person that just exists within the world, within popular media,
I'm not going to sit here and say
a public eye that is not necessarily conventionally attractive, that people like, that made a lot of money doing it, and like that exists. That's a lane that exists. So you can't pretend it doesn't exist. That's all I'm saying in regards to this particular point.
Okay, I'm not saying it doesn't exist. Okay, I'm sure you can find.
Okay, I'm glad you can agree with me now. So now
we don't agree. Right? No, I'm sure you can find there are going to be 1 or 2 people that might be an exception to the rule, but even on these ones that are exceptions, first of all, and it might have just been the circles that I was in on the internet, I feel like a lot of people made comments about Amy Schumer's weight constantly. That was a huge thing. Nobody is saying Jonah Hill sucked in Wolf of Wall Street. Why are they casting this guy? He's fat. You've never ever heard that about a guy ever. And why do they have Jack Black in this film? He's fat. What, like, nobody, these are just not comments that people make, right? It just doesn't happen.
No,
like in School of Rock, Jack Black's character is not
stupid.
like a fat man. Like that's how he's characterized as. He just happens to be fat. It doesn't have to be the defining characteristic of him. Whereas if I'm thinking for Melissa McCarthy in the movie Spy, in the movie, was she in Bridesmaids? I feel like her being fat is the butt of like half the jokes. But if I think of Seth Rogen for like stoner comedy stuff, like him being fat, sometimes isn't even a joke. Or if there is a joke about it, it's very rare. But like these are people who are just like, a lot of guys are just able to be like fat. But that's okay. It's not like the defining aspect of who they are. Or you can have serious actors that are just larger, and that's it. But I feel like for women, especially moving outside of just comedy,
who's the guy who played Sam Tarley? Whatever the guy who played Sam Tarley, yes, they called him fat all the time. The Night's Watch called Sam fat all the time. There are male characters that are overweight, and a huge portion of their character, the character spends a lot of time within whatever medium they're in, getting called fat for being fat.
But why do they say that about? Wait. Why do they say that about Sam Tarley? Why do they say that about Sam Tarley?
because he was inept in terms of like fighting, and he was kind of just like a nerd.
No. But see, that's the thing. For men, you're evaluated on your competency, because if you're fat but you're able-bodied, then you're not going to get made fun of for being fat. For women, that's not.
Kung Fu Panda's animated, but he did get made fun of for being fat, and he was the Dragon Warrior. But continue.
Okay, I have not seen Kung Fu Panda, so I can't speak to that. But I'm sure that we can
Well, he's a
think
panda.
of. Thank you. I got you. I'm sure we can think of people who, in Game of Thrones, do we ever see the Hound without like fucking armor on?
Not to my maybe not without at least like leather mail or some shit.
I feel like that guy is probably overweight, but I don't think anybody even.
Mountain's kind of fat.
Yeah, but nobody calls them that because these people are competent, right? A woman can't gain competency to undo her fatness because the visual appearance of the person is like 51% of what they're judged on.
Yeah, this is okay.
Oh, Varys was large, but yeah, for 100%.
Yeah, I mean, but he okay, well, him being a eunuch, I think, headed off a lot of the fat jokes because they just made penis jokes. But regardless, I don't necessarily, like, even with this being, I don't grant you this, but if I were to grant you this, I still wouldn't necessarily say that this out, like, on net, that means, oh, being a fat woman is more deleterious to your either your monetary success, your social success, your relationship success, than being a fat man. I think, if anything, they're probably relatively even, but if I were to say one is more scrutinized than the other, more criticized than the other, I would fall on the male side, because we can agree with all these things. I can agree with all the things that you said, and I'd still say, okay, well, if you were to call a guy fat in public versus a woman fat in public, are you going to get more weird looks, more people coming to the defense of the man or the woman? Like, obviously, it would be more people coming to the defense of the woman. And you can say that that's also kind of like inherent, like, sexism or whatever, but it's true. So being a fat man,
in this one realm, I would agree with you that it's more, you're more able to criticize just because of where we're at socially. But, like, I think I would agree with this. I'm not stereotyping or judging in any way, size, shape, or form. I'm only asking this question because I'm purely curious. Are you black?
I am.
Okay, do you think it's easier to be white or black?
White.
Okay, you would agree, though, that I would get in a lot more trouble for calling you the N-word publicly than you would for calling me the C-word, right?
Yes.
So, like, that's an aspect of it, but that doesn't encapsulate everything. And if anything, I feel like the trouble
but those
there...
are different things, though. Like,
I understand. I agree they're
man
different,
is that
but
one.
saying the response there is probably indicative of, like, where where those things are like coming from, that there's like a counter wave or whatever for women not wanting to be publicly criticized about their appearance because that aspect of them is such an important aspect, whereas for men it's more acceptable to do it, which I agree is shitty, but I think that's probably responsive to some other underlying real thing that, like, well, you know, making fun of a woman for her appearance, this is like hitting to the core of like who a woman is, versus making fun of a man for his appearance. It's bad, but like men can overcome deficits in looks. I don't even want to say overcome. If a man is competent, the weight doesn't really matter. If the man can do like good things, then that's fine. But there is no way that a woman can overcome her ugliness with competency.
Okay. Regarding your analogy specifically, I would say that would be more analogous if we were comparing, say, people being made fun of for being tall versus people being made fun of for being short. I think that's more analogous to like the cross-racial thing where it's like, oh, like I get made fun of a lot because I'm 6'11". If some dude said that versus some guy's like, well, I'm 5'3" and I get made fun of a lot. And people like I think that's more analogous where I would definitely understand why people have a lot more sympathy for the short person than the tall person. I think that would map more onto the racial thing. For fat men and fat women, I don't agree because I think fat men are inhibited to the same exact degree, if not worse, by their appearance. And I also would say like there's other factors at play that make being fat for a woman not necessarily as inhibiting like interpersonally because, well, especially like across sexes, because I would say men are a lot more willing to date fat women than women are willing to date fat men, simply because because I would say men are just generally more desperate than women. So I would say that's already kind of across sexes where it's imbalanced. And then beyond that, I would say
you're far more judged in a dating looks aspect being a woman who's fat versus being a man who's fat.
Okay, and then this is where I'm going to say something, and then you're going to say, oh, well, yes, guys will have sex with a fat woman, but they won't date a fat woman. And then I'm going to say, well, that matters still. Like there's still value to people being willing to have sex with you. I would say, and then you're going to say, no, they view you as a sex object.
Well,
yes, I know.
Well, not necessarily that, but you would say that because you're a man, and sex is the thing that you're chasing. But if you're a woman and relationships are the things you're chasing, well, of course, if you value the thing that you value, but you try to project that onto the woman, like, she's not going to care. Like, if you were to tell a woman, like, oh, well, you could fuck anybody you want, so you should be happy, right? The woman's gonna be like, well, no, you could date any of these fat
No, but
bitches
if
you
you're,
want,
if
right?
you're gonna say if you're gonna tell no, I would not tell her to be happy. I would not think that she should be happy, and I would not expect her to be happy because that's not what she's seeking. I would say, well, that's not her primary. That's not like kind of the primary thing that she would be looking for in that particular example. I would say though that if you have two people, one is a fat man and one's a fat woman, and you know nothing else about them, and you were to say, okay, well, who do you think kind of like feels better about themselves, like physically, due to kind of like external validation and due to sexual success, or due to kind of even I would say relationship success? I would say probably the woman because she probably just has more options, and the guy probably and there are probably more guys that are more desperate, so that they would kind of like overlook particular like things that they might rule out. For example, like a weight
Desperate
qualification, they might
guys
not care
looking
as
for
much.
sex versus desperate guys looking for relationships are going to be two different things. And I don't know if this is like the catch a woman is looking for is a guy who's desperate.
I'm not saying it is. We're comparing two bad things and saying which is worse or which is less bad, I guess. I'm not saying this is a desirable
Who do you
position
think?
for them to
Okay,
be
who
in.
do you
I
think
just,
would be generally better position in life? A man who's overweight making $80,000 a year, or a woman who's overweight making $80,000 a year?
Generally.
Like all else equal, men can overcome. Like there's going to be a world where I might agree with you. Like who's going to be better off? A guy who's like homeless or not homeless, a guy making $24,000 a year who's fat working at McDonald's versus a woman making $24,000 a year who's fat working at McDonald's. Maybe in this circumstances, the woman might be better off. But like generally speaking, men can overcome their overweightness with competency. Whereas women just can't really do that. That's always going to be like a really negative impact on the woman, irrespective of where she's at on the ladder. But men can negate that.
So what do you think is being inhibited specifically when you say like a fat woman, for example? Like, well, not necessarily in every case, but on average, like what does a fat woman have? What is being inhibited from her that if she was not as fat, she would be able to have access to? Besides, like, I don't know, being like a fucking Victoria's Secret model or something like that.
I mean, access to, in terms of dating, access to better men.
I don't think that weight is a strict weight is like kind of like a thing that men are like very strictly selecting for. I think that men have weight preferences, but weight is one of those things that fluctuates enough that having a strict preference for it doesn't really make any sense anyway. So I don't think, even if I were to grant you that, I would say that's like a 1.2 out of 10 in terms of like significance, in terms of like someone's well-being or self-perception.
Who do you think who do you think values appearance more in a relationship? A woman wanting a conventionally attractive male partner, or a man wanting a conventionally attractive female partner?
I think that's super dependent, but I would say generally, I would grant you that generally, men value appearance more than women, but I do think that's a very subjective, very not set in stone, that's not a general rule, I would say, but
do you think there's any realm in all of society, like if I were to look at our legislative body, lawmakers, if I were to look at our media landscape, our actors, do you think there's any world, any system where there's an equal distribution of fat men and fat women? Or do you think in all of these systems there are going to be an abundance of fat men and very few fat women?
I think if you were to control for likelihood of being fat, it would be relatively even. I think it's simply a fact that men on average are more obese than women, probably. At least younger people, because I guess older. I guess with pregnancy and stuff, it might get more difficult as you get older. But I would say in terms of like young people,
in terms of like, can I ask how old you are?
25. Well, 26.
Do you remember the 20? What were the primary with all the Democrats? It was 2020. Like if I just think of like I'm thinking of like people in Congress and people running for president. When I think of like fat men, like Trump is fat now, obese maybe, probably. Chris Christie is a huge guy. We can go through Congressman Gomer is a fatty.
Dick Cheney, John McCain.
What?
I said Dick Cheney, John McCain.
Sure, yeah. But if I look at like the women, I'm thinking like Kamala Harris. This is an ordinary BMI person. Elizabeth Warren, like Rashid Tlaib, Ilhan Omar, AOC, Hillary Clinton.
Well, no, the one from the squad.
Are there any fat women at all in the Congress? There must be at least one.
I think. Well, the one from the squad that isn't Ilhan Omar. I mean, I don't know if I would call her fat, but like I don't know if I would necessarily say she's not overweight. I haven't seen her in a while. But she's one example. But I would also say that you're also selecting for kind of like
wait. Are you saying you're not sure if Ilhan Omar is fat or not?
No, Ilhan Omar is not fat. But there's another woman in the squad, I believe. That's not AOC. That's not Ilhan Omar. It's the other one. The one that
Rashid Tlaib.
Yeah, she's not. I mean, I haven't seen her in a while, but I don't think she's like necessarily like definitely not overweight to any degree, right? I mean, maybe I'm fucking. Maybe
I think
I'm
I don't think
person.
maybe I wouldn't call her necessarily skinny, but this is like nowhere near like Chris Christie or
yeah,
like
but
Gomer.
I mean, okay.
This is like, this has to be, and she's got huge boobs. This might be, I say that to mean that like her shirt and everything is gonna be larger, I'm not being a gooner.
It's okay, I'm
but
not
like,
judging you for that.
well, no, because Chad is. Like, it wouldn't surprise me if she was like overweight or like right into the overweight thing. But like, is there a fat, like nobody is even close to how fat like some of the men in Congress are that can get away with it, right? Like even like Rashid Tlaib here, I don't think would be, is it Gomer? No, fuck. Is it Comer? Why do I fuck this guy's name up so much? Is it? It's not James. Oh, it is James. These guys take. Is this a real picture? Hold on, motherfucker. Pritzker is giga fat.
I just want to say, I think your narrative. I think you're taking just a fact of the world and narrativizing it.
This is not a fact of the world. It
is a fact of the world. There are fat men. There are more fat men in legislative positions. Yes. Does that mean?
Well, no, not just in legislative. In every visible position in all of society.
Okay, hang on a second. First of all, no. Second of all, let's just stick with legislative positions because for you to say every position, we would have to go through enough for me to even be willing to think that that's not a completely outrageous claim. You have not established that just because there's a higher incidence of fatness among men in Congress. Like that signifies somehow that fat women are being blocked out of Congress because they're fat. That doesn't make any sense. You think just
there's no way I can't prove like something that drastic, this causal thing. That would be impossible for me to prove. I'd have to find somebody saying like, I'm not supporting you because you're fat. I'm just saying that like, it seems like I can infer if I look at every part of society and it feels like fat men are not inhibited by their fatness anywhere near as much as fat women seem to be, especially because the few fat women that do make it, like our Melissa McCarthy's, their whole shtick has to be about being fat. It feels like the fatness is a far more defining characteristic for a woman than it is for a man. Like I've never, like trophy husband is a joke term. Trophy wife was like a life's aspiration for some women. You can argue there are other factors at play too. I just think in general, I think that appearance wise, men have a broader spectrum that they can inhabit because they can overcome their appearance with their competency, whereas women, that will always be a massive detriment.
And I understand that you think that, but do you not? This is why I brought up the thing about like criticism, making fun of people. Do you not feel as though if what you just said was true, it would also be the case that fat women get made fun of a lot more than fat men? How are you reconciling these two positions?
I think fat women.
It is way more deleterious for women to be fat. However, men, if you're fat, you're going to get made fun of a lot more. People are going to laugh at you a lot more.
I think fat women do get. I think fat women. We're using different like examples. I think fat women do get made fun of more than fat men. But your earlier question was who would it be more acceptable to make fun of? I don't think publicly, depending on the area you're at, I don't think publicly you are making fun of fat. You're not making fun of women's appearance because you're going to get roasted in public areas, especially on social media today for doing it. But like behind closed doors. If men are ragging on some dude, it's going to be for a bunch of different reasons, but I don't know if it's necessarily going to be just for being fat. Like that might be a thing they include. But for guys, if there's a woman who is fat, whoo, that's going to be like the go-to nuke spot that they're going to hit over and over and over and over again in close circles. Like no guy is going in on a girl. It's like, oh yeah, she was creepy or she doesn't make enough money or whatever else. If she's a fatty, that's going to be the go-to like a billion times over.
I'm not 100% sure I agree with that, but regardless of whether I agree or disagree with that, all I could say to that would be, yeah, it's because a lot of what people would say about fat men, they would just say it to their face anyway. They would have no words, or say it to people in public. They would have no reservation of like waiting until they're talking to a trusted group of people to like make comments about the person's appearance, especially if it's a person they don't like. Like you can go into any public space right now in any metropolitan area and call Donald Trump a fat fuck. Nobody will say, whoa, bro, chill. If you call, I don't know, fucking Amy Schumer a fat fuck, if you call the girl from Pitch Perfect fat fuck, most places you go, any metro place, people will fucking like be really mad at you. So that's where I'm.
Yeah, I understand that. I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree with you that the public sentiment will be that way, especially because where we are culturally, but also because of like what the weight that those things carry. This is why I was comparing it to like the N-word versus calling like a white guy a cracker. It's like if you call a successful dude fat. Like, who the fuck cares? Like, nobody gives a fuck. Like, you're not really doing anything. I can't level some dude.
The successful dude probably cares.
No. I don't think that. No, I don't really think so. Not that much. Whereas for women, if you're successful and fat,
that is reinforcing my point. You don't even stop to consider, maybe this guy probably wouldn't like if someone called him a fat fuck.
I think, no, I'm not saying he wouldn't. I'm not saying he likes it. I'm saying that, like,
it might be. He would actively dislike it. It would make him feel bad. And nobody gives a fuck. That's what I would say.
assuming the man is competent in the areas that he's in, I don't. Maybe it might bring up bad thoughts from high school or college or whatever. Maybe I mean, like, I'm not gonna say these people are invincible, but compared to like a woman, the social power of like how you can bring somebody down is just not like nobody around you is gonna be like, oh yeah, you got him, dude. Like if fuck, I'm trying to think of any fat tech CEOs. Like if you just walk in and like call this dude fat, like you're just gonna like, okay, I guess, lol. But like that's it. But like for like a woman, your appearance is something you're always going to be judged by. Like it's something that's always there. Like for politicians, for tech leaders, for any woman on fucking YouTube. Like it's a it's a larger component of your character than anything else.
I completely disagree with that. I mean, let's just
look at Gabe. Gabe is a good example. The fucking CEO of Steam, and he's part of the group of gamers who are like some of the meanest people in the world.
Like, bro, nobody knows him, bro.
Everybody in the gaming world knows him, but nobody's like shitting on Gabe, being like, or I'm sure there are people that do it, like, oh, Gabe Newell is fat, haha. Like this is just not like a thing you would like. Even if people were mad about Steam or whatever, they're gonna be like, oh, Gabe Newell is fat, like that's just not gonna be a thing that many people. It's because it doesn't carry much. No one gives a fuck.
So you know, like you're saying that, right? Okay, so I wanted to. There was something you said about like legislative. I want to go back to your legislative point.
Also, fuck. I have like. Hit me up with your final thoughts because Michael Tracey is gonna be here in like 1 or 2 minutes, so I'm gonna have to run downstairs.
Okay, I would just say there are a lot of people, like especially a lot of like older women, unfortunately, like I mean, who have like the drawn on eyebrows, who you talk about like Mar-a-Lago face and all this stuff. This is stuff that people that like this, in my opinion, is like really bad. It looks really crazy, and I think if there were guys that were walking around with like these types of drawn on eyebrows and these fucking elevated cheekbones and these pointing out chins, people would be saying a lot more, and it would be a lot more inhibiting to them than it is for the women who currently occupy spaces in government that have these sorts of looks. And then I would also say, when you're talking about like Congress people and stuff like that, I would say, yeah, maybe. I would say definitely kind of when they were coming up back in like maybe like the 70s and the 80s and the 90s, like their weight was like super important. So now the people currently occupying these offices, maybe like there was some sort of selection bias based on weight for women that didn't exist for men, but I would say that definitely doesn't exist for people coming up right now. And for you to like very confidently assert that anyone who thinks that like, oh, like being a fat guy is like obviously much easier than being a fat woman, I think that's a crazy statement. I think that's super case dependent, and I think generally it's probably the opposite, but yeah.
Okay. I mean, like we're playing Oppression Olympics a little bit here, and that not to be derogatory about it, but like it's a bad thing no matter what. I'm just saying that I feel like it is significantly less bad for a man than it is for a woman on almost all appearance related things, being fat included. Like it's not like being fat is good as a guy, or that can't be hurtful or suck. And then especially if your life already sucks, it can compound really horribly on top of it. But
do you think there are more desperate men willing to date overweight women, or more desperate women willing to date overweight men?
Are there more desperate overweight men willing to date women, or more desperate overweight women?
More desperate men willing to date overweight women, or more desperate women, or not even necessarily desperate. Do you think there are more men willing to date overweight women, or more women willing to date overweight men?
I don't know. I'm not. Whatever the answer to that question is, I would be thinking about it with things that have almost nothing to do with being overweight on the man side. Being overweight, unless you're like obese, it's just not going to be. It's just not really going to be a big inhibitor for you for dating on the man side. If you're like a successful guy, especially if you're funny or whatever else, you don't look like a fucking demon.
What if you're an average guy?
If you're an average guy, like an average guy doesn't have to be like a fucking like a Dave Chappelle comedian or like ultra competent, but as long as you're like an average dude and you're decently friendly, like. Yes, these people exist where you're like, I feel like the pairings that you normally see is like an average guy could be like slightly overweight and you've got like his mom or not his mom, but you like the wife will probably generally be smaller. Like generally speaking, that's just, women are just.
And I think this is also just a descriptive fact of the world that men are generally bigger and women are generally smaller, but I don't think that it necessarily signifies that there's a bias against that woman.
Per body thing or whatever else. Listen, we'll revisit this.
All right. All right,
wait, hold on, wait. So, just to recap, coming back so you think on average, all else equal, you think that a man being overweight is going to be more detrimental than a woman being overweight, all else equal in these people's lives?
I think they will be made fun of more for it, and I think the psychological impact of that
No, stop. I didn't say made fun of more for it. I'm asking you, who do you think has a worse life? Like, whose life is going to be made worse overall? A guy...
As a function of their weight.
Yes. If just being overweight.
I think appearance matters more for women generally, so I would probably lean towards the woman, but I think I just think that there's more to it than just like, I think there's more to it than that, and I would have to elaborate more, so.
What the fuck do we even, wait, so what do we disagree on?
I think that, we do disagree. I think maybe I just conceded something that I didn't mean to concede. I will say that being fat I think that there's more things at play in terms of just like, oh, like strictly based on appearance, like how does that like inform outcomes? I would say that there's other things at play. Like, for example, you said take out the making fun of part. I think that, to me, I don't understand how that makes sense because that factors into the equation for me like quite heavily.
Take out the what part? Sorry.
You said take out the fact that like men will probably be made fun of more on balance. It's like, well, that's kind of a heavy factor in my equation. So if you take that out, yeah, I guess it's probably worse for women. But like that's
Who do you think? I'm just
important.
curious on this also. Who do you think makes fun of fat men more, women or men?
I think men make fun of everyone more. I wouldn't say that like, oh, men get made fun of more for their weight by men because men are more ruthless about that or less sensitive to the specific thing. I would say women are more sensitive to making fun of people's appearance, generally speaking. So it will just always be men that are making fun of everyone more for any sort of appearance, that like is deemed socially, not preferable.
Okay.
But I wouldn't say that. Yeah. I mean, that's yeah.
Okay. All right.
So you've conceded?
No, not at all.
You own Steven.
Definitely not even close. But okay. All right. Well, hey, listen, I appreciate your calling. Stay safe. Be
Yeah,
careful.
thanks for the time.
Yeah.
You too. Bye.
Good job. Do you have any final thoughts or words of hope and aspiration for us, Mootin? That's what you sound like.
Yeah, I got one. Obama.
Ah, that was freaking epic, dude. Moot, that
Are you
was.
gonna be back after your Michael Tracey stuff or no? You probably go to dinner with.
Probably go to dinner. What the fuck? Why?
Why?
What?
He's a nice guy.
What are you talking about? Okay.
Are you taking him to dinner or not?
I don't know, but yeah, I need you to stay here because I'm gonna have to go downstairs and then come back up and get everything else set up and everything. What are we talking about? Is there anything we even? I don't even know what we're fucking chatting about.
What did you get him here for?
He messaged me and then chat was like, "You should do it," and now I'm not even sure what we're gonna be talking about.
So you got peer pressured.
Yes.
Cucked again on his own stream. Oh well, I didn't.
You didn't what?
I meant it in like a funny way.
Wait, Matt, one in a funny way.
There you go.
Why does your mic keep cutting out? Am I getting trolled by everybody today?
Oh, it's because I changed my.
No,
Hold on,
yeah, you're trolling. No, it's okay. You're trolling me. You're trolling me. You're trolling me. You're trolling me.
It's my fault.
Trolling.
All right, it's better now. But just know I ordered a new keyboard, so we're not gonna have the clicky clack.
Why? You can have the clicky clack. Just
no.
I just don't know why your keyboard's not balanced.
It's not a balance thing. It's my
not
fucking space bar. It's just a loud space bar.
Not balanced.
That's just a space bar.
Yeah, but that's not the same sound as when it was unbalanced.
It is. It's the same exact sound.
You are trolling.
Do you want to do another or?
No, I need to go downstairs.
Okay.
Put your skill card in your hand.
Get off the fucking game, man. He's waiting.
He can wait.
Hey, sorry, Michael. I was busy upstairs.
Oh, God damn it. He just said he's going to go to Uber. Fuck! Do you like this class? No, this class sucks!
Yeah, I don't like the class
And I'm getting
either.
trolled by these cards. Get me out of this.
Get me, wake me up inside.
True Mootin, LOL based.
Okay. Quick Unidev question. He doesn't have any time for questions. Questions are done. They're done.
Are you serious, Mootin?
That's over. Yeah.
Gain 2 dexterity every turn, or? There's one less for each skill play. I don't even have skills. Fuck.
It's my birthday in 3 days. You already got a question.
What are we going to talk about? Oh my God. All right. I'll be right back. Entertain stream. 1 sec.
Hey everybody, it's me, Mickey Mouse. I'm here. I'm on stream. Yeah, I'm Mootin's buddy. Oh, he's a great guy. I brought my own brown vertical panels. Okay, cool. Very good one, Dono. Excited to hear that from you, man. Jesus Christ, I don't know. Viewer call-ins today, they were good. The last guy, he put me to bed. I'm glad Steve found it fun. I took a snooze. Do the Jar Jar voice. No, I'm okay. How did the email make you feel? I don't really give a fuck, and people might copium it, but I really don't. I've had 10,000 times worse things said to me in DGG chat versus somebody hiding behind an email. So, yeah, don't care. I'm playing Let's Play the Spire. Do I think the guy was fat? Probably. Probably would be my guess, yeah. I have literally under 8-second question. Which fucking channel are you in? You can ask me the question if you want. Hey. Hey, Hatch. What's your question, man? Oh, he's gone. Hey, man, what's the question?
Can you hear me? I got
Yeah.
you. Hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right,
ahead.
I'm gonna ask you a question, okay?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Can you see me, or is it just audio?
Just audio.
All right. My question for Destiny is this: my brother. No, I'm still here. I'm right here. I'm right here.
Go ahead.
Yeah, my brother in John McCain's Hannah Hilton jail cell.
What?
Why are you still on Twitter? Elon Musk did the bad thing on Inauguration Day. Why are you on Twitter? That's the question.
All right, I'll ask him. Did he just wake up a sleeper agent? I feel like he just woke up a sleeper agent in the DGG chat. What have I done? What have I done? How long does it take this guy to go get this guy? I want to go. I got shit to do. You may re-roll each
Quick
card.
question.
What's up, Trying Mine?
What's the next game you're gonna peer pressure him into playing?
Probably Minecraft is my honest answer. I want to do the Minecraft hardcore with him, where we share the same life together. I think that could be cinema. I was thinking me, Steve, Dan, and maybe Nathan. Oh, not Dan. Dan hasn't played Minecraft though. Oh, but that would be funny.
Yeah, I'm just thinking like stream game wise. Like we had Arc Raiders for like a million fucking years. It feels like.
Yeah, no, he's gonna be Slay the Spire pilled for about a week.
Well, that was
Probably. Yeah, that's my guess. Do. Obama. Thoughts on Trump's tweet about Mueller? Orange Man bad? Yeah? Yeah, Orange Man bad. Wait, hold on. I'm getting pogs. What are they going to talk about? Boy, I can't wait for this stream that Steve's going to have ready for us. I'm sure he planned quite well for this and wasn't up playing Ark until 4 a.m. Right, guys? Age of consent. Oh, man, that's always my favorite argument. Any others? Oh, I'm Slay the Spyrin right now. Oh man, 34 damage. Sheesh. Sheesh. For real, for real. Why can't I see the other chats? Because you're having a schizo moment. Bring in King of Suede. No, I'm not bringing anyone else in. Viewer call-ins are done. I've decided. But I'll be here for viewer call-ins next week, or Bing will do it. I don't know. I don't know what the plan is.
I feel like you allowed that schizo guy to talk for way longer than the other guys.
Which guy? The guy at the beginning or the guy at the end?
The emailer guy, no?
Oh, no. The emailer did not get a lot of time. I think he got extended one time by chat, which was funny. But then I started getting him to ask questions. Twice? Yeah, well, chat was being bad. What do you want me to say? Chat bad? What is next week? Isn't it Aspen people? Well, if Steve wants to be Aspen people, I need to be told that.
You need to force him. He's never gonna.
Yeah. Fragmine's voice. Oh my god. Real voice. Oh, Jesus. That's too good. That was cinema. Thank you. What was your question? I don't remember.
He's not gonna do it willingly.
Who?
He's never gonna say, "Oh, I want to talk to Asmon viewers."
Oh no, well no,
You're
he
gonna have to do the
will
thing where
because
you peer pressure him into doing it.
He messaged me that we need to start doing that together, and I was like, all right, let's set it up. But then I don't know, he went to Steve mode and just never messaged me about it. That means he probably had a meeting with his team and they were like, oh, we need to do more Asmongold debates, and then that's when he messaged me. But then he probably just forgot that he wanted to do that. His team, yeah, his team, his assorted group of DGGers who he employs now, but not the one Dan employs, different ones. I'm gonna be a part of his team if he does the Texas shit. Shrimple ass. My brother and John McCain's, I don't know. You're crazy, dude. You couldn't even get your sentence out. You were smoked. That means I'll get to meet you. Yes, you 100 gifter. You will, and you know if you want to meet me every day, you'll just need to go to our morning streams on kick.com/anything else. You could be my schizo chatter. You could be my no, don't skip me. Do not skip me. I do more news than Steve. I do more news than Steven. Ah, Jesus Christ, they're skipping me again. Yeah, it's over. That's GG. Heads or tails? Heads.
What's an email that's commonly used that you hate?
What's an emote or email?
Emote that's like commonly used that you hate.
That I hate? I don't know. I don't really hate any of the DGG emotes right now. I'm sure there's a square one that I think is fucking ugly. RageBait's kind of ugly. But he fixed it. Oh, that stupid fucking dog one. Now what? Dog shit fucking emote. Actual dog shit emote. How long does this man live in a fucking castle? I mean, Jesus fucking Christ, man.
He's gotta climb the stairs. He doesn't trust elevators.
There might be a fucking chatter in his house or something, because this is taking fucking forever. Maybe the FBI showed up again. Hey, Steve. Hey, Frank. The sleeper cell you awakened found him. Oh, shit. Don't I hate Pepe? I hate Pepe
Stop!
the Frog.
You're embarrassing me. What are you guys talking about?
All right.
Oh.
I was just entertaining chat while you were doing your shit.
Okay, thanks. Get deadlines because we have to kill matriarchs at some point. Okay, bearing mind you too. Okay, I need 3 matriarch cores.
This guy, like your producer? Or
okay.
Well, no, I do all my stuff. Mooot is a real life friend of mine he was talking to my stream on Discord while I was getting you. Yeah, we did viewer call-ins before this. So.
Oh, what was the main theme of that?
Usually it's just talking about stuff we've been talking about politically over the past few weeks that people want to, yeah. The big theme that over the past few weeks has been, over the past year has been like, how do we hold the next administration accountable, basically, yeah. Which has been fun.
So you're not going to bother with this one?
Not going to bother.
Lost cause?
Wait, what did I say? Like, for the next administration, how to hold this administration accountable.
Oh, gotcha, okay.
Yeah, okay, would you, for people who don't know, this is prolific Substack writer, Twitter poster,
yes.
Michael Tracey.
Impressive title, right? Just a poster.
Just a poster. Well, posters are a big deal now.
Hey, yeah.
The internet has become real life, right?
If you can't post, then you ain't. Can we curse?
Yeah.
You ain't shit.
There you go.
I shouldn't have even asked if we can curse. Of course, that's understood.
Why would you say of course? You just assume that.
Well, I don't know. I seem to recall you dropping epithets on occasion. You don't?
Not like that.
Okay.
Those are all AI generated.
Okay.
Okay. What are we talking about? What's
I don't
going on?
know anything. So, okay, I'm sort of curious. So, we did a remote stream. I think it was in 2022.
Okay. Was this about like whether or not something counted as a tank?
No, that's a meme that people still remember that they use against me as though I didn't, because it was a whole nomenclatural thing, a semantic thing around.
Gotcha.
The provision of heavy armored vehicles to Ukraine by Biden, and did those count as a tank? It's not even really worth going over, but yeah, there's a segment of my trolls who are still fixated on that.
Gotcha.
But it was about something to do with Ukraine because that creature Vaush did he invited me on for a whole debate, and he ended up screaming at me and saying I loved Hitler and saying that I'm evil and don't believe anything I say.
Okay.
And then I guess you were told about this Vaush encounter by your followers, and then you invited me on.
Okay.
But one thing I found amazing, because it was I thought it was a pretty constructive conversation. I don't know if you recall it, but then afterwards I realized that you were playing video games the whole time, and I was just amazed. Well, I mean, it's cool, I guess. I just had no notion that that's what you were doing.
Oh.
The whole time. So do you still do that?
Not anymore.
Okay.
But I have I'm on Vyvanse now, so I can
There you
focus
go.
better. But before I would just need something occupying my hands to do something or whatever.
I gotcha.
But
I was just because we went like 3 hours, and I'm like, and then people were telling me afterwards, hey, he was just playing a game the whole time, and it was just sort of funny to not even realize what was going on in real time.
Do you play games at all, or?
I play video games, but I kind of compartmentalize my video games so I'm not multitasking while I'm playing them.
Sure, I know. I
I
understand
just
that.
play console single player games on occasion. I don't even want to incorporate any kind of social element to it.
Yeah, that makes sense. Hey, Doug Festney, thank you for gifting subs. But generally, whatever game I'm playing is a game I've played a ton before. So even though I'm playing while chatting, I'm really just having a conversation, and I'm probably just like kind of automated,
It's kind of
like
like occupying your hands.
Yeah, because
or
it's probably
just sort of like this auditory stimuli that you need to. That's not really mentally intensive.
Basically, something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you play?
Somebody donated something.
Oh, okay.
It shows that back there. Don't worry about it.
I thought maybe they were onto us.
Yeah.
Do you play console games?
Not as much anymore.
Okay.
I grew up playing console games, but then I think once you transition to doing PC heavy stuff, and then as of recently, like a lot of console stuff releases for PC anyway. So
I never really transitioned to the console heavy thing. Like I didn't have a video game console for like 10 years, and then
do you mind me asking how old are you?
37.
Okay, me
How old
too.
are you?
37.
Oh, there you
December
go.
88.
I'm August 88.
Okay, cool. Okay, so older than
I guess that makes
older
us,
and wiser
I guess
a little
that
bit,
bonds
right?
us in some way.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, I'm 3 months older and wiser than you.
Yeah. Okay.
I didn't have a console for like 10 years, right?
Okay.
Because when I was an adolescent, that's my number one activity was just playing video games, Xbox, whatever.
Wait, you didn't have a console? You didn't have a PC?
I didn't have any consoles, and then I had a computer always, but none that was really set up for game.
Wait, how did you play games all the time if you didn't have a console?
I didn't play any really for 10 years.
Oh, you didn't play for 10 years. Okay, sorry, I got you.
And
Okay.
then somebody who I won't name convinced me to get a Switch, ostensibly just so we could play some casual Mario Kart. But then, of course, I couldn't control myself, and it branched out within like a matter of weeks to me getting like this entire Switch back catalog that I missed, and then a PS5. So I basically spent like a month playing like the best games from the prior 10 years that I had missed.
Okay.
I mean, it was awesome. Like I hadn't played Uncharted, I hadn't played Red Dead Redemption 2, I hadn't played Mario Odyssey, I hadn't played Breath of the Wild, but I wasn't very productive during that month.
Yeah, you got to be careful.
But recently I can moderate. So I haven't really played anything since January, where I kind of did like the first third of Tears of the Kingdom.
Which is that a Zelda game?
Yeah, it's like the sequel basically to Breath of the Wild.
Okay, gotcha.
But prior to that, I played Donkey Kong Bonanza on Switch. Have you played that? Do you have a Switch too?
No. My last console was like.
Are you a gamer or not? I thought this was
PC
like a
gamer. PC gamer.
Okay.
PC gamer.
I thought this was like fundamentally a gaming sort of stream
Well, no,
operation
now it's fundamentally
that extended into political stuff.
It did. It extended back in 2016, so now we're mainly political with a little bit of gaming.
Okay,
I used to be a
okay.
professional StarCraft 2 player, but now we do mainly horrible politics.
Oh, really?
And
Okay,
yeah.
so yeah, that's a different stratosphere than I ever was. I played competitive like Worms Armageddon for a bit.
I like Worms. I remember Worms. Yep.
Worms was good. But Donkey Kong Bonanza was great, and then Astrobot on the PS5 was great. It's like basically the first time that Sony came up with a Mario equivalent.
Okay.
But other than that, like, there's not a whole lot that really.
I would argue thing like Rayman and Spyro the Dragon were more
Arguably.
Okay.
I mean, in recent years anyway.
In recent years, yeah.
And it's the first one that made use of the like computing power of the PS5.
Okay.
But Astrobot was phenomenal. Donkey Kong Bonanza was great, but like there's nothing really other than that's come out recently that I'm even that interested in. So I'm sort of like forced to moderate my video game usage anyway.
Okay. Cool.
Does anybody care about that, or like does anybody care about?
It's
my
good
video game
background. It helps
history?
us make an emotional connection to you as a speaker. So.
It can, yeah, it can. So you ever played like Red Dead Redemption 2 and stuff, or?
I've played games in that vein. I didn't play that one exactly, but like I played like The Witcher 3 and The Last of Us and what like these
I
types
played The
of
Last
games.
of Us,
and,
yeah, and The Last of Us 2. But Red Dead Redemption 2 is like a landmark in just pop culture.
Yeah, a lot of people liked it. Big
It's like
game.
the best-selling entertainment product of all time, or something.
Well, that's probably GTA 5 or Minecraft or Roblox, but.
Well, maybe it was like the
It was a
fastest
really big.
selling.
It was a really big one.
There was
yeah.
there was some metric by which it was the most commercially successful something or other.
With a horse in it, I think. With a horse and tuberculosis, but it was a slim category. No, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so what is?
So why am I in Miami?
Yeah. What did you do before? Who were you talking to?
So I told you on the elevator ride up that I don't often reach out, quote unquote, to anybody with any kind of media platform to appear on their platform. But I had recalled that you were in Miami somewhere. I was coming to Miami anyway, so I figured, what the heck? Let me reach out to Destiny.
Okay.
Because that could be funny.
You can call me Steven in real life.
Steven?
And funny. Okay, so there's a joke to you. Gotcha.
Wait, so real IRL people don't call you Destiny?
No.
Damn. I thought you kept the illusion going like it was a WWF gimmick, like The Undertaker, he would go out in public, and he wouldn't be The Undertaker per se, but he would kind of have like almost the aura of The Undertaker about him because he didn't want to break the gimmick.
Nope. But I'm an asshole when I'm Steven too, so I'm like the same person, just with a different name.
Okay.
You know?
So I was
my pro gaming background was I was Neo Destiny or Destiny, so I just kept the name for all my brand and everything. So that's why. But
okay, that's cool. I mean, hey, it's a brand, right?
Yeah.
My brand is just my name. Like, I mean, that's not cool.
Yeah.
So I got invited to come on to appear on a show. I didn't actually even know what I was agreeing to do. I just know that I was invited to come down to Miami, and it was under the auspices of talking to the guy who was probably most responsible for popularizing Pizzagate.
Okay.
In 2016.
What was his name?
Ben Swan.
Do I know this guy?
He was a local TV reporter at the same time, TV anchor for like maybe a CBS affiliate in Atlanta, and he did a segment on Pizzagate. I think it was in January of 2017. So maybe he wasn't most responsible, but he was the guy in the sort of traditional media who actually covered Pizzagate, quote unquote, if you could call it that.
Gotcha. Did this guy have the Trump golden shoes? I don't know if I debated this guy or not. No, I don't think I have. Okay, go ahead.
So anyway, more recently, after the latest production of Epstein Files, he's been on like a victory tour saying, Pizzagate is vindicated, Pizzagate is true, Jeffrey Epstein is Pizzagate. I could never quite tell what his argument exactly was in terms of how the Epstein Files vindicated Pizzagate or proved Pizzagate is true, because my understanding was that there were never any child sex slaves found at the Comet Pizza restaurant, Comet Ping Pong Pizza restaurant.
Yeah, well, I mean, there wasn't even a basement that the place had, and supposedly it was in the basement where the CP orders.
Whether there was a basement or not, I think the more relevant factor is like whether there are actually any child sex slaves.
Well, the basement is an important part. How are you going to have sex slaves on the first floor when everybody can just look into the windows, you know?
People seem to focus a lot on whether or not there was a basement. I mean, in whatever floor of the dwelling we're talking about, had child sex slaves been discovered there, like that would probably be the most relevant investigatory finding.
Sure, I guess.
And there weren't any, and yet like there's still like this demographic of the internet that is very invested in declaring that Pizzagate was true. So I figured we'd probably be talking about that when he invited me. I just accepted it because, you know, I hadn't traveled in maybe two or 3 months, so I figured why the hell not. And they spirited me out to this like cavernous studio somewhere on the outskirts of Miami.
Okay.
And we did it on Thursday, and you know, it was a pretty cordial discussion. It started out with a lot of Iran and Trump stuff, and then like the second half was kind of Pizzagate / Epstein. And he kind of like agreed with me. Like he ended up basically agreeing with me, or at least claiming that he agreed with me. Which is sort of interesting because he's one of the last guys you would ever expect to concede anything in that vein, because his whole sort of identity is wrapped up with having been the guy who was trying to blow the whistle on Pizzagate.
Yeah.
And all these years later, he's finally vindicated by the Epstein Files. And yet, hey, I mean, nice enough guy. I mean, I don't really know what the business operation is going there. Like, I know he did register in 2022 under FARA with the Department of Justice because he was producing content on behalf of some Russian outfit.
Okay. Props to him for disclosing.
Yeah,
and not taking money secretly.
He disclosed it. Yeah, I mean, so
this is basically all podcasts today are when people go on these types of shows, the conversations have to be friendly and there's no adversarial stuff.
Yeah.
So like you can be a guy who thinks that the earth is round and they can be a flat earther, and you can come on and say something like, well, we've done a lot of tests and it's proven that the earth is round. And they're like, yeah, you know, I think I've heard of those. Yeah. So what do you think about like the firmament? You're like, well, I think the firmament is completely and totally fake. And the guy will be like, yeah, you know, that's okay. Yeah, that's really interesting. You know, yeah, I kind of agree. Yeah, I think it's real, but I kind of agree with you. And it's just like that for 4 hours.
That's the Joe Rogan sensibility, right?
But that's everybody now. Everybody does this.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, everybody emulates Joe Rogan. He's the big kahuna, right? Whether or not they're conscious of it. I mean, they're kind of...
They're very conscious of it.
Some may be, some may not be. If you're just kind of absorbing what the prevailing kind of ethos is of podcast culture, then what you're absorbing is fundamentally something that originates with Joe Rogan.
Sure, yeah. When I say those people are conscious of it, what I mean is that like they explicitly go out of their way to avoid critical conversations, and they explicitly invite people that they know are going to play ball and be nice and have those types of conversations.
But Joe Rogan, I mean, you sit him in front of virtually anybody for 2.5 or 3 hours, he'll end up at least kind of in spirit agreeing with them.
Yeah,
I think which can be good in terms of just a casual conversation if you're not trying to do anything adversarial. Like if you're just chatting with somebody. Like I know when I do journalistic type interviews and I'm just trying to like understand what people's beliefs are or what they think about a certain issue, It's just like an ordinary person. I'm not necessarily going to be probing them in this interrogative way as if I'm interviewing a politician.
Sure.
But if you are interviewing a politician, then maybe your mindset should shift a little bit. Like when Joe Rogan had Trump for 3 hours, like a week before the election in 2024, and it ended just being this chummy gab fest. Like that was a threshold crossing event for me in terms of the ire with which the ire that I plan on now directing at the podcast class.
Yeah.
Because that did a disservice to the entire country.
I mean, I would agree, but yeah, I don't think that's by accident. I think that's by design. I think they know what's going on there, because if they had other motivations, you would expect to see them acting differently.
Who's them? Who's
like the
who's
people in
designing
this in the podcast class? Like they know that there are certain opinions that they can talk about, that there are certain people that they can bring on to echo those opinions that vibe well with their audience. And they know to bring those people on to do those types of podcasts and give those types of messages and then get those types of clicks and views and then make the money on that stuff. And then that's like that at the end of the day, that's where they're going to be, you know?
Yeah. I mean, I think that probably is the case, meaning a by design philosophy for people who are lower on the food chain than Joe Rogan. But at this point, Joe Rogan's like a Johnny Carson. Like he can have basically anybody that he wants on the podcast.
But who does he invite on?
Well,
it's the same ideologically backed people over and over. How many? Like,
I mean, I believe that. I
like
believe
Constantine just went on. They've been on like 6 times.
Yeah.
It was the 7th time. It's not like they're short of guests. They just had. Do you know who Andrew Wilson and Rachel Wilson are? These people are crazy out there conservatives. Like Rachel Wilson has written a book on like satanic like ownership of children. Like they're crazy people. But he just had both of them on because
That's
they're like
big right now on the podcast circuit. Satanic
kind of
ownership
stuff. Yeah,
children
but like
and
it's just
stuff.
because they're kind of right wing and they'll reinforce those views and
Okay.
like that's it. It's just that over and over again. Did you follow the big debate between is it Graham Hitchcock and Flint Dibble?
I did end up watching some of that, even
like
though
Rogan
I'm
sided with the guy who believes that we're this close to finding Atlantis. Like that's who
Yeah,
Rogan
yeah,
sided
yeah.
with. I don't
And
think that's
Flint
an
Dibble
accident.
was more of
Graham
like
Hancock.
an actually reputable archaeologist or
Is,
something.
yes,
Or
absolutely, yeah.
paleontologist.
100%. Yeah, it's not even close.
I wasn't really invested in that debate. It was just sort of interesting that was being hosted by Rogan and like people really were passionate about it. So I was just kind of like a bystander to it.
Yeah. But I mean, like, it's not like a coincidence that, especially in today's political climate, I don't know if you've noticed this yet, but if you give me like one belief of a person, I can probably predict like 12 other beliefs just by you telling me a thing,
They
right?
clustered together.
Yeah, super clustered.
But
And
with Rogan, like, I mean, I believe that he would have actually had Kamala Harris on the podcast if it came together, right? In
no
2024.
shot.
Why
What you
not?
just said doesn't even make sense. If it came together, right? I think that if you really wanted to talk to the Democratic nominee, the person who at the time, if you're being good faith, like it was never a hopeless race for her, right? Like it could have been anywhere from slightly favored to slightly disfavored, but no sane person was like, oh, she's never going to win, right? If you knew that you had an opportunity to interview this person, you would move heaven and earth to do so, 100%. There's no world where like, it didn't work out that I couldn't interview the vice president of the United States, a potential future president of the United States.
Yeah. On the other hand, you could see it being like a bit of a power move, meaning you have to come to him, which is what Trump did, and that's what J.D. Vance did, and Kamala.
I think they
claimed
flexed
that, like,
to make
they
that work.
couldn't work it out logistically.
But then, wait,
so
that wasn't
Joe
true,
Rogan's
though.
like, okay, whatever.
Didn't they move or travel to do the Trump show? Did Trump go to Austin for it?
I'm almost positive, and you can look it up. I'm almost positive that Trump went to the studio in Austin.
I feel like they tried to make accommodation somehow. I don't know if it was by the day or something else, because I felt like for Kamala, I thought that they had the opportunity because Kamala was doing something in, I want to say Dallas or Houston, but Joe Rogan said that they had like,
It was in
I wish I
Houston.
could remember. Yeah. And Joe Rogan
But
and them.
Kamala's people wanted Joe Rogan to come to Houston, if
But I
memory
think
serves.
I feel like they were willing to go to Austin, but Joe said like he had a baseball game or something. It was something really stupid to do
Baseball
something.
game.
Or it could have happened
UFC
if they wanted to do
something.
something. I would have to go back and look up the details, but that's just one of those things where it's kind of like if you're texting somebody and they never respond and they're like, well, I'm busy. It's like, well, if you cared, I think you'd probably just respond.
Yeah, but
like,
Joe Rogan, he'll occasionally have on like Bernie Sanders. He had John Fetterman on.
Okay, stop.
What?
Yes. But like, there's a difference. You hear people say this. Sorry.
You're making me
Hold
defend.
on. You're tricking me. Wait, I just need to say
Go
this.
ahead, go ahead.
Right? You've met these people. Actually, I don't even know where your political leanings are, but like, there are these people who are like, oh no, I talk to people on the right and left. Oh, who do you talk to on the right? Everybody. Who do you talk to on the left? Oh, so many left-leaning people. They would say before. Now it's a little. They'd say like, I talked to RFK Jr. I talked to Tulsi Gabbard.
Sure.
Now it's John Fetterman and Ro Khanna and maybe Bernie Sanders. It's like, okay, so you're talking to like the most outer perimeter fringe kind of like left-leaning people, but like you're never gonna have like an establishment like AOC type or.
So you think he wouldn't have Gavin Newsom on? I think he would. I mean, I think
Am I wrong? Wait, I thought wasn't Gavin
happen soon.
challenging him to go on? Am I making this up? Didn't Gavin tweet out saying that let me on your podcast, and Joe Rogan was saying no? I think.
Yeah, I think I remember something like that. You might be right.
Mm-hmm. So that's by design, right?
I would be shocked if that doesn't happen eventually, though.
If it doesn't happen eventually, I don't think it will, because I think Joe needs to be in the hug box.
Yeah.
Which is sad, I think.
You start with Joe Rogan.
He wants
to be president so bad.
The governor of the most populous state and the host of one of the most popular podcasts are feuding. This is Gavin Newsom. California Governor Gavin Newsom, who hosts his own podcast, has invited Joe Rogan onto his show and publicly asked to be invited onto Rogan's show.
Joe, why won't you have me on the show? He won't announce it's one way, and he has guests come.
That's crazy, right?
Look, like Sean Ryan's, he's another sort of right-wing podcaster guy. He had
nice.
Gavin on.
True. He did, yeah.
For 4 hours. Holy crap.
Because I think Gavin will go anywhere, right?
Yeah,
but Joe Rogan is a pussy-ass bitch. He won't. He will not talk to people that have substantial disagreements with him.
Yeah, I mean, you might be right on some level. Again, I'm genuinely not even trying to. I'm very antagonistic toward Joe Rogan at this point, just because, like it or not, people view him as an authoritative source of news.
I know, unfortunately.
And then this whole little deflection pivot where I'm just a comedian, bro. I'm a dummy. Nobody should take me seriously. Meanwhile, like for the whole month of February into March, he was just blasting out the most preposterous Epstein files revelations that Jamie was sending over to him based on whatever had risen to the top of the algorithmic slop heap that day and presenting it as like credible, proven information to millions of people. And, it's kind of, I don't want to get too melodramatic about it, but like it is dangerous in the sense that if he's telling this mass audience, right, the biggest audience on the internet, that as he did, like maybe it was February 15th or something like that, that these prophecies that have come from Whitney Webb, I don't know if you know who that is.
No.
I don't know. I won't even try
You
to
said prophecy, so I'll assume she's a crazy person, yeah?
She's crazy enough, but she's seen as this very reputable person in terms of like the conspiracy adjacent journalism world, to the degree that exists.
Okay.
But Joe Rogan was saying, man, this Whitney Webb chick, she's been proven 100% right. How does she do it?
Oh.
Because they pulled up this tweet of hers from April of 2020 that went newly viral after the Epstein files came out, where Whitney Webb is like, how is it that Leslie Wexner got away with trafficking and financing the trafficking and raping of thousands of American children? And it's been covered up. So Joe Rogan is now resurfacing this tweet from 6 years ago, or 7 years ago. No, 6 years ago? My arithmetic is off. As if to say that like this woman who was a prophet, like shouting into the darkness 6 years ago, has now been proven dramatically correct. If that's the message that you're telling to millions upon millions of people who are impressionable and who are looking at you as a kind of authoritative news disseminator, then there's going to be a subset of those people who have probably some predisposition toward mental instability and think that maybe now it's incumbent upon them to take retributive action. And there was a guy, I'm not blaming Joe Rogan personally for this or saying he's causally responsible.
He is, go ahead.
But, like not long thereafter, there was a 21-year-old guy who became newly obsessed with the Epstein files and tried to launch an armed incursion into Mar-a-Lago and got shot dead. So, I mean, that's kind of what you're incubating out there. And Joe Rogan is at the top of the pyramid in terms of what our contemporary information environment is revolving around. So,
yeah,
that's my big problem with Joe Rogan. And then, just like a few days ago, because people like try to rile me up and send me these clips, and then I have no self-control, so I look at them. But he was saying, "Oh yeah, Netanyahu." Joe Rogan was saying that he thinks that Netanyahu is dead.
Oh, yeah.
Because that was like a thing in the past couple days on social media.
Because there was like a thing where his hand looked like this or something, and people were like, where is his thumb? Or why does he have like 5 fingers? Or it's AI or something. And it was just like,
and Joe Rogan was saying to this other comedian guy he had on, look, we know that Netanyahu's brother was just killed in an airstrike. So, it stands to reason that Bibi himself is also dead. And Joe Rogan was literally basing his statement of fact on a bogus viral tweet that had just proclaimed Netanyahu's brother had died in an airstrike based on a viral, image that had gone around of a house fire in New Jersey. And that's what Joe Rogan just looks at and like believes without like any second guessing whatsoever, and then blasts out to the biggest audience on the internet.
I mean, do you remember the whole kitty litter fiasco?
That
was where Rogan, I don't even remember if he saw this on a Facebook posting or somebody emailed him or whatever, but somebody said, and it was totally made up. It came out that this was totally made up, but he started this whole national panic where somebody was like, they're putting kitty litter boxes in classrooms now for kids that identify as furries.
Yes.
And it was just completely not true. And this would like captured the Republican like public thought for probably a month or so. And yeah, it eventually came out it was all just bullshit. It was just a lie. Right. But I mean, it's obviously a lie. But it's just like the fact that these people are so hungry for these things, and it tells you something about the person, and it should tell them something about themselves that they fall for it so easily, where they should think like, okay, well, if I fell for this and this and this and this and this and this and this, maybe I need to change the way that I'm approaching something or create some type of new mental guard to not fall into this.
Does it.
Never, no. Which
He's
is
like
why
incorrigible.
Yes.
You think at some point he would feel some public spirited obligation, right? Just given his reach, given the enormity of his influence, to have like a thought that's percolating around in his brain somewhere that before he just blasts out this info that's like not just about something about comedy or something inconsequential, you know, some casual little piece of, you know, banter or gossip, but like something that's directly pertaining to ongoing, very significant news events like a war, or you know, an election, or like a alleged child rape atrocity, that like maybe he would do like a second or two of confirmatory research, but he just doesn't do it.
Yeah.
And at a certain point, like it's not funny anymore.
Yeah, we are way past that point. Yeah. But I mean, like the way that I look at it is I just look at where all the incentives are, right? Like when he does these things, you get a ton of positive feedback. You make a lot of money. You retain your viewer base. Like everything is just going really well for you. Imagine if there was some story that came out about Kamala or Biden that was negative, or about Trump that was positive, and you had an inkling that it wasn't real. What, besides personal integrity, of which Joe Rogan has none of, why would you stop that story? There's no accountability. Nobody's suing anybody for defamation. Your audience obviously doesn't care.
There's no disincentive.
Yeah, exactly. So they just follow kind of the tide on that. And
if anything, it made him the most coveted political endorsement in the entire country in 2024.
Yep.
So why would he change what he's doing?
Exactly. Yeah, which is very, very, very annoying. Yeah.
Can I ask? So, like, what is your? How often do you stream? Do you stream every day?
I'm supposed to stream 8 hours a day. I try to. Yeah.
And do you ever take days off or anything, or?
I mean, I travel for events, so like I'm going out of town tomorrow to go to ASU, so that'll be like 2 or 3 days off streaming.
But if you're just home,
I'm always doing emails or where I'm generally always working.
You wouldn't take a day off from the streaming.
If I do, it's because I have to catch up on other stuff. Yeah.
Okay, interesting. And how do you think that? I'm distracted by that concept.
Good. That's what it's here for me to gain a psychological edge.
It's to throw off the weirdos who come to your apartment
and
want to sit in front of this very impressive setup that I have no technical ability to construct on my own, definitely. How do you think that the constant streaming and the constant almost public exposure, maybe exposure is a little bit of an overstatement or a little bit of a kind of serious way of putting it, but like constantly being in public view for so long, day after day, do you think there are any downsides to that, just in terms of your ability to think, like to almost have private thoughts that you can come up with in the sanctity of your own mind and not necessarily have an audience of people scrutinizing like every little gradation in your thought process? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, I think there can be. I think it just depends on the type. I think for most people there probably is. I think I'm pretty lucky in that I started streaming early. I built a fan base doing StarCraft, and then I transitioned into politics still like pretty early on, the whole kind of streaming era. Like I was the first person on Twitch to really do politics at all.
Oh,
so
really?
Yeah.
Like when was that roughly? Like what year?
Would have been around 2016. They used to ban my streams early on for a day because you weren't technically allowed to do non-gaming content
when
initially.
When did Hassan start?
He got his start on my stream on 2017. Yeah, it's my worst contribution to the world.
I met him at the Young Turks facility in Los Angeles.
Yeah.
And I didn't even know who he was. He was just introduced to me as like a relative of Jank. I didn't know he was going to become this big behemoth.
Yeah.
I have like people who are like, I had a cousin of mine tell me that basically all my cousin knew of what I had done, quote unquote, professionally, is that I had been on like Hassan's stream at one point, or I had been referenced by him. So, I mean, he seems to like be a big presence, right?
Yeah, he's like a leftist, anti-American, Turkish nepo baby that is committed to the destruction of the Western order. So, you know, what are you going to do?
You said it, not me. You said it, not me. I'm just sort of fascinated by the lifestyle, you know?
The hyper-consumerist, hyper-capitalist, ultra-materialist one where he preaches socialist values all the time?
No, I just meant the 24/7 ubiquitous streaming lifestyle. Like, do you ever think there are any downsides to it?
Yeah, there can be for sure. It just depends on like people are going to have inclinations towards certain things, and I'm probably lucky in that the time I was born in, and then whatever biological genes are turned on or off, like I can sit in an area for a long time. I like to play games. I'm relatively oppositional in nature, so I like fighting with people.
Right.
So
same here. I won't deny that.
All of these traits, well, even for what you do, right? Like there are a lot of people that would kill themselves if they had to deal with your Twitter feed for a day or two.
That is true.
So like it's just like picking these things, and then you try to maximize for the good things. So like I enjoy streaming because I can do arguably whatever I want.
Because sometimes I think to myself, gee, are there any almost like psychological trade-offs that I'm not fully conscious of in my having now been a nerd to, you know, millions of people on the internet constantly screaming the most foul possible things at me day after day, where it has no longer any kind of psychological impact on me, at least in a way that would dissuade me from doing what I'm doing, right? Especially pedophile recently, because
I've seen
I
that,
have my perspective on the Epstein matter. But, you know, even before that, you know, it was something else, right? Now, I just sort of wonder, like, if you were a well-adjusted, normal person, you probably would have an emotional reaction or some kind of negative psychological reaction to people just flinging these most repulsive slurs at you. And now that no longer really has any kind of tangible effect on me, is that good, bad? I mean, there's nothing I can really do about it, but sometimes I do ponder what did I get myself into, and like what maybe am I not fully cognizant of in terms of how that's affected my psyche.
I think the things you're not cognizant of are generally going to be negative. So like in psychology, you can have like a positive condition, or you can have the absence of something like a negative condition. I think what you're usually not aware of as much are the negatives. So I moved a lot of my my personal life used to be very public on stream, and then I kind of made an even heavier slant towards just political content at the end of 2023, early 2024. So I started moving a lot of my political life or my personal life off stream. And one of the things that I noticed that was just kind of funny to notice is that like if I'm talking to a person, that because I'm making kind of like more real life friends at Miami Beach now, I notice that like if I'm talking to you, I actually don't have to worry that every single thing I say to you is at some point going to be just posted somewhere on the internet. Like it's kind of a nice feeling.
It's just sort of funny that you did have to be mindful of that
because before it's like I have to think like if this leaks, what is this person going to say or whatever, because it's just like because everybody's going to talk shit, everybody leaks, everybody does or whatever. There's that, and then the idea of like meeting people on your own terms and not meeting somebody who already knows like every single thing about you and already has other people's opinions about you, or when it's like associating with normal people who are also kind of involved or notice like the online stuff can be weird sometimes because it's hard to explain to somebody like why are there a million people that you say think you're a murderer or a fascist or a Nazi or a pedophile or whatever. Like that can be hard to explain to a normal
violently
person.
angry at you right now on the internet.
Yeah.
So what do you mean what do you mean when you say that in the past you had sort of lived your personal life online? Like because I'm actually not even familiar. Like what did that consist of? And was that like a conscious choice on your behalf?
It was a conscious choice. I did a huge variety of content. There was a lot of drama. There was a lot of like messy like friend stuff, dramatic stuff, like people coming on to debate and argue over pop culture issue, feminist stuff, red pill stuff, just crazy online people. I had like a revolving door in this Discord of people that would come in and out. It was just like it was very, very, very
so
crazy.
People wanted to debate like your personal relationships and things?
Sometimes it could be that, or it could just be like cultural related issues, or because I was friends with a lot of these people, so a lot of that bled into like the streaming stuff as well. So
I've always made a point to never really discuss my personal life
on
the internet. Not that there's anything particularly salacious about it, believe me. It's just that like I don't want to even open that up for public scrutiny in any way, because like stuff could just get derailed and
of course,
blah 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 blah.
Yep.
So that's always been something I've been instinctively averse to doing. But I could see the appeal of it, because like if people are following you day in and day out, it's almost like a mini soap opera, right?
Yeah, and also it depends, because there's like a huge upside for YouTubers and especially streamers, because they're watching you so much. So the closer the connection they feel, probably the more it strengthens their attachment to your content. But if you're like a writer on Substack, or you're doing strictly political stuff, well, that personal connection doesn't matter as much, because nobody's gonna be like, oh my God, it's this guy, and I know like his wife is on Twitter, and I'm gonna see what he wrote about this, Iran invasion, right? Like the connection is not like the same thing. Yeah.
So what was the turning point for you where you said, I have to kind of separate out my personal life?
I got an official ADHD diagnosis. Started taking amphetamines, so I could focus more on reading stuff, and I didn't have as much of kind of like the thrill seeking of like just the crazy online fights.
Okay.
So I was more just kind of like focused on just political stuff, basically. Yeah, that was a big change.
Maybe I'll have to go back and watch our stream from 2022 and see if I can detect any differences in your presentation in like the pre-stimulant phase versus the post-stimulant
It probably wouldn't be as much because when I was talking to you, it was still kind of like political stuff, but the content around that time, there's just a lot of insanely crazy. It was just, I can't even explain it to you. Just, like, imagine like the worst type of reality TV, but like with a million different issues, cultural and political, and just people involved. It's a lot.
Wait, so Hassan got his start on your stream. Like, how did that come about?
So Hassan had a debate in 2016, or it might have been early 2017 with Charlie Kirk. And then he wanted to he wanted to get involved in the online streamer space because he was big on kind of Facebook, and he was kind of growing up under the Young Turks on their media network. And he reached out to me to get debate feedback and advice with Charlie Kirk. And we had a call, and we kind of got along pretty well. And then we were kind of, I would say, friends for the next like year or two. And then, we went our separate ways. So,
People must have enjoyed following the every latest development in terms of that relationship, right?
Well, I mean, I would say the vast majority of it was very not dramatic.
Okay.
There was a thing that I hadn't learned yet, a personal lesson that I needed to learn on the internet, which is if you attack only one side and you never actually put a stake in the ground against the other side, people have the perception of you as being way more on that side, and you gather a lot more followers on that side than you realize. So have you ever heard of Gamergate?
Yes.
Okay, so in the 2016-2017 era, the whole like world of video games started to become way more like
I know. I saw it
Yeah.
at the time. And there was the definitive Gawker article on
Yes, with Zoe Quinn and all this bullshit.
Yes.
Yeah. So because I was in
there's too many women in video games.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I was very like argumentative debate, like aggressive coded, but I was also like left leaning. So I came up debating a lot of these like big right wing gaming adjacent internet figures. So I had a debate with a guy called Jontron, and then like Sargon of Akkad, and like all of these people. And when I was doing that, and then when Hassan kind of started joining my stream, there was a decent chunk of my fan base that I didn't realize this, because I thought they were kind of joking. They're like, oh yeah, like Destiny's like basically a socialist, like ha ha ha. And I was like, yeah, okay, whatever, not really. And then at some point when me and Hassan started to run into more and more disagreements, there came to a point where I realized, like, hold on, I am absolutely not a fucking socialist. I think all of this is the dumbest, most retarded shit in the universe. And then when me and Hassan had our big split, it was actually me and Hassan, and then kind of Vosh too. Vosh also came up in my community. I'm sorry. But when I split, I like chopped like probably 30 or 40% of my fan base off, and then they went that way because they were socialists, and then I kept my liberals, and then we did our thing. Yeah.
Vaush is probably the most unpleasant person I've ever had to attempt to interact with for anything.
Okay, that's good for you, because there are way worse people out there. But Vosh can be mean sometimes, yeah.
I mean, it just like literally, I'm not even making a political point.
Sure.
It's just that in terms of the...
Have you talked to Taylor Lorenz?
I saw your encounter with her recently. I kind of like Taylor at this point. I know that you've had a big beef with her. I made fun of her when she was going through her whole shtick maybe 4 or 5 years ago, where her entire beat at the New York Times seemed to be that she was getting trolled on the internet, and then she was going to make these grand inferences based on that, and then demand like certain political interventions or policy interventions, seemingly mostly to help her or other besieged journalists. I thought that was really kind of self-involved and myopic. But yes, I did. We had a meeting of the minds at the Substack bureau that they set up at the Democratic Convention in August of 2024 in Chicago. So I think we put our beefs aside, and I think we're on good terms at this point. But I know that you don't like her wired coverage of the influence.
I hate her. I think she's a disgusting, horrible
I did watch
influence.
That.
Yeah, just to be clear. But that's okay.
That's what I think gave me the idea to reach out to you, because I saw your discussion with, or saw part of it with Taylor. Did you come to any kind of conclusions from that, or is it still just
I think Taylor's a bad faith actor in media. Okay. That's how I view it. Yeah. Did you ever read that Chorus article?
What article?
She wrote an article about Chorus, which was...
I read it when it first came out. Like it was like maybe last summer, right?
Yeah. I think a lot of it was not true. And I think that, like in general... Wait, where do you align yourself with politically? What do you say you are?
Hold that thought. I want to make sure I don't forget this.
Okay. Don't forget.
You're talking about these, video game focused pundits or commentators who then end up branching out into more political commentary, and then you're coming up at loggerheads with them. I recognize that same archetype and always did because in my adolescence, I participated in message boards that were video game heavy, but like obviously just became general topic message boards. And inevitably there were lots of people who wanted to talk about politics. So that was kind of where I cut my teeth, so to say, and just kind of online debate with a political component.
Yeah.
But so I have like in my mind almost like an archetype of the type of guy that you would have come into conflict with, whose sort of genesis for engaging on the internet was about their strongly held convictions on like Xbox versus GameCube or something.
Yeah.
Initially, and then they kind of go through a maturation process and become more politically involved. And so it's just sort of funny because like this is not. I've never been involved in the streaming specific world, but in terms of how the political commentary world interfaces with the video game world, I do have a bit more of direct personal experience, just such that I kind of, in essence, sort of know what you're talking about vis-a-vis the Gamergate stuff, even if that wasn't really my bailiwick at the time.
It's also funny because depending on the world you come from, people's entire political outlook will be defined by the kind of the narrow subculture that they inhabit. So like I would describe these people as, they weren't really conservatives, but their entire political ideology could be summed up as anti-SJW, like social justice warriors. So it'd be really funny because you could ask
like Sargon of Akkad.
Yes, yeah. So you could ask somebody like, oh, who do you think is more privileged in society, like men or women? And it would be like, if you're a woman, you can get so much free stuff in World of Warcraft. So obviously women. Like that would be like the entirety of the thought. Regardless of what you think the actual answer is. Yeah, regardless of what you think the actual answer is very funny because their entire like life is informed by the subculture that they come from.
Yeah. Okay, so in terms of my own political views, okay, so people ask me this, and I promise I'm not trying to evade.
Okay.
But I do find that my partisan and or political convictions are becoming less and less strong as I age. So originally I would have considered myself a quote progressive.
Okay.
Right? Teenage years, early 20s. The first media outlet that I ever had a job at in any kind of way was The Nation magazine, which is like the left-wing journal. The main left-wing, the most preeminent, if you want to put it that way, left-wing magazine in the United States. I did work at the Young Turks for a bit from 2017 to 2018, not because at that time I was any kind of doctrinaire progressive, but they liked how I had covered, Hillary and stuff from a critical standpoint in 2016, I guess. But now, it is true that like, depending on what the political circumstances are on any given day or any given month, I've been called everything from fascist, Nazi, pro-Trump, to somebody who suffers from TDS, somebody who is like a left-wing zealot, and so like that. Not that I would never ever tailor my own personal beliefs to kind of address anybody in the online sort of peanut gallery. I just find that if I'm driven by anything, if I could like go to the deepest recesses of my own mind and like try to locate what my political convictions are, they seem to mostly be aligned with a journalistic impulse at this point, in that I'm mostly interested in truth seeking. It's pompous, sure, but like that's what I'm most interested in doing for the most part. And that doesn't really lend itself to any kind of neat affiliation with any particular political tendency or definitely a partisan allegiance. And so that's really what I'm motivated most by. Not that not that I would ever obfuscate like if what my preference would be in a particular election. Like every presidential election cycle, I put out a post just describing what my reasoning is for voting or not voting for any particular candidate. I think that kind of transparency is pretty good.
Who just fought this last presidential election?
I did not vote for either Trump or Kamala.
Unbelievable.
Sorry.
Do you think Kamala would have been a better president than Trump at this point? Oh my goodness.
That's a counterfactual.
Oh,
I mean,
boy.
look. I mean, I think.
Oh boy.
It's hard to say. I mean, it's hard to say.
I don't think so. But.
I don't. Like, I mean, here's what I will say.
Uh-huh.
I don't think any Democrat, like substitute Trump right now for your generic Democrat, Kamala or not. Somebody Obama, Biden-ish, probably would not be now at war with Iran, because just differences in the nature of the Democratic coalition versus the Republican coalition. In the Republican coalition, you have an outsized presence of the evangelical Christian, pro-Israel segment. You have less of a baked-in, long-standing animosity toward Iran, whereas that's been like the default Republican posture toward Iran for many years, such that when Obama did the Iran nuclear deal, it was uniform among Republicans to oppose that.
Sure.
And Netanyahu opposed it as well.
Yeah.
Which is why there were congressional Republicans invited Netanyahu to come give a speech at a joint session of Congress to inveigh against the Iran nuclear deal. And so, I think there's a perfect storm now where, this is something that Trump was probably disposed to do. Netanyahu is pretty skillful at trying to make a case to an American counterpart, and he knew which buttons to press with Trump, and Trump also has
probably
these,
wouldn't be tariffing the entire world, probably wouldn't have been the mass deployment of ICE, probably wouldn't have spent anywhere near as much. It feels like I'm trying to think of like what are the areas, why is this such a hard choice for people?
It's not that it's a hard choice, it's just that I have a very peculiar calculation that I make in terms of whether I'm going to vote for a presidential candidate.
Sure.
And I acknowledge that this is not...
But I feel like there would never be in all of... I guess I'm not the best historian, but I'm trying to think of any election that could ever come up that would be as easy a choice as this. Like when you're thinking... Like if you were to ask me, would McCain have been a better president for the United States than Barack Obama? I guess I would have to go back at the time and analyze that. Like there are things where it's like maybe I could kind of see this, or would Nikki Haley have been better than Joe Biden? And it's like maybe I can kind of see this, but like I can't think of two diametrically opposed outcomes as dramatic as Trump v. Kamala.
Possibly.
And then in any area where I would have hedged in 2024, where I would have been like, well, maybe he won't be as bad. On any area like that, it's so much worse.
Possibly. I'm just giving you what my personal and very peculiar and anomalous calculation is at this point.
Sure. I understand.
I'm not going to vote for a presidential candidate unless I can make a proactive case for them. Like I'm not going to do the lesser of two evils routine. I'm not going to do like some counterfactual thing. But then I guess the question would be like, what could ever be an election that you would support over this one? Like I feel like the choice between these two candidates was like, I don't know if it would ever be as dramatically obvious which one would be better for the United States in almost every conceivable way. Well, I mean, I wasn't going to legitimize by way of my vote, which I know is not that significant in the grand scheme of things. It's just one of 310 million votes, right? But
more than that, because all of our illegals vote too.
I have a public platform. I'm doing journalism stuff, right? So I try to maintain a consistent set of principles, and I just didn't feel that it was in any way warranted for me to
what do you think of the two?
Consecrate on any level a continuation of the Biden-Harris foreign policy.
What do you
which
think?
I thought had been disastrous.
What were the things for Harris or for Biden-Harris that you thought were like beyond the pale? Like I just can't endorse this.
I thought the Ukraine policy was terrible. We had a debate about it in 2022. I thought
and then just to be clear on that,
the Middle East policy was also terrible. Not necessarily terrible in the exact same way that Trump's could conceivably be, but still terrible in its own way, such that I wasn't going to proactively validate it by way of my vote to the degree that a vote validates a policy platform.
Is there any, historically, or at least in your lifetime though, is there a single president where there wouldn't be one thing that you could say, this is not okay? So like of the 20 huge issues we might imagine a president has a position on, if we could imagine taxation, healthcare, the border, gay marriage culture, like if we can imagine 20 things, I feel like is there ever going to be a president where there's not going to be at least like 1 to 5 of these boxes where you're like, oh no, like I wouldn't support it because this is a deal breaker. Like I feel like
possibly. I'm not saying that my current mentality on my own personal voting choice is stuck in time forevermore. Like maybe new information comes in at some point down the line where I make a different calculation, and I am more willing to accept like a lesser of two evils calculus, or I am more willing to
even on that phrase, like
proactively affirm that I support a particular candidate. But you know, I mean, I voted for Obama in 2008. I campaigned for him actually. Like I volunteered and registered voters.
Sure, but does that count? We were like 20.
Yeah, I was like 19, 20 at the time.
I supported Ron Paul for that election.
Oh, did you?
It's a long time ago, yeah.
I kind of secondarily supported Ron Paul just because I liked just the critique that he was giving life to on some level where he was on a debate stage with Rudy Giuliani and John McCain and Fred Thompson and Mike Huckabee, who were all just repeating basically the Bush line on Iraq and Afghanistan and maybe even going after Iran. And there you have Ron Paul as this like voice in the wilderness who's just doing almost like a diametrically opposite take. Like to me, there was something commendable about that. So I had a favorable view of Ron Paul in that cycle as well, and also into 2012, even though I hadn't voted for him. But that's my genesis. Look, I'm not. Even when I wrote in 2024 my kind of explanation of why I was abstaining from voting for any, I wrote in Fred Flintstone.
Okay.
I guess I was subconsciously channeling my premonitions that either Trump or Kamala could conceivably bring about like a dystopian post-apocalyptic hellscape akin to like the prehistoric age that the Flintstones lived in, except it wouldn't be as cheerful as like the ones that the Flintstones inhabited. But
I feel like we could probabilistically weigh those, though, right?
We could.
Like if I choose between like shooting you in the heart or cutting your forearm with like a knife, like you could get like an infection that becomes septic and you could die from like a cut. That's possible, but you would always opt for that over the getting shot in the heart with a gun, right?
Yeah. I mean, I'm not begrudging anybody who feels that they want to make a probabilistic assessment of that kind in terms of how they determine their vote. Fine, go ahead. Everybody's, there's a million different rationales that people can have in terms of how they choose to cast their own vote. This is just my very peculiar individual rationale that, yes, does play into my overriding journalistic mentality. So I'm not telling anybody to do what I do necessarily.
Okay.
I'm just saying that,
one of the things that's the most frustrating to me about that is that for anybody that is an actual center or even center left person, they'll give that answer. You know who never, ever, ever gives that answer is anybody who's even remotely in the Trump camp. So you'll never hear like a Dave Smith person, or you'll never hear Matt Taibbi or Shalom. You'll never hear any of these people like, well, I don't want to vote for the lesser of two evils, so I'm not going to go ahead and vote for Trump. All of them will just say like Trump is probably better, and they don't have that same. There's no limiter. Like if I go to a political, if I go to an academic conference and it's a presentation on sociology or something, and the speaker is like, the speaker starts off with like, we're going to present our findings on this thing, and we're doing our best to be apolitical. I know that person is left leaning because a right leaning person would never ever say that. So you end up
probably
with
something to that.
Yeah, so it's a frustrating imbalance sometimes in the world where all these people who are ostensibly in the center, or like even sometimes like center left or further left, depending on their specialty or where they're presenting, are trying very hard to be apolitical. Meanwhile, anybody who's thrown in even remotely to Trump's lot is like shilling for him harder than he possibly. Yeah, it was frustrating. The asymmetry there. I guess,
I've been going pretty hard after Dave Smith.
Yeah.
Because even at the time, like he invited me to come on this Twitter or X space thing with him around his logic for supporting Trump in 2024. And now he's kind of like revising history a bit, saying, oh yeah, sure, I did vote for Trump. He's minimizing the role that he played in 2024. It wasn't that just that he voted as a private citizen for Trump. It's that he participated in this whole propaganda onslaught.
And even worse, prospectively, he should have known better because historically he's talked about the negatives of Trump in the past. And also, this is a guy who is like a single issue fucking loser that shows up on shows to quote some ex-CIA guy about how horrible Iraq and Afghanistan is. That's his whole shtick, is talking about the ex-CIA guy said that in Iraq and Halliburton and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, okay, so you're not hawkish, you're against all the warmongering, but somehow you found yourself like openly deep-throating the guy who is now like launched 27 different attacks between the Middle East and Africa. Like, what the fuck, bro?
No,
like, how do you fuck that up and have any semblance of decency to show your face anywhere online and talk about politics? Like, at that point, bro, go back to the unfunny comedian shit, because why would you even try to talk about politics at that point?
I'm still amazed I've never heard him utter a single funny joke, even though I guess that's his primary job, right? Or something?
Supposedly, yeah.
And then, of course, like, I mean, I would almost be willing to declare, I would be willing to lobby for legislation that declared a total and complete moratorium on any failed comedians transitioning into becoming political pundits in any way.
It's a lot of them.
I feel like that's a scourge.
It's a lot of them, and it is a scourge.
No, but
100%.
if you go look at
Constantine was a comedian guy, and he got bullied.
Oh, was he?
Yes, a lot of them
See, there you go.
a lot of them are comedians that got bullied once, and then their entire political life became being on the far right. Like for Joe Rogan, it was I think it was on CNN where they call ivermectin horse paste. That was it. Joe Rogan's brain melted at that point. He's like, that fucking video was too yellow, and I think they docked. And then he was gone at that point. It was like,
but if you go and listen to that debate that I had with him in, I think it was November of 2024, I just keep saying, hey, what about Trump's like very well-established position on Iran? Didn't Trump just come out and advocate for Israel to launch preemptive strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities, like during the campaign, which he did, which would necessitate, if you know the first thing about the U.S.-Israeli relationship, an active U.S. role militarily in that operation. So Trump was outright calling for a joint U.S.-Israeli military strike on Iran. And Trump was also going around claiming that Iran was trying to assassinate him. He was appointing people who had already kind of set out a public argument for why a U.S. attack on Iran would be presumptively justified even before Trump came into office, such as his CIA director, Ratcliffe, who as a private citizen was going on Fox saying, look, they hacked Trump's campaign emails or something. I don't know if you recall that. And they're trying to assassinate him. Therefore, it should be foremost on our agenda to come into a next Republican administration and attack Iran. And
how are you so surprised by this? He tore up the JCPOA. When he was running in 2016, he said he was going to kill families of terrorists. He said he wants to leave people stationed in Syria so we can steal their oil. Like he bombed a Syrian airfield. He's been involved in attacks in Yemen, in countries in Africa. Like he's got the most history to where when a thing happens, it's not surprising at all. Like have you ever watched sometimes primaries where people are looking and they're making up all these theories about what's happening and we don't know if Biden or Bernie and blah, blah, blah. And then when the primary votes finally happen and the guy who, wins who is ahead, when you look back at it, you're like, people were telling so many different stories about this primary, but the whole story was really just guy who's huge front runner, remained huge front runner, and then won the primary election. Yeah,
which happened with Biden, which happened with Hillary in 2016.
Yeah, exactly. It's actually not an interesting story at all. The interesting thing was all the crazy mental gymnastics to try to make it seem competitive along the way. And for Trump, I feel like it's exactly this. This is the least surprising thing in the world is everything he's doing in the Middle East.
Yeah, well, I mean, but the thing with the Dave Smith and that whole crowd was not just that they were making this begrudging lesser of two evils calculation, right? It's that they were putting forth this totally fictitious image of what could be expected from a second Trump term. And it was sort of algorithmically boosted by this, RFK Jr., Tulsi Gabbard, Elon Musk, Joe Rogan, Avengers Squad take on Trump. If you're Ben Shapiro and you're supporting Trump on the grounds that you think Trump is going to enact a foreign policy that is akin to what you would have wanted in terms of your longtime foreign policy views, at least that's consistent. But in 2024, you had this phenomenon where everybody was, just outrageously audience captured and presenting Trump as though he was going to lead this anti-deep state revolution and he was going to restore free speech and he was going to end the wars. RFK Jr. went to that Madison Square Garden rally a week before the election and said, vote for Trump, vote Republican this time, y'all. If you want to disband the warfare state, meaning Trump was going to somehow heroically stride into office and abolish the military-industrial complex. I mean, this was just berserk propaganda.
Yeah.
But it was so algorithmically incentivized, maybe because Elon was tinkering with the algorithm on X in particular, but you saw it on YouTube, you saw it almost everywhere. And even a lot of people who I previously had an affinity with, and maybe who would have joined with in contesting some of the more histrionic, overwrought, anti-Trump oppositional narratives of the first term, some Russiagate stuff or some of the fascism hysterics. I felt like I couldn't communicate with a lot of them anymore in 2024, and they were kind of they were overcorrecting for some of these, I think, still largely groundless or at least wildly exaggerated liberal anti-Trump narratives and becoming functionally pro-Trump in a way that I always said that I was never interested in doing. I was accused of wanting to do that. But in 2024, it was spitting into the wind. And I don't think there's really been a reckoning with it, although there should be, because if you were giving voters or your followers an impression that something so radically different was going to be ushered in with Trump 2.0 than actually has come to pass, shouldn't you? I mean, we're not talking about decades and decades ago. We're talking about less than a year and a half ago. Shouldn't there be some obligation now to go back and reevaluate and maybe understand how it is that this false image of Trump, this mirage of him, was propagandistically disseminated to such a large audience of these these sort of apolitical, maybe a little bit disproportionately male podcast listening people who think that they're anti-establishment in some vague way and thought that Trump was just the obvious choice. That's what Dave Smith, among others, were promulgating in 2024, and that's what I think there should be some kind of reckoning
Yeah,
for
but
it,
there is no.
but there isn't. I mean,
there's no reckoning because
memory
there's no
hold things as quickly as possible and then barrel right along.
Yeah, there's no accountability for any of it. I feel like the trajectory I took was I felt like in 2016, like I would have been described as a very, very anti-Trump.
Oh, should I tweet that I'm on this right now?
No, it's fine. It'll go up on my YouTube later, so you're fine.
Well, I'm going to tweet maybe. I'm just going to let people know that, like, if they know how to find your live stream.
Sure, if you want to.
See, I'm tweeting live on stream now. Isn't that
Tweeting
exciting?
live on stream. I feel like in 2016, I was like a very anti-Trump person. And then from 2016, 2017 to 2021, I think that I made the liberal journey that so many people made to where you're like, okay, well, we're being super hard on Trump 2017, 2018, that you get the whole Russiagate stuff and the Mueller investigation. Thank you so much. And everything else. And then I feel like I made this journey of like, okay, maybe I'm like a little bit too deranged on Trump. I need to peel it back a little bit. And then after J6, and then in the ensuing year, I think as I start to learn more about government and actually engage more with civics, and then I look back, I feel like 2016 to 2020 was like about as bad or worse than any liberal Trump derangement syndrome. Like when you say the Russiagate stuff, like there is a public phone call with Giuliani where we can just go listen to it for 42 minutes, like begging Zelensky, or it's his aide that picks up, to like start a false investigation into Joe Biden's son. Sure. That was
the Ukraine iteration of like the Russiagate theme. That was a little bit that's a little bit different from what I'm referring to, which was like the Crossfire Hurricane investigation.
Sure, I understand that, but like, can you think in the equivalent? Like, you remember that, like the real Russiagate conspiracy stuff in my mind was what people said about Hillary Clinton. You remember the claims that Hillary sold unilaterally all of our uranium, or 80% of America's uranium, to Russia. Like that was a claim that was like that
was in the New York Times.
In the
that
2016
was Ken Vogel in the New York Times covering the Clinton Foundation, like
sure, but this was
dealings.
hardcore carried by right wing people to say that like Hillary
Clinton
sold
Cash
our
was
uranium.
This Oppo research book.
But like, imagine if Hillary or any of these people had somebody of the caliber of fucking Manafort heading their campaigns, a guy who is not only convicted, but Trump eventually pardoned, or people like Stone who were directly coordinating with Russian hackers on released hacked materials from the DNC servers, from the DCCC, all the Podesta emails and everything, or were publicly making statements like, we'll reward whoever, or for the leaked emails or whatever, or that Trump Tower meeting that they completely fucking lied about, where that Russian lawyer lady came in and like, we were talking about shit, we wanted to get, like, I'm not saying, wait, I'm not saying that like this proves it, but I'm saying that if you collect all of those facts, it's already so exceptionally crazy that like, I think most people, your priors on all of this would be so low that when so much stuff like that has happened, I think it's fair to wonder like, what the fuck is going on here? This is so outside the norm. And I think there's way more evidence for any of that than, for instance, like how long did we have to hear about Hunter Biden and Burisma and Charbon?
No, I agree with that, man. I think the Hunter Biden stuff was just like this ticky-tack stuff for the most part that, amazingly enough, although Republicans in Congress devoted
years and years, so many
for the 2 years that they had a majority under Biden, they basically spent it investigating Hunter Biden, but not even for anything that was going on contemporaneously. They were investigating stuff that went on when Joe Biden was vice president, like 9 years before.
Yeah,
they were saying that they were so concerned with like corruption involving Joe and Hunter's dealings with Ukraine, right? But we had like an active ongoing war at that point that the U.S. was supplying an enormous amount of weaponry for. And the best they could come up with was going back to 2014 and resuscitating stuff from the Obama administration.
Yeah. And it was about a Hunter who was not running for office and didn't have any presence in the White House anywhere near the way that, say, Jared Kushner did, or Witkoff did, right?
I mean, the Jared Kushner contrast is just outrageous.
Yeah, but I guess the thing that I'm saying, real quick, the thing I'm saying is that like you've never in your life said this word, Huntergate, right? Nobody's referred to like, yeah, nobody thinks about that. But like, there is way more shit related to Trump Russia stuff, which at this point I don't think there. Well, I don't think there was like Trump and Putin were having a meeting of the minds, but I think that their campaign was looking for anything they could get, even if it came from an illegitimate source.
Yeah, but the impetus for the FBI investigation that was launched against Trump in the first term, vis-a-vis Russian interference or Russian collusion, was the following proposition: that Donald Trump had, quote, colluded or conspired with the Russian state to get himself installed as president and subvert the 2016 election, and then subvert like the American government essentially, so that it could be controlled Manchurian candidate style by Vladimir Putin. Like,
which I think that claim is true.
Okay, well, I disagree with that.
Okay.
You honestly think that?
Like,
you think that Russia hacked
the
election machines in 2016?
No. That was never the claim. That's
That
what
was a
Republicans
claim.
said the claim was, and there were a few crazy. No.
I'll pull up a million clips.
You
of
can
Adam
pull up a
Schiff-
million clips.
Adam Schiff saying they hacked the
machines.
As late as 2018, I swear to God, I'll pull up the polling right now. A supermajority of Democrats believed not just this lighter version of some kind of mild interference that maybe Trump benefited from, but that Russia explicitly hacked the voting machines in 2016 and fraudulently handed the election to Trump. You can find supermajorities of Democrats affirming that proposition.
Okay, so if in that case, that claim was not only dumb, I'd never seen in my life anything substantiating that ever. So for anybody to believe that was incorrect for sure.
But that was Democratic conventional wisdom.
I would have to see that. I need
I'll
to go
show
back
it
and
to
see
you right now. I'll show it right now.
Okay, yeah, go for it. Search for it. But when it comes to I'm 51% on this. I don't know if you've I don't know where you stand on this.
Can I search for it on here? Or?
Yeah, or give me a key to search for it. I think the laptop story, I think that was a Russian plant story. The Hunter Biden laptop thing. I don't think that Hunter Biden stumbled into a blind laptop repairman's fucking store who happened to.
So this is November 4th to 6, 2018, YouGov poll. Question is, Russia tampered with vote tallies in order to get Donald Trump elected president. Do you find the following statements true or not true?
And it seems like 67%.
67.
No, that's not good. Okay.
Super majority.
Okay. That's a super majority.
That's enough to convict a president in the Senate.
It would, yeah. Well, unless they think they can't convict him, yeah.
Yeah.
But
so that's the
okay.
Kind
So
of
wait.
stuff.
So that part right there, is bad. Okay. So you shouldn't think
Do we
that.
agree?
But like all the other stuff, I think was largely true. There was bad coordination between people who were directly in Trump's committee. So Roger Stone and the Guccifer hacker guy, I think that's a big bad connection.
But Roger Stone was never proven, and believe me, if they could have, if
was never proven to what?
Could have proved, I'll tell you.
Yeah.
Was never proven to have any privileged foreknowledge of anything to do with any of these hacked email releases or WikiLeaks or anything like that. It was just Roger Stone being a bullshitter.
Well, no. One, he had
and
DMs
trying to
with
trumpet his insider knowledge.
One, he had DMs with the Guccifer hacker on Twitter. They were exchanging DMs.
So what? I had DMs with that guy too, because I wanted to see if there was any information on it.
And if you would have been part of Trump's election campaign, I would be mad at you. But you're not. You're a journalist. It's a different thing. Number one. But number two, part of I think 4 out of 5 or 5 out of 6 of the Roger Stone convictions were him not cooperating. Were him saying, I'm not going to testify or fuck you or whatever else.
That's true.
Yeah. And one of the things he said publicly was, I'm not going to fucking rat out Trump. Yes, and that was it. So I was like, well, I don't know what else would have been. And then Trump pardoned him on all of that.
Right. So, but it was a procedural crime. Like it didn't get to the actual crux of the theory.
Well, but the procedural crime was to avoid getting to the crux. If somebody says, did you see this guy lie about this thing? And I perjure myself and I lie about a thing, or I say, I'm not going to cooperate. And they say, well, we're going to hold you in contempt and prosecute you for that. It's like, well, they didn't answer that question. Well, why would he be lying about this thing? It's because he didn't want to answer the thing. And he even intimidated another witness. There was a second guy he intimidated because that was one of his other convictions for a witness intimidation of another guy to not get him to say anything about Trump.
Or on the other hand, if you are the target of a very aggressive special counsel investigation, and you have a defense lawyer who is worth their salt, what they will invariably tell you is that you should say as little as you possibly can and not cooperate with these investigators because they're on a warpath to try to prosecute you.
You cannot cooperate, but that's different than perjuring yourself or witness intimidation, right? For instance, none of the
Mike Flynn ended up pleading guilty
to
perjury.
FBI.
But it was over.
It was over a direct contact with Russia before the election that he should have been forthcoming about. He lied about it.
But it was over. It was basic. Like the gravamen of that lie, so called, was basically mixing up a date within the span of a week or two. It was about his communications with the Russian ambassador.
Yes, which is the thing that he lied to the FBI about, that he was so compromised that the I think it was the State Department forced the DOJ to take action on it because they didn't even want him as part of the administration because they felt like that was a compromising lie. Because now if somebody knows that he's lied about that thing to the DOJ and FBI, now he could potentially be compromised. And this guy, he was like the national security advisor or whatever. Like, that's a pretty big position to fuck that up on. And it's about Russian people, which is already, there's so much crazy shit about this. And if we look at Michael Flynn's Twitter today, this guy is deeply... Yeah, exactly. So it's like, what the fuck? Yeah.
No, but that communication was with Sergei Kislyak, right? He was the Russian ambassador. It was during the transition. So after Trump wins the election, hasn't come into office yet. It was Flynn speaking on the phone with the Russian ambassador saying, before you retaliate against these sanctions that Obama has imposed, for so-called interference. Remember, Obama closed down, like in the waning days of his administration, this Russian sort of diplomatic outpost in Maryland, and he imposed some sanctions. Flynn said, before you retaliate in kind, wait till we get back in, wait till our administration comes in, and then we'll revisit it. Like, it was pretty run-of-the-mill diplomatic communication that got depicted in the most inflammatory possible light, because there was already this political narrative going on that any potential communication whatsoever between anybody affiliated with Trump and anybody affiliated with Russia was hugely damning, and therefore served as evidence for this overarching collusion narrative.
I understand that. But you have unprecedented levels of obstruction into this investigation with Trump later on. And you've got so many people, like, there is no world where the Democrats would have survived having a Manafort-like person anywhere in your orbit, let alone your chief campaign manager guy. That
Democrats have got plenty of shady consultants.
Name
and campaign
one
managers.
person close to Manafort's prestige and Trump's, because he was the head of the, I don't know,
he was a campaign chairman
manager
for a bit. Yeah, he ran like the delegate operation at the convention.
He was I think he was the manager of the entire campaign. Manafort was the top position.
Yeah, he was for a time.
Illegally helping, was it Yanukovych or was it beforehand? And undeclared, getting like tons of money to do these things, which was again for a Russian-backed candidate in Ukraine, undeclared, convicted, but so much money that came from this conviction that they Mueller literally paid for.
From 10 years prior.
Wait, Hunter Biden was, who's not in office, who's not affiliated with any politician. Hunter Biden was 10 years prior, and there wasn't even anything bad about him that turned up. The only thing we even knew about Hunter Biden was because of the Russian email hacks that got leaked from the big guy.
I'm not arguing the Republican position on Hunter Biden.
Sure, I'm just saying that nobody like Manafort. Like, if I ask you, who's one Democrat that's even remotely close to that weird being in a reasonable position? I'm sure we could find like a think tank donor or like Soros, like whatever kind of person. But in terms of like what Manafort was,
look. Okay, so the most
or like the Trump Tower meeting. You were going to say something like that. That was a bad meeting.
The Trump Tower meeting.
They lied about it.
Amounted to anything
Because they didn't have anything to turn over. But they lied about it.
I interviewed the guy.
Yeah.
Okay, who organized that Trump Tower meeting. He was a British music promoter. It was a nothing. I mean, there was no actual noteworthy information that was ever exchanged.
But the goal
it was just this like freelancing Russian lawyer who thought that maybe he could get Don Jr. and Jared Kushner's attention, and they basically just ended the meeting within 10 minutes, and then nothing really ever came of it.
But they took the meeting looking for something from a foreign national that they lied about.
I mean, yeah, fine.
And then what does Trump do when he gets into office? The only reason we have Mueller is because he immediately fires...
Who died today, R.I.P.
RIP. He fires Comey because he doesn't like the fact that Comey's not stopping the investigation. He's bullying Jeff Sessions every day on Twitter because Sessions recused himself. I'm just saying, it's the guiltiest shit in the universe. And then we get the call to fucking Ukraine and everything going on here. I'm just saying it's a lot of shit where it's like, there's so much more there that to dismiss all of it as Russian gate because a lot of people didn't like the fact that they thought that the voting machines were rigged or whatever, which is not a good claim, but that's nowhere near the level of delusion that conservatives have been on for the past 10 years.
Here's my larger point about Russiagate, okay? I'm going to connect it to today's most salient issues.
Okay.
It's that my issue is that there was always an overabundance of material, from my perspective, to actually formulate a rational critique of Trump based on. So, for instance, he ran in 2016 talking about how he could uniquely self-fund his campaign, right? He couldn't be bought by any of the donors or whomever, unlike the little puppet Marco, he would call him, or unlike Jeb Bush or whomever. And then immediately after he basically gets the nomination, he starts courting the same Republican donor class that he said he was going to be uniquely equipped to resist the temptations of, right, or not be subordinated to. And then he governed basically as a Republican donor class president. Like his main legislative accomplishment in the first term was just the tax reform bill that Jeb Bush or Marco Rubio or name your other standard Republican would have essentially done.
Correct.
And then and then he also implemented a foreign policy that escalated virtually every conflict that he inherited. For somehow, the highest number of Afghan casualties in the entire war was in 2019 when he escalated the air war. You barely heard any coverage of that. And he tried to do regime change in Venezuela. It was a little bit more of a ramshackle attempt in the first term, but then they got it together in the second term.
Was it Venezuela or was that Bolivia? Where they brought in
Venezuela?
the Guido guy, they brought him in as like...
Guaido was Venezuela.
Yeah, okay, because they tried to do it there because they brought him into the U.S. to legitimize him and they wanted to send a bunch of aid trucks for him or whatever.
The Trump State Department, no, I think that was the Bolivia thing with the contested election with
Evo
Morales. Was
yeah,
in,
okay.
in
I
Biden's term.
go ahead.
And, you know, regime change in Venezuela, you know, claiming he's going to withdraw troops from Syria, but then leaving them to keep the oil, he says. And on and on and on. Like, basically, I always thought that the Democrats were so hysterically and like single-mindedly focused on what I would have argued were primarily, maybe not 100% exclusively in every possible respect, but primarily this kind of confected narrative that they wanted to use to go after Trump that also had a lot of negative political ramifications in that it created sort of an incentive structure where in order for Trump to prove that he wasn't in hock to Russia, what could he do? Take bellicose action against Russia, and he did. He bombed Russia's chief client state, or several of Russia's client states, meaning Assad. He tried to overthrow their chief client state in the Western Hemisphere, Venezuela. He threw out arms control schemes bilaterally between the United States and Russia. So the Open Skies Treaty, the INF Treaty, so the Intermediate Range Missile Treaty. And now, and he's continuing that even further, actually. People, I guess, still maybe implicitly think that he's sort of in hock to Russia, but as of February, there's the New START Treaty is no longer operative, so there's no longer any mutual arms control regimen governing the nuclear arsenals of the United States and Russia for the first time since the early 1970s when it was the Soviet Union. So it's stuff like that I thought the Democrats would kind of almost like made a special point to strategically never really focus on, maybe in part because it would implicate them to some degree, implicate the bipartisan consensus to some degree. Instead, they would screech over and over again about Russia, racism, January 6th, democracy on the line, etc., and not like a lot of the
just real quick. I understand your point.
That's now transferring over to the fixation on Epstein, which has a lot of similarities with the Russiagate story.
So I disagree. I think the Epstein fixation is a 100% conservative-driven phenomenon, and I would defend that to my death because they are obsessed.
Oh, I disagree with that.
Can
I get some more water, by the way?
No.
Okay.
No, I'll grab you some in a second. I'll leave you with this thought. Because the thing is, of all the things you just mentioned, Russiagate, January 6th, democracy, and whatever the other thing was, all of those things in my mind, you can argue that maybe there was some strategic error committed or some unforced error committed by focusing on these issues. Every single one of these is more important in my mind, however unimportant you might think they are, than every single issue that Republicans hyperfixated on, like whether or not Leah Thomas should have been racing as an NCAA athlete, or whether or not in COVID, the states were trying to do mandatory vaccines and masks and rule us forever with infinite government shutdowns because they hated religious people, or whatever weird thing they fixated on, or the infinite obsession with Hunter Biden and his cock and having pictures of it. So my question is, here's what I don't understand, okay, is why is it that we can be critical of the Democrats and say, well, maybe they kind of flubbed this thing, an issue which, by the way, if that would have existed on the equal side, on the Democratic side, we would still be talking about it today, okay? But we can say that maybe the Democrats made an error there. Why is it the Republicans made 50 million obsessively weird errors and none of it sticks to them, none of it matters?
Good question.
Wait, think about that, and you can talk about it and I'll listen. I'll grab your water. Go, I'm listening.
So remember when Kamala Harris gave her like kind of grand finale speech in 2024 at the Ellipse in Washington? And it was about democracy, right? It was about how Trump is this existential threat to democracy.
He is, yeah.
Okay, you can think that, but
we've got the stay back that we're looking at right now.
Notice, so we're now in we're now like, what is it? 14 months into the second Trump administration. Democracy is still like roughly intact, meaning elections haven't been abolished.
That. Okay.
And another thing that tangibly is going on and observably is going on right now is that there's a giant war in the Middle East. I don't remember Kamala Harris ever making it a point to inform voters as best she could and as best she could kind of politically frame things that if you vote for Trump, you're potentially voting for a giant conflagration in the Middle East.
Hold on, wait. Am I crazy? Am I making this up? Did Kamala not explicitly say that Trump is going to send your children to die in Iran? Am I making this up? Didn't she? Didn't she?
Maybe
have?
She did. I might not be remembering. Pull it up. She didn't give a speech at the Ellipse about it. She didn't like make it a major emphasis.
She might not have said it at the.
She didn't make it a major emphasis because I followed the campaign pretty closely.
I'm trying to remember what she
You want
said.
a nicotine gum?
No, I'm good. I hate nicotine.
You're all into stimulants now, but you don't like nicotine. I
not
shouldn't
into-
get you hooked, actually.
I just like amphetamine. It's not all stimulants, okay?
I guarantee you'll enjoy this.
Well, then I don't want to do it because I'll get addicted to it.
True.
Fuck, I'm trying to remember. I'm almost positive that Kamala had made some
I don't
statements
think
on...
she did. I mean, she came out on her, I think it was her 60 Minutes interview, and she was asked, like, what is the greatest threat to the United States? And she said Iran.
Which, well, I mean, that can be true, but that doesn't necessitate like a boots on the ground, like bombing response as well, right? So like, for instance, like Biden was supportive of Israel, but not in the same way that Trump is supportive of Israel.
Differently.
Right?
I mean, Biden actually was a long time ideological Zionist. I mean, he would actually come out and say this pretty frequently.
Sure.
even as
Well,
president.
every old
Whereas
person in
Trump,
the U.S. has to be,
Trump
right?
couldn't really even define what Zionism is. It's more just that in terms of his whole transactional approach to conducting politics, the pro-Israel, the hardline pro-Israel element was something that he could easily kind of subsume into his support base and then like adopt a lot of their views. And there was probably some pre-existing views around his, just like being in New York, kind of Palm Beach circles where it's like presumptively very pro-Israel. But he was different than Biden in that, like, so.
But the first big
But
Iranian...
find Kamala warning about Trump invading or sending
I feel
troops
like
to...
somebody should find it. I don't have the link right now.
I
I think it
don't
was in
think
one
she
of the
did.
debates.
I mean,
it might have been a more general statement about being bullied by world leaders and being pulled into conflict. But I would have to
I
check.
don't think she
but
ever made a point to actually warn specifically about Trump running the risk of getting us mired in another protracted conflict in the Middle East with boots on the ground and economic turmoil, which is what's
Sure.
going on right now. Like nothing.
But I mean, like Trump literally...
Don't you think? I mean, would you agree with this? Nothing in the Democrats' messaging, by and large. I mean, maybe there's some quote that I don't fully remember off the top of my head right now, but like by and large, generally speaking, nothing that the Democrats were saying about Trump in 2024 or even the preceding 3 years would have given a preview of one of these kinds of eventualities with Trump.
Well, but I don't think that would have been a good messaging point because people just
Why
didn't,
not?
because people don't care much
The
about
war- the war is hugely
because
unpopular.
the thing of highest salience at that point was inflation. It was the thing that the affordability stuff. Like I think because a lot of lefties will argue this when it comes to the Palestinian position. I think when we looked up, this might have just been Israel-Palestine, but like this issue is like 6% of voters thought that this was one of the most important things. I think at the time people were obsessed with the affordability thing, especially because of all the inflation, and then the Republican huge talking point had to do with the border, which is controlling the amount of illegal people that were coming in.
I don't know. I think if you had told people, look, like if you had a window into the future and you could tell people that, look, everybody, if you vote for Trump, here's what you're going to get. On February 28th, 2026, he's going to, in the middle of the night, just start a gigantic cataclysm in the Middle East.
Yeah, but couldn't they have just said, no, we're not?
No, what I'm saying...
And he said, like, why did the Abraham Accord? So what are you saying here? I'm the president
he
of
could
No
have
New
had
Wars. So what are you saying here?
I'm just saying this was not something the Democrats ever felt like it was prudent to ever emphasize. And that just gets to this larger...
Like, look at how many people didn't believe the project.
The,
what about the Project 2025 stuff? Like, I was saying, like, I don't think you should message on this Project 2025 stuff because Americans just don't care about policy. But, like, they denied that the whole time and nobody seemed to care that that's, like, the playbook that they're following now that they're in office. And Trump has even said it, like, oh, actually, I like this now. Even before he was like, oh, I've never heard of this. I have no idea. So, I mean, like, I just don't think Americans...
My point is that the thrust of the Democrats' messaging never would have prepared the public to anticipate something like what's going on now vis-a-vis Iran. I think that speaks to the larger skewing of Democratic priorities in the Trump era in terms of what they emphasize and what they don't, where on the one hand, they're pretty content, it seems, to throw everything at the wall and see what sticks in terms of Trump. But despite this huge cacophony of anti-Trump messaging that they would constantly experiment with, nobody ever thought that maybe it might be sensible to warn about a giant war in the Middle East. I was warning about it. I was warning about Trump's Iran position in particular. Nobody would really listen.
But I don't know. I don't know how you could bring that. I don't even know how you would be able to argue that point with the guy who's just going to point to the fact that he did the Abraham Accords. He's the one that...
You could point to his record in the first term, which was geared toward regime change in Iran. You could point that he himself says that in June of 2019 he was minutes away from bombing Iran.
Sure, but he didn't, right? So you just say I didn't do it, right?
No, but you could project outward to the future and make
for the average American mind. You can barely project out to 2 weeks from now, let alone like related to foreign policy.
I mean, if you're willing to deal enough in abstraction that you could say that voting for Trump is the end of democracy, whatever that means exactly. But
well, like on January 6th, you're trying to coup the government. I think that's pretty visceral. We had videos of it.
But you're not willing to project out in the future around a potential cataclysmic military conflict, that just shows what you're prioritizing in terms of your messaging. Not an aversion to something being too abstract for voters to understand.
I think that January 6th is way more cataclysmic than whatever's happening in Iran right now.
Really?
Absolutely, 100%.
Huh.
You had a president for the first time that I'm aware of in U.S. history try to circumvent the peaceful, or he did circumvent the peaceful transfer of power. It was a violent transfer of power. And then you have Iran. How many?
What's the
Middle
death
Eastern
count
wars?
in Iran versus January 6th at this point?
I don't know. What was the death count in the Revolutionary War compared to the death count of fucking COVID? What does that have to do with anything?
I'm not saying
what
that's
does the death
be-all.
count have to do with anything?
Well, you're saying in terms of what's more cataclysmic or destructive or lamentable, I do think that the death count is one metric we can use. It doesn't have to be the be-all, end-all. That's
The death
one
count, when
metric
I'm
I
thinking
would
of
use.
harm, I would never use the death count as the harm to American democracy. I think I would look at what was the president doing
Just
to try
harm
to...
in general.
I'm not talking about harm in general. I'm talking about specific harm to democracy.
Oh,
I
to
think
democracy,
the U.S.
okay.
president trying to circumvent the peaceful transfer of power with a whole ass scheme that's completely public, I think is crazy to me.
Well, I mean, I do think that a protracted war being launched does tend to go hand in hand with, for example, the abridgment of civil liberties, with more government surveillance, with more, less tolerance for freedom of speech.
I agree. But Bush didn't try to prevent the peaceful transfer of power. Like nobody tried to coup the government after the Iraq and Afghanistan war, except for Trump.
I acknowledge that Bush did not do what Trump did on January 6th. No argument there. I'm just saying, like, there are reasons to be worried. If you're worried about democracy, broadly construed, just in terms of kind of liberal democratic norms and civil
I can agree
liberties
with you
and
there, but that's
Constitution.
way more abstract than the president is trying to coup the government, is trying to prevent the peaceful transfer of power. Like in an
Okay.
abstract way, more Middle
Do you
East.
even have a problem with the Iran thing going on right now? Or are you basically in favor of it or opposed to it, or what's your view?
There's like a world where I could be okay with it, but not under this administration and not with the people leading it who are leading it right now. I'm not
so
a fan of
if it was Kamala Harris or Gavin Newsom or Pete Buttigieg doing it right now, you'd be more inclined.
I would have to know what the purpose or what their vision is or what exactly is going on.
Okay.
I guess right now in my mind, this is exclusively like an Israeli project that Trump is along for the ride on because he's an idiot. Is how I view it.
Okay.
I don't think Trump is conferred
So
with.
what are some hypothetical circumstances where you can imagine yourself supporting something along these lines?
Hypothetical circumstances would be a world where Israel is still more constrained by a Democratic president rather than a Republican one, and then a world where, say that same, when the Ayatollah is killing protesters and the thousands or tens of thousands, depending on what numbers you believe, if that event is happening and there's some other group of people in Iran that seem like they could take over the government and there could be something, I don't know, obviously these types of regime changes could be messy. We have the whole Iraq thing. I don't know if I would, but at that point I would at least have to think about it, as opposed to right now, I don't know if you know, I don't know if anybody knows why the United States is involved with Iran. It feels like we've gotten 3 different reasons stated, and I don't know what we're actually doing there, what the mission success is. Or
Well, I'm much more instinctively averse to it just on principle, I guess, regardless of who would be president, meaning forcible imposition of regime change in Iran by the United States. That would be more of my starting point in terms of analyzing this, whether or not it's Donald Trump. Obviously, with Trump at the helm, you have a much sort of crazier situation.
Sure,
where
I agree with you. That would be nice. But I'm saying there are things that could make me consider it, right? If Iran killed 10 million people under Kamala Harris, you'd be like, okay, well, fuck, maybe we should do something, right? I'm saying I would at least think about it. But under Trump, I don't think Trump has a mind or a vision for the Middle East. And whatever is happening right now is probably exclusively serving the interests of Israel, which I don't know necessarily benefits everybody in the region or even long-term U.S. interests in the region.
Aren't you a pro-Israel guy? What would be your problem if it were serving the interests of Israel?
Because the United States should work with Israel because oftentimes our interests are aligned. And as long as our interests are aligned, I think they're a valuable partner to work with. I think that because of the style of government, because of the background of their people, I think that we generally align more on things. But when those things fall out of alignment, well, fuck Israel. Then we need to bring them back into alignment. So there are things that Israel has done, I think, recently, their whole handling of the Palestinian problem has always been a huge fuck to everybody in this fucking region. But the stuff related to Iran, that's a regime that Israel really, really, really wants to see gone. Now, to be fair, a lot of our friendly Arab leaders, in Saudi Arabia and stuff, they also kind of want to see them gone too. But I think that Israel would be happy to have Iran gone and then sever ties with the United States and then kind of run this region as a regional power independent actor, because who the fuck is going to fight with Israel in that entire region with Iran gone? And then the U.S. just has to engage with them like a neutral third party, as opposed to right now where we're kind of still sort of running shit. I don't think,
I mean, I think the decisive role of Israel in this war has been overstated for a variety of different reasons. I'm not saying that they're irrelevant. Obviously, they're waging the war in concert with the United States at the moment. I just think that the attempt to ascribe singular responsibility to Israel is being done for a variety of kind of questionable political reasons or even self-absolving reasons on the part of people like a Dave Smith or a Tucker who now want to shift blame entirely onto Israel because they can't grapple with how they peddled this radical misconception of Trump in 2024. Right?
Well, no, I understand. Let me be clear when I say this, okay? If I were to tell you, okay, that my
I think it's part. I think this is part of what.
Well, no,
Trump,
wait, real quick. If I'm at home, okay, and I were to tell you that while I was at home, if I were to tell you my 30-year-old son stabbed and killed his
is he in the next room?
30-year-old girlfriend. Yes, say they're in the next room. My 30-year-old son stabs and kills my 30-year-old girlfriend. Right? I'm imagining that you would say that was his fault, right? He stabbed his girlfriend and killed her. You're not going to blame me for that, right?
Sure. I mean,
right? But let's say that I tell you. But let's say that I tell you my 5-year-old son stabbed and killed his friend while he was at my house. You probably blame me for that. But I mean, like, he did it, right? I'm viewing Israel as like the child. I think that Israel has its own goals and desires. So when I say Israel is pushing and it's because of them, what I'm saying is that the U.S. government for Trump, they don't have the responsibility, the vision, the wherewithal to actually issue any sort of guidance or to compel Israel to act in a certain way. That Israel's always wanted to do this. Under Biden, they would have gladly done a regime change operation in Iran, but the U.S. would have said, we're not doing that right now. You guys are fucking crazy. But under Trump, they will. So when I'm saying I'm blaming Israel, I'm still blaming the Trump admin. I'm not shifting all those on to Israel because it should be on the U.S. It's like, well, hold on, let's think about like what's going on here. But the current administration doesn't, is what I'm...
Yeah, I guess, I've just been trying to make the argument that Trump is more the primary agent of responsibility here than I think a lot of people, especially on the internet, have been willing to accept. Because what did Trump come barreling into office for his second term proclaiming? Basically that he was on this globe-spanning mission of conquest.
No.
Yes?
He came in as the president of No New Wars.
Well, after he got elected, right? After he got elected,
then he started to change.
He starts rambling about wanting to seize Greenland
and building more ships and everything. That's true.
He gives his inaugural address, which I don't think anybody picked up on at the time other than me, but I happened to notice and thought it was a little bit curious that his speechwriters decided to write him lines heralding William McKinley as his model for the second term, and then he issued an executive order basically at the day he came into office, touting William McKinley basically as the president who he wanted to emulate. And if you go and read about William McKinley, that was the first president who inaugurated these overseas conquest missions on which he sent U.S. troops on overseas expeditions to conquer foreign lands that most Americans had never heard of, like the Philippines or Guam. Or Cuba, more people would have heard of Cuba, but like the Philippines, like nobody had any. Guam, I mean, Guam, like was at the top of the mind for everybody in 1900 in the United States, probably not. But for whatever reason, oddly enough, that's what Trump and his speechwriters thought was the theme that they should most emphasize in his inaugural address, which is like, what gets like recorded for history in terms of laying out the agenda for a president when they come in for their term. And then he starts rambling about wanting to take over the Panama Canal. He starts talking about wanting to take over Canada. People dismiss it as a joke. At a certain point, it's not particularly funny. Obviously, that's less practically.
Sure, I understand what you're saying. Here's a question. This is what I want you to deal with. Okay? If Israel was saying, we're not doing regime change in Iran, we need to chill about this, United States of America, the U.S. would not be bombing Iran.
I'm just not sure what that would look like because it's so integral into Israeli state policy and political culture at this point to take some kind of decisive action against Iran to overthrow that government. That I'm not even really understanding how we can entertain the hypothetical and still be talking about Israel, right? Because then we're talking about almost something else.
Let's assume that Netanyahu was losing domestic popularity because the war was raging on too long in the Gaza Strip and the people didn't have the appetite for it. Or so we can think of a million ways that it could have gotten there. But if Israel would have said, okay, maybe a full-on attack against Iran, maybe not good, I don't think without them pushing, I don't know if Trump is on board with this.
Trump seems to believe that Iran was trying to assassinate him. And therefore, he's entitled to take vengeance on Iran. When they killed the supreme leader, he told Jonathan Karl of ABC, I got to him before he got to me. Meaning it's almost like this schoolyard bully thing almost in his mind. Where
yeah, but I think Trump says retarded shit. I don't know if that's indicative into his state of mind for starting the war.
I think it's indicative of like one of the
because they could have just assassinated him and just been done with it. No, they killed Soleimani. Trump seems like the kind of crazy dude who would assassinate a fucking Iranian.
They killed Soleimani, and then that resulted in blowback where there might have been attempts. We don't know how serious they were, but like let's just.
Well, it was really serious because Iran, I think, blew up one of their own civilian airliners on accident after. when they try to retaliate, they think
I'm just saying. I think that look, I'm not denying that the role of Israel was important in kind of maybe accelerating things or crystallizing it, and Netanyahu in particular knows how to cater a case to an American president because he basically grew up in Philadelphia, and like he just is very well schooled in knowing how to make an argument that is in furtherance of Israel's interest to an American president. Maybe Trump is a little bit more impressionable and persuadable than a Biden would have been.
Impressionable, yeah.
Yeah. But I'm just saying that nonetheless, this Iran excursion, as Trump calls it, fits very neatly into this larger governing paradigm that Trump came into office advocating and enacting and implementing, which is that he's on like this global conquest mission. He now says he's going to be taking Cuba. He has declared himself the ruler of Venezuela, not just that he abducted the president and bombed Venezuela, but that he's the ultimate governing authority in Venezuela, such that he has veto power over Venezuela's governance. Same with Gaza. I mean, Trump declares himself the ultimate governing authority.
They put him. He made that peace board, right?
Yeah.
You know who wouldn't have done this? Kamala Harris.
Yeah. I think you're probably right. It would have been. It would have been
probably
more,
right. You think Kamala would have put herself on the head of the peace board?
Probably not. Probably not. It would have been much more conventional. It would have been much. It would have been a continuation of Biden, pretty much. So I just think that I think at the very least that interpretation of why Trump has started this war with Iran is worth giving a little bit more credence than I see as being commonplace at all in the popular discussion of this, rather than focusing so monomaniacally on Israel as though like it's the prime mover and its influence is insurmountable and you can never defy Israel. Like they're always going to be calling the shots.
No, this is cringe. I don't believe that the AIPAC obsessive stuff. I understand, and all of that is stupid as fuck. Or the weird anti-Semitic stuff, or the Zog stuff. Zionist-owned government. I agree that all those talkers are stupid as fuck. Okay. But I do think right now, I think Israel can do basically whatever it wants because I think Trump is just a weak man with no vision for the region, and if he sees something might serve his interests and Israel can sell it to him, I think he'll just go along with it instantly.
What do you think of like Russiagate levels of Democrats thinking right now that Trump launched the war for something to do with Epstein? Whether it was just to deflect politically from the attention on the Epstein files, or because maybe he's compromised by Israel and they've got blackmail on him.
When I look at in my mind,
there's variations of this theme, but like if you look at this poll that was done a week or two ago, it's you got super majorities similar to the poll I just showed you of Democrats affirming one way or another that Epstein is like a causal factor in why the war was launched.
Epstein is, in my mind, is just kind of like right now, it's the epitome of populist brain rot. It's just like the people have been really obsessed for a long time with the idea of like a global elite pedophile ring that involves all the head leaders of the world who are controlling everything behind the scenes. That's just an idea that a lot of populist-leaning people, which is a lot of people now, are really attracted to. And the reason why I put the onus on the Trump admin for this is because I don't think anybody's done more to undermine the institution of government and the institution of the media and the institution of everything in our information landscape than the conservatives. Like you've got Bongino on fucking, what was it, Tim Pool or Joe Rogan, who's like, I got a friend of the CIA and he's seen all the Epstein shit and he knows it's
I think that was on his own Dopey Brumble
Was
podcast.
it on his own?
Yeah,
I thought he was talking another. He might have been on his own.
Maybe,
You've got like Pam Bondi, who's here's the fucking part one, the fucking Epstein files. Like I think the conservatives ham this up hardcore, but they ham up every conspiracy theory between. Like how can you look at I love you, vegan gains. We don't want to do that right now. Trust me.
What was that?
Just another guy who wanted to argue stuff, but it's not worth it right now.
Vegan gains. Okay.
Yeah, the Epstein
I'll
stuff.
have to take some workout tips from him.
The Epstein stuff, like in my mind, is like looking at like how do you not draw a line directly from QAnon and Pizzagate to like the Epstein stuff? Like, that's why I said I feel like it's a Republican.
But you said it's like 100% a right wing.
I'm sorry, I meant like instigated. Like absent them, I don't think that the Democratic base would have. Like, I don't think a populist type like Bernie Sanders or even AOC are pushing on the Epstein stuff anywhere near as the populist types on the right. But I do think that the populists on the left find it attractive.
But I mean, however intense any particular Democrat is pushing it right now, it's become such a dominant narrative that you have like the vast majority of Democratic voters just saying that Trump went to war with Iran over Epstein. Yeah. So that's notable, right?
Not
and like
good.
It's all, and then like there have been periods, maybe not quite so much in the past few weeks after the war started, but like if you tune into MSNBC or MS Now or like any kind of more Democratic leaning media outlet, it's like Epstein 24/7.
Sure.
Or had been, you know.
Yeah. But who brought this up to the salience of level that it's at now?
Well,
Republicans, when they came in, obsessed over this. Pam
No, I
Bondi and the
gotcha.
Biden, they obsessed over it. I found new documents in the Southern District of New York that I'm going to bring all of them. They obsessed over this. So, yeah, of course, now that they obsess over it, now like, oh, fuck, don't look at it. And this is populist brain rot 101. All of your elite leaders that you thought were conspiring against you actually were part of a huge child rape pedophile ring. There's like everybody, all the populist people want this story.
There's always been an undercurrent of people who did believe that. I mean, like, we're all fundamentally ruled by this cabal of elite pedophiles.
But the Republicans are the ones that
now it's
elevated this.
But now it's become so incredibly mainstream.
I agree, yeah. But the
So
Republicans
it's a
are the
different
ones
order.
that brought this up here so much, right?
Well,
if I run around the house and I sprinkle oil on everything, I set it on fire, we both burn. But like the guy who is setting the house on fire probably has a little bit more responsibility. But I agree, it's a huge problem on the Democratic side too. I don't like talking about it. I hate it when people bring it up all the time.
Oh,
yeah.
really? Okay. But
Yeah.
so, I mean,
or when I say I don't like talking about it, what I mean is that like it's a brain rot topic. Most people's thoughts on it are fucking retarded, and most people that think that the Epstein thing is important hate both sides equally anyway. So it doesn't even serve my political narrative that which I want to support the Democrats more than the Republicans, and I don't think there are as much of an element of truth of most of the claims people make about it.
I think it's a fascinating narrative. I can't get enough of it, just from the standpoint of like chronicling the mass hysteria or the moral panic, as I would see, as I would regard it, I mean, and how it's become so pervasive in terms of the beliefs that engenders and how it's internationalized. Like, it's not just the United States. I mean, this has like been the -- political scandal or controversy in, you know, France, Norway, Slovakia, United Arab Emirates for a time, Britain, obviously. So I just think of it's like endlessly fascinating from that perspective, and just how people have so many fictional beliefs or myths that they've just absorbed unwittingly and assume must be true about it, that I can't get enough of just in terms of like documenting it and almost theorizing what went on here. But like in terms of the right-wing valence of it, yes. What makes the issue so resonant, and why people, I guess, maybe are kind of badgering you to talk about it, is because of the ideological synergy of it. Meaning, it's not limited to one or the other. It doesn't neatly kind of.
It very neatly encapsulates everybody with
right versus left.
75 IQ or lower is what it neatly tracks with.
But go back to in 2018, right? So there was a series of articles in the Miami Herald by this Julie K. Brown journalist. I don't know if you're familiar with her, if you've seen her, but like she's still considered one of the preeminent Epstein expert journos in the country.
Okay.
She puts out this series of articles in November of 2018 that breathes new life into the Epstein saga, right? And it causes a huge controversy politically because she frames it as Trump's labor secretary, Alex Acosta, gave a sweetheart deal to
Epstein,
sex offender, blah, 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 blah. And Julie Brown has said that, you know, she was pursuing this story because she was looking for an angle that she could, for an article, for like a avenue of inquiry that she could pursue that was anti-Trump, that she could peg to Trump. And she found the perfect news peg. Trump's labor secretary, Alex Acosta, was in fact the U.S. attorney for the Southern District of Florida when Epstein was prosecuted and had to plead guilty to pursuant to a federal non-prosecution agreement in 2008. And so she kind of revived this, right? And she also tied in with Me Too. She credits Me Too as catalyzing this renewed interest in the Epstein story circa 2018. Then the federal prosecutors in the Southern District of New York, they see this article and like the huge political uproar that it engenders, and think, okay, maybe we need to think about maybe federally re-prosecuting this guy. They're already collaborating with one of the victim's lawyers, Bradley Edwards. But you know, in some of these new emails, you see them passing around links to the Miami Herald series, and like the Southern District of New York was kind of a hotbed for the more sort of like adventurous anti-Trump prosecutors that were allowed to stick around in the DOJ in the first administration. So it became it was like a largely, not exclusively, but largely like liberal coded issue at that time in terms of how its mainstream purchase that it was getting. And then, you know, Epstein ends up being, you know, re-indicted. He's put in the federal jail facility. He dies in custody. Then, you know, there's a whole kind of blossoming of these more like left-oriented conspiracist narratives like TrueAnon and those people where, because like they think, oh, we can connect this to Bill Barr being the Attorney General, and Bill Barr's father might have hired Jeffrey Epstein to teach at the Dalton School in New York City in the 70s. So there's a lot of dot connecting they can do, right? And, you know, the Trump administration was in power when the death occurs. So if people want to make the most nefarious possible inferences from that connects it to Trump in some way, they can. And so, yeah, there is a big left liberal interest in it in terms of just the kind of more commercial pop cultural coverage like Netflix and stuff. That's not right wing, really. but they do this like filthy rich documentary that is very like survivor focused. Like we got to lift up their voices, and you see a lot of that style of coverage that kind of gets people maybe of a little bit more of like a Democratic aligned or like loosely political, maybe apolitical, but culturally liberal in some fashion, kind of thinking that the Epstein story is a really important thing to have to be preoccupied with. But then, yeah, when the Biden administration comes in, then you do see a more fulsome kind of right-coded variation on why people are so preoccupied with this, because they end up kind of spinning it as they're covering up the client list. Like Elon Musk started touting this around in like 2022.
One thing I'll say before we move on to the Biden, because in my mind, and maybe it's just the political circles we were in, I can think of like 3 or 4 things off the top of my head that were immediately more gripping to the American public than the Epstein stuff, even in 2019. Like that story might have had purchase for a little bit, but I feel like peak Me Too stuff was like 2013 to 2015-ish, and then
Me Too was 2017.
Was
That's when
it
the Harvey Weinstein thing comes out, and everybody
or
says.
maybe I'm thinking
that's when they start the Me Too
the
hashtag.
Sorry, okay. I'm thinking of like when all the I think peak wokeness or whatever was like started in
No,
like
I'm talking
2013.
peak Me Too specifically.
Sure. So Me Too might have been a few years later, but I feel like the Epstein stuff was never as big of a story in the American mind, especially for 2019, as like every part of COVID was larger than that. Like COVID in general, like lab leak stuff, the mRNA vaccines and all of that stuff. I think the Hunter Biden like laptop story was 2020. I'm not mixing up my elections, right? That was 2020 for Biden coming in, right? The Hunter Biden laptop story, I think had way more salience in the American mind. I think that the general, I feel like all of these topics were way more. I'm sure I heard the name Epstein, but it was nowhere near in 2019, like the level of like every American is thinking about this.
Right, but it ended up like, but it's still like percolating in different quadrants of the ideological
the whole
spectrum.
BLM riots and everything, of course, the J6 stuff,
You're not wrong, but like the foundation had been set for potentially to explode, because you did have these right-wing surrogates like Kash Patel, or Trump supporting surrogates like Kash Patel and Bongino and these other podcast guys saying that, vote for Trump in 2024 because we're going to crush the deep state, and by extension of that, we're going to get the Epstein files released, even though Trump himself was sort of more non-committal, but his surrogates were very much gung-ho about it. And then it was the perfect recipe for it to just explode to even more monumental proportions when Trump's back in office, right? Mm-hmm. Trump did have a personal relationship with Epstein years ago, and they put out this memo last July saying, look, all these kind of common tenets of the Epstein mythology we're dispelling, meaning there's no client list, there's no blackmail operation, there's no predicate to charge any additional people with any sex crimes. And so it just explodes in a way that is orders above what maybe it had been percolating in the background as for the preceding couple years. I'm just saying that like there was a diverse ideological confluence of people that were interested in the Epstein story that, and then you light the fuse, and then you add Trump, who's like the dominant narrative anyway, and lo and behold, now it's the number one anti-Trump oppositional narrative of the second term, akin to how much Democrats would have been focused on Russia or Mueller or that narrative in the first term. I mean, look at any congressional hearing now. Epstein is virtually all that Democrats can talk about. I mean, again, I'm not complaining because I find it really fascinating, but from like a different perspective. Mm-hmm. But I just think, if we want to sort of look at why this is so salient now and is just transmogrified into this international mega narrative, it's more cross-ideological than maybe I think you might be giving it credit for.
No,
with
just
the
to be clear, hold on, just to be clear, so that I can say this for the millionth time, I agree that right now it's captured everybody, which drives me crazy. That's why I keep saying populist. But the thing that exploded it into the average person's mind, I think, was the conservative movement. That absent the conservatives being so obsessed with it, and then absent then acting the guiltiest possible way that you could of turning it into such a huge obsessive point, and now trying to retreat from it as much as possible, such that they refused to release the files. Was it the longest time it had ever been for the House to sit a new representative because Mike Johnson didn't want to sit the new lady
the Arizona lady.
That like it was them that drew. So like if I would have talked to you in 2015 and I said, I got this friend and they don't believe in vaccines or whatever, like I don't know what to do. Like in my mind in 2015, I'm thinking like, okay, your friend is like a crazy hippie person. Whereas today, if I hear about an anti-vaxxer, they're right-wing 99% of the time, right? So, but if I were to say like the anti-vaxxer movement today, I would say it's like definitely like a left-wing phenomenon. Not really. Like it kind of sort of was more of a left, I feel like kind of a far left.
I feel like there's still some crunchy left ish people who are
yeah, but by and large today, you can track like death rates and everything from COVID just from Republican counties and stuff. So yeah, but I agree that it's a both sides. Everybody's obsessed with it today.
Don't get me wrong. I mean, Pam Bondi and Kash Patel and Bongino and that whole clown car of people, they definitely egg this on astronomically. In part because, I mean, and here's the basic reason why they fumbled it so disastrously. It's because they can't be honest about it, neither can really anybody, which is that the stuff that people assume to be true, meaning of some kind of pedophilic sex trafficking operation that ensnared all these prominent VIPs, and there was blackmail, and we got to get to the bottom of it. Like, none of that was ever substantiated by anything remotely approaching credible evidence, and that's only been verified by the release of millions more records. But nobody wants to say that because you don't want to be in a position like I have been as this like lone wolf, where you're accused of like making excuses for quote pedophiles, or like you're called all the most foul names you can possibly be called if you take any kind of more contrary perspective on this stuff.
Well, while that's true for maybe somebody in your position, it's even worse if you're in Trump's position, because all those guys hardcore over-indexed on them. I don't know what the political strategy was, if they legitimately thought they were going to find something, because it's one thing for a person who is reporting on things or talking about things to be like, oh, I don't think it's that big of a deal. It's a much different thing. How humiliating was it? Do you remember when I think it was Bongino and Patel were sitting side by side with each other on like
on Joe Rogan, I think it was.
Was it Joe Rogan? Where they were like,
it was on Fox.
It was on Fox, yeah. And they were like, we've seen everything. There's nothing there. Like like if it would have been two Democrats or whatever who were saying this after whatever, okay, fine. But for these guys who were part of like the whole group of people who were overhyping the fuck out of this shit for so long, like it makes it a million times worse. So of course, none of them can ever back off it. You know?
I said at the time, I don't understand how Kash Patel's position as FBI director is sustainable. Anybody can pull up the clip of him in December 2023 as a private citizen saying, now infamously, and this quote's going to be seared in my memory for the rest of time, he's saying to the previous FBI director, Christopher Wray, put on your big boy pants and tell us who the pedophiles are, as if he somehow knew and had exclusive insider info that this list of pedophiles was being concealed by the Biden FBI, and Christopher Wray could just open a drawer in his desk or something and tell the public who all these demonic pedophiles were, and they were going to implicate all these Democratic donors, you know, Bill Gates and Clinton and Larry Summers and Reid Hoffman and whomever. And now he has to come out with stone-faced and say, look, I mean, turns out kind of did kill himself. There's no real trafficking. Like, nobody's going to take that seriously. He's not going to be a messenger that anybody's going to credit as legitimate, given like the comical contrast that you can find in 2 seconds of Google searching with how he approached this issue in the past, when he was just kind of this like flame-throwing, red meat tossing right-wing pundit. So yeah, I mean so the Trump administration kind of laid its own trap for itself in a lot of ways, and they've never figured out how to extricate it themselves from it. So it just keeps going on.
I think it's very
and
easy for them to extricate themselves from it. I think the issue is one of the big drivers, in my opinion, of things like the Epstein story. It's similar to like anti-immigration stuff. I think it's like just general discontent. So in an area where, like I hate so much about the Trump administration now, and this is one of the reasons why I hate America. I shouldn't say hate America, but it frustrates me endlessly about American citizens is as long as life is going well, people will generally chill the fuck out about a lot of stuff. Like if gas prices were low, the economy was going much better, affordability was improving for people. Like if all these indicators are going up, I think people might not be as fixated on the Epstein stuff. I still think it would be a pretty sensational story, but I think the fact that like everything is so fucked, and it seems like there's like another fuck thing and another fuck thing and another fuck thing. The Epstein story is that one thing that has maintained its like crystal clear point of this administration is fighting tooth and nail to never release it. So as long as there's like a new fuck up and a new fuck up and a new fuck up, you can keep pointing back at that and go like, oh, what's going on with this?
Have you noticed that all the most clever and ambitious Democratic politicians right now, some of whom are planning to run for president, like Ro Khanna, they're now almost toying with a embryonic stump speech that they're going to use within, in the next year or two, Ro Khanna in particular. But you see guys like John Ossoff, who's being, touted as somebody who could potentially run as a Democratic presidential candidate. That guy Talarico, who won the primary in Texas. They're all saying stuff like there's an Epstein class that we all have to band together and dislodge. It's almost like they're trying to do the Occupy Wall Street, us versus the 1%.
It's the populist messaging, class. Yeah, of course, yeah.
But the thing with the Epstein class kind of theme is that by invoking Epstein over and over again, you're not just making some kind of like neutral reference to the moneyed elites who are, skewing societal resources or something like that. You're referencing pedophiles. Like, I mean, that's what most people think. Like, that's the word association that the 99% of people will make if you utter Epstein at them today.
Yeah.
But yet they're happy to leverage that into this political talking point now that's going to animate, I guess, the
populace
synthesis of American politics going forward, such that Ro Khanna, I mean, he can't make a media appearance or give a speech nowadays without inveighing against the Epstein class and praising himself for having brought some kind of like vague accountability, and also demanding that like unspecified people be charged with crimes. And also, by the way, he and his little compatriot Thomas Massie, they just slandered 4 random people with no public profile, I don't know if you saw this, as having been complicit in child sex crimes. Ro Khanna went on the floor of the House and said, the Trump DOJ, they're redacting the names of all these powerful men to insulate them from criminal accountability, and they turned out to be guys who had just like literally nothing at all to do with Epstein whatsoever. It was just something that he and Thomas Massie conflated. Thomas Massie said they were incriminated in child sex trafficking crimes. It turned out to be like an auto mechanic and an IT manager in New York. And so, I mean, you might not be interested in it, and I get it from your perspective, but I do think in terms of civil liberties and in terms of a lot of downstream negative repercussions of this, it is worth paying close attention to. And, you know, the Democrats are pretty fixated on it at this point. So, like, it's almost like, you know, whether or not you like the issue, it's kind of politically salient enough at this point that you have to deal with it to some extent.
Oh, I super don't. I can just play video games all day and fucking ignore it.
That's true.
I talk about what the fuck I want to talk about.
That is true. That is true.
But there's other stuff, like, I don't like talking about the Middle East anymore. I hate it. I think it's annoying.
Oh,
I think
really?
most people talk
You
about it.
burnt out on it?
Yeah, because it's like a bunch of anti-Semitism, but then it's like it's also a bunch of like Islamophobia, and then it's a bunch of like stupid like young people. It's just like the conversations about it are horrible. That's not to say that it's not an important issue and it's not having real impacts domestically here. Well, or actually across the entire world right now because of the oil squeeze and everything. But I just hate talking about it.
So when people have been, it's like when people in your chat or whomever, your correspondents have been imploring you to talk about Epstein, like what is their argument as to why you should talk about it?
Well, they all think it's the most important thing ever because we're one email release away from uncovering like the actual global blackmail list of the Black Book clients that had a factory of 6-year-olds that were being serially raped by every wealthy person and elite blah, blah, blah in the world. I'm strawmanning them a little bit.
Yeah.
And then my point is that I haven't made any harsh judgments on it one way or another. I feel like if there was prosecutable stuff in there, I feel like they would have already gone after it, but I'm all okay with other people. If they want to go through the files and explore stuff, they can do that. I just don't, I'm like a very I don't want to say conspiracy in like a super loaded negative way, but I generally don't enjoy deep diving on that stuff very much because usually the evidence is just not there for it. And it's a lot of like reaches and a lot of like associative stuff that's just not as interesting to me. I like more concrete stuff. But then a lot of my audience just interprets it as me either being part of the Black Book pedophile sex ring or it's that I'm covering for them or I don't know.
So this most recent round of Epstein files was released on January 30th, right? And it just so happened by total coincidence, I promise, that I happened to be offline for a couple days. Like a couple times a year, I'll take a detox, right? And I'll just like maybe play Zelda or something.
Sure.
And it happened to coincide with in the most inopportune possible timing, the release of Epstein files. So I was like offline for around like 4 days or something, and everybody thought, oh my God, Tracey must have been exposed as having been on the Epstein list or in the Epstein files. So people were actually searching my name in the DOJ search bar on the website, and sure enough, there were 2 results that come back with Michael Tracey, and it happens to be just like the FBI Communications Department's daily news roundup where they just summarize articles. So I had 2 articles from like 2018 and 2021 or something on totally different topics, but people thought that they had nailed me for that. So that was pretty
You want to know
funny.
something crazy?
Yeah.
You know who wasn't in the Epstein files at all?
Who?
Kamala Harris.
She's not, there's no reference whatsoever?
Probably not.
I bet you there is, because like
you know why I'm saying probably not actually? Because I bet if there was, I bet I would know about it because people be talking about it all the time.
You could, there's a reference to everything. There's millions and millions of files.
I know, but she's still not in there. They avoided
news
it.
Articles and stuff.
You know what? You know who's definitely not in there? Hunter Biden, because I feel like I've heard about that too. So look at that.
Did you have commenters demanding that you comment on like the emails that contain references to pizza and stuff?
Yeah, of course. People want me to talk about it, but a lot of it's just very boring to me.
No, but what do you make of this? Because like you're in the streaming world, because like this is like a bonanza for people in the online media on YouTube, millions upon millions.
I
of
just
views
take I
everywhere,
take
TikTok.
huge hits for all of it. Like I also like
Do you?
I hate covering like breaking news. I hate breaking news so much. But obviously these are your huge events. But it's like whatever happens, like I'll know tomorrow for sure what happened, and there's no reason to speculate right now whether it was like who shot the missile and who blew up the school of 176 little schoolgirls or whatever. Like I don't know what the answer is, but I know I'll know tomorrow, and I know that whatever I guess today is literally completely totally inconsequential to everything else. So why cover it? But that's just me. I just don't like it personally. But yeah, I know there's a lot of views to covering this stuff.
I mean, it will never not be amazing to me that the first week after the Epstein files' biggest tranche was released, you had it as like this immediate consensus across all sectors of online media, including places like Breaking Points, where I've been an occasional guest, and places that are at least purport to be a little bit more journalistically reputable.
Whatever that means now.
They thought okay.
Breaking Points was hosting this fucking Zhang guy. Who
I know. I put it.
Jesus
that guy's
fucking
amazing.
Christ.
Tucker just had him on too.
Everybody's having him on now.
Yeah.
Was he on Joe Rogan yet? There was a couple other big people. Yeah, of course. It's always in the Joe Rogan sphere. Yeah.
But like, everybody coalesced around this conviction that the best way that we can tell our followers and viewers and subscribers about what's going on with this latest release of Epstein files is to literally type in pizza, find some decontextualized snippets of emails, and they probably didn't even search it themselves. They probably just saw whatever had floated to the top of the algorithm on X or whatever. And like that's the best research methodology for us to report back to the general public about what is most pertinent to know about the Epstein files. Like I have my own like maybe a little bit more minoritarian research methodology where I wanted to like find particular prosecution memos, or there's actually a lot of interesting revelatory stuff in the Epstein files if you want to know like how the
not
FBI
pedophile
was.
sex ring stuff, but just
No,
like in
but,
terms
like-
of communication and who's talking to who. Like Ben, like I thought Ban's association with Epstein, that was very interesting to me.
That was amazing.
But
Yes.
like people
I'm
just
the
want
one
the
who told
pedophile.
Rokana about that for the first time.
People just want the pedophile sex ring stuff. Otherwise, they don't.
No,
give a
but
fuck,
like in
yeah.
terms of like the machinations of how the FBI and the DOJ puts together a prosecution like this, which is a very high profile. I mean, a lot of the interesting stuff that I was looking for actually was dispelling the common mythology around what people just assume to be.
What a pointless
what is true
endeavor.
here. Yeah, I know, exactly. But like across the media, streamers, YouTubers, everybody, they all, every social media personality, like, okay, what should we hone in on here? Pizza. That to me was like kind of a turning point. Not that I already wasn't extremely disenchanted and in fact very aggressively like adversarial towards a lot of this new media ecosystem, but like that was a turning point to me. I'm going to put it in a time capsule and just say, okay, this is what people thought that they would be most informative to transmit out to the public in terms of what they should take away as the key findings from the Epstein files. Just seemingly odd references to pizza from emails in 2013. Meanwhile, like if you actually do search for pizza, which I did because I talked to the Pizzagate guy this past week, like you can actually find like receipts for pizza orders attached to some of these emails that people seem to find so incendiary. And it's just so like I hate to use this term because I know people were offended by it, but like Trump coming into office told us that or his supporters said that we're not allowed to use it. It really is like conspiratardation to a degree that is just almost like unprecedented, at least in terms of my adult life experience, in terms of like what everybody just agreed was the most prudent course journalistically in order to report on this story. So I don't know. It's just I will never cease to be amazed by it.
Yeah. I mean, if one side is covering it and they're getting a lot of views, like there's going to be a lot of pressure from everybody else to cover it. I mean, you saw, I don't know if you've ever followed like the, with Trump's whole big lie for the 2020 mail-in voter fraud and all that. Did you ever see the what got published? It was like 90 slides from the Dominion v. Fox News lawsuit or whatever. Like there was
I saw some of that, yeah.
ton of pressure inside Fox News. Like every time they talked about bringing on any of these fucking lunatics, Sidney Powell or Giuliani or any of these crazy people, it was always in reference to who's the big owner guy for Fox? Murdoch? No.
Murdoch, yeah.
Yes, Murdoch. Yes, and he's like saying
News Corp.
Yeah,
I think there's a guy. I mean, I think you might be referring to the guy who was in charge of Fox, which is like a subsidiary of News Corp.
Yeah, I feel like I'm not thinking of Murdoch. No, Rupert Murdoch. It is. I am thinking Murdoch.
Right, it might be
but it's
Lachlan
it's Murdoch.
Murdoch.
It's Murdoch is in emails, and they're like talking to each other. Like Newsmax is killing us. Like these people are gaining like so many viewers. Like they are cannibalizing our audience, and this is like a huge concern for them as they're doing the news coverage.
By the way, like, post 2020 election, that was another period where I was denounced as being afflicted with TDS, just hating Trump, and that's my only goal in life is just to vindicate my hatred of Donald Trump because like the 2020 election fraud theories just did not hold up to scrutiny. Like I did a cover story for the New York Daily News one week where I went through methodically went through some of the claims around how like supposedly the turnout in Philadelphia and Detroit and Atlanta and Milwaukee were inherently suspicious, but then if like you compare them to other metro areas, they're actually pretty consistent across the board. So there's just a million people were.
A lot of these claims were literally debunked within like 12 hours. Like there was a big one about Pennsylvania about how more people voted than had been registered to vote, and this claim came from a guy who was looking at a database 2 years earlier that had to do with like people that were registered for a primary instead of like the actual voter turnout. And like a guy had found this in hours and had tweeted back at him. But that Pennsylvania lie carried through all the way to the ellipse speech on January 6th, or the thing about the. It was Fulton County with the State Farm Arena, right? And the broken pipe.
On election day.
Yeah, and they lied about all of that. Like those were just lies that were debunked by within 12 hours by the Raffensperger was the secretary,
the Secretary of State in Georgia.
Yeah, and that he did a video like within 12 hours, and that lie carried through. It actually still carries through to today, but it was repeated on January 6th of the election.
It just goes to show that like so all the Trump adjacent people or the Trump supporting people who would have loved what I was doing on Russiagate because it incidentally seemed to exonerate Trump on some level could just easily swing on a moment's notice to despise me after the 2020 election, which is why I can never kind of consciously determine what it is that I'm going to focus on journalistically by reference to any kind of partisan framing, because I think that's just a fool's errand, and you're never going to make everybody happy.
Well, no, that's why usually people just stick to one side. Like there are tons of people that watch me when I was friendlier towards conservatives a couple years ago. The comments that I would always see when I'm on conservative podcasts are Destiny's actually really smart sometimes, but when he talks about Trump, he's got TDS. So when I see a comment like that, what they're hearing is when I'm willing to say there are people on the left that are crazy, they're like, oh, this guy's spitting fact. But then if I criticize their side at all, it's like, oh, he's a fucking sellout, retard, idiot, TDS. And people will do that with every political issue ever. So if you have a mixed bag of political issues, the things that align with them, they'll say, oh, this guy's brilliant. I love his thought process. He's really cool. And then when you go over here, like, oh, but he's still deranged and deluded on this stuff. Not even like, well, maybe he's got points over here that I consider, but I disagree. But like, he's deranged and deluded here, but he's super smart and has a great thought process here. That's just how it goes right now, especially.
Yeah, and you're doing a different thing where, I mean, you are, I think, honest in saying that your sort of aim or one of your main aims in having your public profile is to support the Democrats or to maybe
right now,
tell the Democrats like what their best arguments are, like what are the best arguments that Democrats can capitalize on against the Republicans and Trump, et cetera. So like that's a perfectly intelligible and I guess defensible aim if that's what your actual partisan belief is. But you know, people sometimes think that I'm being sneaky or cagey when I declare that I actually am not guided by any particular partisan motive, because I'm sincerely not, and I can give like a million examples of like the pendulum swinging back and forth between like when various factions hate me, and it's just incidental, right? Because like if I think that it's journalistically necessary to explain why it is that some of these crazed theories around the 2020 election are worth dispelling, that I'm going to do that, even if you like a year before would have liked what I was saying about Russiagate, or maybe you liked, or you liked 6 months before that, where I was like a little bit skeptical of some of the George Floyd protest excesses and some of the ideology that was spawned from that. But then, we fast forward, and then all these people are on a rampage against me because I'm saying this RFK Jr., Tulsi Gabbard, Elon Musk narrative about Trump being this Avenger Squad hero against the deep state. That's just nonsense. So at a certain point, at least in my experience, you got to just accept that you're always going to kind of swing back and forth between angering this or that faction, and you just kind of have to follow your journalistic intuitions.
Who are other journalist people that you respect or that you think also operate in a similar manner?
Well,
it could be mainstream, alternative, Twitter posters, whatever.
So I was asked recently to become the new podcast partner of Matt Taibbi.
Oh God!
So I have a long-standing respect for Matt Taibbi. I definitely
there's another guy that I hate with all my fiery heart.
I definitely had some misgivings about some of the stuff that he's done in recent years, and I think now he's kind of almost even accepted that some of the approach to Trump in 2024 wasn't great.
Okay.
I will always like Glenn Greenwald. I mean, he's a personal friend of mine as well.
Another guy I super hate. Yeah,
I'm sure.
Oh, man.
I'm sure. But we fight behind the scenes about a lot of stuff too, and still about Trump. And yeah, there are some more. There's some good mainstream reporters too that I would have it's not quite as overtly political in terms of how I would align with them or something. But you know, I think
For
like
somebody
Ken
like-
Vogel at the New York Times does a lot of good stuff. That's one, and there are others. Let's see who else.
I'm curious for somebody.
There's nobody really on Epstein. Like I'm on
Sure.
a raft in the middle of the ocean on that.
Hanania?
Yeah, I think he's still not quite sure if he actually considers himself a journalist or not. I think he's done journalistically oriented things. It's funny.
Oh, well, nowadays, if Nick Shirley considers himself a journalist, then I think we can all be.
It was funny. Like we were in September, we were at this Epstein survivors press conference. I don't know if you remember that, where like this woman comes up and says, "We're going to make our own client list if the government."
Oh, I think I remember this, and they were getting a bunch of civil litigants together.
It was in front of the Capitol, but you know, Thomas Massey at that point didn't want to talk to me anymore because he was like angry at me. So I kind of deputized Hanania to go do like a journalistic task on my behalf to like ask Massey some questions and get his answers. So I guess I forced Hanania into some journalistic activity. Yeah, I mean, I get along with him. I'm friendly with him. We do streams and stuff together.
Can I say, I'm curious. I'm putting you on the spot a little bit here. What was the last good piece of reporting that you feel like Taibbi did?
Last good piece of reporting that I feel like Taibbi did. Let's see. I mean, he's had some good stuff. He had a series. We had an article recently having to do with the Labour Party in the UK. I'm not going to be able to summarize it well, but
sure.
he's done good stuff.
Okay. Okay.
I'm now stammering because I'm not going to be able to summarize it well. But there was something that was
because he's a dog shit reporter who does
that's
dog
not
shit
true.
work.
That's not true. He's
Free
done a lot of
PR
good
for
stuff.
Elon Musk. Absolutely.
I'll still defend the Twitter files. I mean, I think that was perfectly justifiable journalistic practice on his part.
I think the concept of the new owner.
If you're not journalistically interested in the behind-the-scenes conniving between major social media companies and the security state apparatus.
Oh, that would be really interesting.
That's what the Twitter files was fundamentally
No, the
about.
Twitter files was a guy who had a personal hatred for the last CEO, bought a new company, and then brought in a bunch of journalists to talk to his engineers to see stuff that he exposed to them to write articles to hit pieces about it.
And the other journalists that he brought on, they were given free reign to search through the archive.
They were given, first of all, you have no idea how much of the archive they could search through. None of us do. Only Elon and his employees do. You don't know what exists. You don't own Twitter. You're trusting that Elon, there's an implicit trust there that Elon is providing everything that would need to be provided to them to do all the digging that they need to do. Number one. And number two, the access they had was talking to guys that were working at Twitter who were searching through stuff for him or making stuff available to them.
All I know is that Matt Taibbi, Li Fong, he's another one. He's another journalist that I would say I respect. He does a lot of good stuff.
Okay.
He was brought on with Taibbi to do the Twitter files research. They went to the office in San Francisco.
Yep.
And they had basically, according to them, and I trust them, they had unfettered ability to search through the materials that were presented to them. Does that mean that literally everything was provided? I don't know. I'm just saying that what was available to them, they had unfailed ability to search through.
In any other circumstance, I think that people would have looked at that story a lot differently, where the new wealthiest man in the world who just bought a company who had personal hatred for the last owner of this company on a platform that was bullying him, bought the new company and brought in a bunch of journalists to write hit pieces about the old owner.
Well, Elon didn't even hate Jack Dorsey. Jack Dorsey supported Elon taking the company over.
It might at some point. I think it transitioned because Jack got weird or whatever. But Elon was deeply personally bullied by a lot of people on Twitter, and everything related to because Twitter was back at the time. People might have forgotten this, but Twitter was considered a somewhat like wokish platform.
Yeah, it was.
Right, and Elon's whole political identity.
A lot of convoluted speech regulation going on around like dead naming trans. And
sure,
all that
yeah,
stuff.
and people get real. Oh, and yeah, the trans stuff is animating 51% of the Republican heart, okay, and has been for the past 10 years or whatever. But I'm just saying
it went beyond that. I mean, it went beyond just the trans stuff.
Okay,
there was always very convoluted speech codes that they were debuting.
I'm just saying that if a billionaire bought a company, let's say me and Jeff Bezos start fighting a ton, and then let's say tomorrow I buy the Washington Post and I bring on new reporters to write about how horrible the Washington Post used to be under the old ownership, who happens to be a guy that I had huge beef with and a publication that was like writing a bunch of bad things about me, everybody would look at that and go, okay, bro, you brought in journalists to do hit pieces on the old owners that you now control the access of information they have about them, right? That's like a crazy set of circumstances, regardless if the reporting was good or bad. Like just the start of that is kind of crazy, right? But it's kind of crazy, right?
Irrespective of whatever Elon Musk's motives were, right? We still had a bunch of unimpeachable, verified primary source material that chronicled the surreptitious coordinations that were going on between a major social media company and aspects of the national security state.
Sure, but I mean, I feel like
you could read the primary source documentation. You don't have to take Matt Taibbi or Li Fang or anybody else's word for it. And to me, it was a very illuminating window into how that stuff works.
Yeah, but I would say the vast majority of the people that even bring up the Twitter files never even read them or engaged with them at all.
Did. I mean,
so
a lot of people are dumb. I'm not going to dispute that.
Sure, no, I know. But like, it's not like I see Tybee or these people fight against these interpretations a lot. But like, one of the things that stood out to me a lot when Tybee was reporting about like Twitter's coordination with the federal government, like the two big takeaways that people never seem to get from this, because they've never read the Twitter files, is that one, Twitter, generally speaking, didn't cooperate with the federal government. There were a lot of huge lists that were sent for banning people, whatever, that they ignored. And then two was that
there was one email where Adam Schiff, when he was a congressman, tried to contact somebody at Twitter to ban a bunch of accounts, and it seemed like they didn't take action on
Sure, they were like, these might be Chinese accounts.
But I would still like to know that Adam Schiff or his office were trying to get that done.
That's
right?
fine. That's fine. And you can know that. That's okay. And but then two, like one of the largest talking points had to do with that laptop story. And Tybee's like claims on that were that there was zero involvement between the FBI and Twitter relating to that story. And I remember his specific tweet. He said there was no back and forth between the FBI and Twitter for this story, and that might have even been the problem. There was literally no communication. But most people will say like, oh, well, we saw in the Twitter files that people like the FBI were lying about the laptop story and stuff like that. And then all the emails that you do read about Twitter, figuring out like around the laptop story, especially around what to censor and what not to censor, none of it to me looked like we're evil people and we got to follow the government censorship. But like a lot of people who were genuinely in the wake of like Cambridge Analytica and everything else were trying to get things right and didn't really know like what the path forward was, and we're trying to figure it out.
There was a lot of overreach. I mean, Twitter.
When you say overreach,
well, I mean, but Twitter did at the time, and this was like I think October of 2020, right? So it was not long before the election.
Mm-hmm.
They did ban links to a New York Post article on the Hunter Biden laptop. I'm not saying the Hunter Biden laptop story is the most monumental story in American political history.
Sure.
But I'm saying, I remember I tried testing it out myself, and you couldn't tweet the link or even send it in a DM
for less than one day.
Yeah, for less than one day.
Yep.
Okay, fine. So I would still like to know how that policy came about, and the Twitter files did shed light on what the thinking was behind that policy.
Less than 5% of people will know what you're talking about, though, because people will assume that the Twitter files confirmed that story was censored at the behest of the FBI, which was Trump's, by the way.
No, I think my memory is, I have to go refresh my memory on some of the granular details of it, but my memory was that the social media companies were kind of priming themselves, sometimes in concert with with some government agency, but almost on their own accord, to prove to the public and to their government regulators that they were not going to succumb to any kind of foreign interference campaign as they allegedly had in 2016.
Sure.
So they instituted all these policies that like went above and beyond in terms of potentially curtailing the distribution of certain materials that might be attributed to some foreign actor. And that's what happened with the Hunter Biden laptop story, which I'm sorry, again, I'm not saying it's the most momentous scandal in history again, but the material on that laptop was proven to be authentic. So
but we still don't know if that was a Russian planted story or not, though.
Whether
we don't
or not
know.
it was, the material's still authentic.
Sure, but it would dramatically
Just like
change.
the John Podesta emails were all authentic, even if arguably or allegedly they could have been disseminated as a result of some actor connected.
But that's
with the
one of
Russian
the
state
that would be
leaking
one of the most important parts of the story, right? Is knowing who disseminated that information. Because selective transparency.
It's important. It'll be interesting to know.
No, not interesting to know. It's a crucial, fundamentally crucial, one of the most important parts of the story.
But it wouldn't change one way or another the authenticity of the materials.
No, but it would give you. I think that it would change a lot. Let's say that it came out that you really did kill a dog when you were 22 out of anger, right? Let's say that
I have not. I disavow.
Let's say 50 accounts on Twitter are posting that, right? I'm looking at you and I'm like, okay, that dog killer, that's bad. And let's say they have proof of it. It's like, okay, let's say that there was a new law that was put into place that says that you now have to know the country of origin of everybody that's tweeting a thing. Let's say that I see that 48 of those 50 Twitter accounts are posting from Russia. Now, I would know the fact about you, but it would change the lens through which I perceive that information. Yeah, because now, rather than seeing that you're a dog beater, now what I'd be thinking is, okay, Russia really wants me to know that this guy is a dog beater. Why? It would change dramatically how I would perceive the information in our landscape.
But journalists have acquired information, and therefore the public has acquired information.
Journalists have acquired information from Giuliani.
From a whole host
from
of
Giuliani,
sleazy,
who passed it to the New York Post.
Or even criminal sources who maybe initially obtained the information through the dodgiest possible means that you could imagine, and that is interesting in terms of how the information got acquired.
Yep.
But I think you have to kind of separate that from the
it's
authenticity or lack thereof of the information.
It's inseparable.
How?
Because who is publishing it tells you a lot about why you're reading what you're reading, right? Like there's a ton of information you could read
but
about.
it doesn't change the authenticity of the actual material.
No, but nothing. You don't perceive anything in a vacuum, right?
No.
Like if you're getting leaks from, like the fact that somebody, when Putin is speaking, right? Oftentimes he's speaking, it's political propaganda, it's a lie, right? Or sometimes it'll be a lie. Or when leaders of countries are speaking, it's a lie, right? But that doesn't mean that just because something is a lie, doesn't mean that it's arbitrary or that it's random, right? The lies that they're speaking for a very particular purpose, and it's good to know why they're saying the things that they're saying, right?
But how about this? So in the Podesta emails, right, this is in the 2016 election, one of the things that was unearthed in those emails was the transcripts of speeches that Hillary Clinton gave to Goldman Sachs and other major banking institutions that she had promised during the primaries with Bernie Sanders to release and then never did.
Well, she wasn't president, but yeah, she didn't get elected.
No, what?
Did she say she's going to release them during the primaries, or?
Yeah, she did.
Okay, I don't remember this,
but
but
with Bernie Sanders, and she never did it.
Okay.
But we finally got the transcript of these speeches as a result of these WikiLeaks releases. Now, even if we want to stipulate that the reason why we got the WikiLeaks releases is because some Russian connected hacker got them and then put them onto WikiLeaks, how would that change how we view this transcript of the speech itself, which was determined to be authentic and is unassailably authentic?
You can have a view of the transcript itself, but all of this is being taken into account in a broader political context. It would make me look at the leaker as somebody who really doesn't want Hillary Clinton to be president, and that would influence how I would view other policies. When you've got people like Assange explicitly saying they're not leaking about Trump, and all the leaks happen to be about the other side, it changes a little bit the way that I view leaks. One is because there could be stuff, like in my mind, I don't know if you believe in this epistemically, if you've got two parties, you're better off having no leaks than just leaks of one side. Because I think partial information can be worse than no information because it can lead you to totally crazy conclusions. Like, for instance, the Democratic Party is so corrupt and horrible and crazy, but the Republicans must be clean because nothing of their shit gets leaked. Meanwhile, we've got Witkoff and World Liberty Financial and Trump Phone and the Bitcoins and everything else going on, and it's like, holy fuck.
I mean, I'm always in favor of the more information, the better, even if the partisan distribution of who the information impugns is not even. But like, so for example, in 2020, we finally did get some of Trump's tax returns. That got leaked.
Got like, it breaks my heart. First of all, it was like 2 pages. It was like the front of his 1040.
Whatever it was,
but like 10 years ago. But no schedules, nothing else, but yeah.
Whatever it was we got though.
Uh-huh.
Does it really matter that much to you what the motive of the leaker was? I mean, it could be an interesting side story to be aware of, but I'm more interested in the actual material that was provided.
I think it would heavily influence how I would view the material, and I think it would be monumentally important to know who the leaker was. What if this got leaked 2 days after Trump came out and gave a speech about how much he hates Israel or something, and then you find out like the Mossad was the one that leaked it to who's the name of the lady? It's not Nancy Grace. I don't know why you want to say that. The lady who does it was on MSNBC because I remember watching her. She hyped this up for like 24 hours.
Rachel Maddow?
Yeah. It was Maddow. I think that did this, and it was such a nothing burger. But it would just dramatically change the way on how you view things. Or also, like in this hypothetical, let's say you've got two politicians. Let's say that both of them have murdered a person. Okay, but let's say
going back to these murder hypotheticals.
Okay, let's say that both of them had stolen a ton of bubble gum from a gas station. Okay, so we've got two politicians. Okay, and you know, one of them has stolen a ton, or both of them have stolen lots of bubble gum from gas stations. Let's say that you find out that one of them has stolen a lot of bubble gum, but you don't find out about the other person. I feel like the issue with that is that now when we're looking at these two people, we're making assumptions about this person, but we're also making assumptions about this person because it hasn't leaked on them, and it's giving us a one-sided perspective that might actually be worse than if we just had no information at all.
Okay, so
because then we would both evaluate them on the merits. Yeah.
Let me give you a hypothetical.
Go ahead.
Say in 2020, right?
Yeah.
I get leaks from somebody, something that's incredibly damaging on both Joe Biden and Donald Trump.
Yes.
Or, sorry, I screwed up the hypothetical.
Okay.
Let's say I get something leaked from somebody that's incredibly damaging on Donald Trump, but I don't get something on Joe Biden. And they're like roughly equivalent, some kind of financial impropriety. I'm still screwing up the hypothetical. The point is, if I get leaked something that reflects negatively on Donald Trump, but I can't couple it with something that also reflects poorly on Joe Biden, should I withhold the material on Donald Trump just because it doesn't balance out in terms of showing revelatory information on both candidates? I would think that would be totally arbitrary, and although I would welcome anybody to also leak me something on Joe Biden, the mere fact that I have something on Trump would be more than enough reason to put it out there, even if it doesn't satisfy people's cravings for some kind of almost artificial balance.
Not artificial balance, but real transparency. But so I think that in that example, I would agree that you should publish whatever. But what if you were somebody who wanted transparency from politics in general, and you were really trying to find some tax forms or whatever else, but you were consistently and constantly only digging on one side? And you finally found something, that would change the way that I view it. It's like, well, you're not going to release anything else. You don't even search on the other side. So if I were to find out that all the leaks and everything are coming eventually through these Russian channels, well, obviously, Putin fucking hates Hillary Clinton and absolutely doesn't want her anywhere near the presidency. So it's not going to be surprising to me that Russia's going to try their hardest to do the Podesta email hacks and leaks. I think probably that laptop story, I think was a Russian-planted laptop. Like, all of these things releasing from one side.
I don't think there's any evidence that was a Russian-planted laptop, but it doesn't even particularly matter.
There
could have been something shady in terms of Rudy Giuliani acquiring it from whomever, but I don't think
we know that I think ultimately that the drive that ended up...
Russian planted, that kind of gives the impression that it must have been inauthentic material that was pilfered from the laptop, when it's all proven to be basically authenticated. Whether or not it's important, some of it wasn't.
But when we say authenticated, like...
Meaning legitimate material. I mean, it was real.
Yes, but like an amalgamation of stuff from like different time periods and different email inboxes and everything that happened to be on one laptop. Like, it was put there because somebody wanted somebody to see it all. Like, it wasn't just like a laptop with like random files in a folder.
No
it was like,
it.
but like that.
But that's how a lot of like, information gets out there. Like somebody
hold on. Firstly,
has a political motive.
No, there's not a lot of information because a guy left a laptop supposedly at a blind repairman's shop that happens to turn it over to Rudy Giuliani that makes copies of this drive that look like they've been edited on some of these files and then hand it off to like other publications or whatever. And I don't even know if I think the FBI might have finally gotten the original drive, but originally they were given like a copy or an image, a disk image of it. That is not a normal story.
I went to that.
That's a really weird story, right?
I visited that computer repair shop in Delaware, actually, just to confirm that it existed.
Did the guy make eye contact with you?
They were not taking any queries at that point because they made such a firestorm. What is this thing, by the way? Is this like a radio DJ?
It's my soundboard. It makes sounds. I want to make sounds.
Can I pick a sound?
Sure. Here's Cenk sounds.
I'm gonna go bro one.
Bruh.
That's pretty funny, actually.
He's such a goofball.
Oh my God, you're giving me flashbacks with the Cenk.
Yeah, I love Cenk. He's my...
That's the donor class.
Yeah. He's a guy.
Bruh.
I'm going to get one of those. That is funny. How are we doing on the stream here? Are people enjoying this, or are they angry at me? I mean, I always assume that most commenters anywhere that I appear on the internet now will just loathe me.
That's good.
95.
If you don't have haters, you're not trying, okay?
Yes.
What do you think? What do you think we're going in the United States?
Stephen.
What?
That's a very open-ended question.
Do you think that? How long do you think this?
I almost want to sing a song. As an
that's okay. We don't need to sing a song. What do you think? How long do you think? How long do you think the Iranian war? I'm never singing on the stream. How long do you think the Iranian war is going to go on for?
We've all gone to look for America.
Bruh.
You never sing, really? I mean, I see all these musical instruments you have around.
Yeah, that was when I was in college, a long time ago.
Okay.
All right.
So, sorry, restate the question.
How long is the Iranian war going to go on for?
So, I mean...
Do you think markets or oil prices will force Trump to capitulate, say victory and then leave, or...?
It's hard for me to imagine Trump willingly capitulating in a way that is just obviously a humiliation for him. Meaning, if he just says, okay, guys, pack it up, we're going home, we're just going to declare victory, and Iran continues to restrict passage on the Strait of Hormuz and continues to...
Well, I think Iran would stop.
I don't know, but why would Iran stop at that point? It seems like the calculus...
Because they want America to get the fuck out and stop destroying their shit.
I mean, one of the demands that the Iranian government officials that I've seen have been making lately is that all the Gulf Arab states that house American bases have to eject the American force presences.
Sure, but that's because Iran right now is something that I think Trump fails to understand. He's a fucking moron. Is Iran is fighting like an existential war for the existence of their regime. So they've like pulled out all the stops. But I think if they could get America to fuck off, I think they would be like, yeah, we're gonna go clean our minds up and
But even if like Trump decides, okay, maybe we'll kind of like call it a day on this particular phase of the operation, that's not going to be the end of it. You're still going to have in place a new supreme leader whose father, mother, wife, and son were all killed.
No,
in
I
an
agree.
American
It would be bad. Like Iran wouldn't be happy with it.
No, but I'm saying it's not going to.
And Trump wouldn't have like a total victory.
The conflict is still going to continue in perpetuity to some degree or another.
Yeah, but what is
especially
Trump?
because they can then just resume their nuclear.
I don't disagree.
development.
I don't disagree with any of this. I'm not asking
So
you for.
that's why.
That's why I'm saying the whole thing is fucking retarded. But like, cause like, what are we doing right now?
But that's why.
Do you think Trump is going to survive $200 a barrel oil, or we're looking at losing the Senate from the Republican side? That's not even supposed to be possible.
But that's why that's why I question whether there's even a scenario where Trump could just do this kind of premature withdrawal or something and end this current phase of the conflict, because that's just going to allow for like an even more radicalized and emboldened Iranian government to, first of all, declare that they defeated the United States, which I don't think Trump is going to take kindly to.
Yeah.
And declare that, Trump, now they're probably going to declare a new fatwa against Trump or something. And they're probably going to tell lots of people to take retaliatory action against Trump. So I think that, like, by the logic, to the extent that you can discern any logic, which you really can't in terms of why this mission was launched, what Trump said the night that the bombing started probably is the only viable outcome from his perspective, which is regime change. Otherwise, I don't see the scenario where Trump can just like pick up his ball and go home. So I'm doubtful that even if there is economic ramifications here that are very disruptive to the global economy or whatever, that they really even can just quit. Because like,
I understand,
why
but I feel
would Iran
like
negotiate a political settlement with the United States at this point?
Well, to survive, right?
Or maybe they think that look, they've withstood this onslaught from the United States and the regime is still intact.
Yeah, but they're not really surviving, right? Like they're getting fucked.
They're
getting
kind of decimated, sure. But I don't even know who could there has to be some political settlement, right? And Israel's strategy seems to be to just take everybody out of regime change. Yeah.
I would understand what you're saying.
Larjani guy.
I agree with what you're saying under ordinary political analysis, but like Trump and the populist type people, especially Trump, have this ability to just waltz from one thing to the next. Like I feel like the largest thing was if you were reporting on tariffs when these things dropped, it was a nightmare because they would change hourly. And there were so many times where Trump came out strong and then like, oh no, it looks like interest rates might be ticking up, or there's talk of China, or there's talk of like Japan and Canada selling their treasury bonds, or the stock market is starting to dip hardcore, where it seems like Trump is willing to walk back as soon as he feels like there might be actual on paper ramifications. I say on paper. Yeah, on paper like ramifications where people's portfolios are measurably changing. Or I saw pictures of gas today. I don't know if this was real or fucking bullshit. Like $7.50 or $8.50 a gallon in some fucking place. There's no
California,
way
probably.
Americans can't do that for weeks.
I know,
or
but
months.
it's one thing to
like Trump's gonna get
it's
killed.
It's one thing to
in a video
taco, Trump chickens out or whatever.
Yeah.
On tariffs, it's another if we're talking about an ongoing, active, fluid military situation. And we also have to have these Marine Expeditionary Forces headed to the Persian Gulf with the idea, presumably, being that they're going to do some kind of ground deployment. We don't know the scale of it or what the precise mission of it will be, but it seems like Trump maybe wants to have some ground deployment to take over the Kurg Island or whatever it's called and somehow drive the Iranians out of the Strait of Hormuz such that commerce can continue. And so I just think it's like categorically different to say, as a matter of economic policy, maybe the pain being caused by this broad blanket imposition of sanctions is something I can rein in if the markets drop, and having a live military situation with like thousands of American troops in the fight and lots of other interests in terms of the Gulf states and Israel and whatever. It's just not something that Trump can just wave a magic wand and all of a sudden be done with in the same way that he could do with tariffs.
I mean, under ordinary circumstances, I would agree with you, but I think in this, I think he literally can. I feel like he's going to pull everybody out.
What do you think he's going to do?
I think we're going to leave and he's going to say we won and then just be done with it. Because these gas prices can't persist like this. Because authoritarians have the benefit of not having to respond much democratically because they don't care about that. But there are limits to what people will tolerate, such for their personal safety or other things. I just can't see Americans tolerating that much.
But how do we know that Iran is going to even allow the Strait of Hormuz to reopen if the U.S. withdraws?
I'm just guessing, but my guess would be it would take the American boot off their neck. Iran historically has played by the generally understood rules of war in every other thing. Even when our B-2s or whatever came in and fucked up
they calibrated the reprisal.
Yeah, 100%. And then they announced they killed one person. We won their shit, right?
But now they're saying, look, we're not negotiating with the United States anymore.
Because the United States is saying, we're not stopping until your regime is dead. Right. All of you are gone. So I think if the U.S. okay, we're going to change our mind and back up, I think that...
So what Trump's going to say, oops, take it back. Here's an olive branch. I don't really see that.
I think Iran would desperately jump
And
on
who
all
they-
because Iran
who
is
they-
never surviving this conflict in the long
And who
term.
they
Say
even
what you want
extend the
about.
olive branch to? I mean, this new supreme leader who we've never even seen on video.
If they wanted a leader, they could find one. This is like when
I just think Trump
hold on.
opened-
This is like when Trump was like, we're like, well, he's gone. Abrego Garcia's gone. We can't get him back from fucking from El Salvador. We can't get him back from El Salvador or whatever. Seriously, this is before we, of course, kidnapped the leader of fucking Venezuela. But it's like, come on, like I think I understand what you're saying. I think you're trapped in conventional political analysis where Trump can just do. Because if I would have asked you like a year ago, do you think that Trump's admin could block the release of the Epstein files and stop talking about it? We would say, of course not. But I mean, they have, right? But
well, they didn't block. I mean, they ended up not blocking it.
well, they
because-
blocked it for as long as possible until Trump was like, fuck it, I don't care about this shit anymore, I
Well,
guess. And fuck Mike Johnson over, and then now everybody's getting fucked on the Republican side for it, but...
I just think that when Trump launched the war on February 28th, he opened Pandora's box in a way that's not going to be able to be contained, other stuff that he could have contained a little bit more concretely. Right?
I agree
like
to some
tariff
extent, yeah.
policy.
When you
That's-
kill
that's
like 36 of their leaders or whatever in a single night, yeah, you kind of...
I mean, the tariff policy is something he could just basically flip a switch and remove. You can't do that with this giant military conflagration.
I mean, he could just say, fuck it, I'm leaving. He tried to at the end of his first term with Afghanistan. He was like, let's just pull everybody out, fuck this shit, you know?
He could, but then, you got Israel that still has its own kind of agenda to some extent that is more thoroughgoingly regime change, but Trump seems to agree with that. I mean, that's why he gave the speech the night of the bombing starting and said, look, Iranians, rise up, overthrow your government.
Yeah.
That seems to be what he wants, and it seems to only be escalating, and it seems like just the past couple days, I mean, there seems to be a lot of reporting indicating that there is a planned ground operation of some kind, which is why these Marine expeditionary
2,000
units
Marines
are
or
going.
whatever,
Yeah. And then there was another one that left from San Diego, I think.
Once we start having ground troops committed, then we're in an area where I would agree with you, just like physically. Like right now, it's an air campaign, and Trump can say and do whatever the fuck. Like this administration's cooked anyway. The Republican Party is cooked as fuck right now anyway. But if we start sending in Marines and we start getting people on the ground, one, you obviously when you start setting up the logistics, you have people there, you got a whole thing going on. But two, the thing that people don't consider often is if there's a big attack, then ends up killing like 30 or 40 American soldiers. Now we're fucked because now we're stuck here for a long time. And now the American people are going to start to feel.
Then we're rocketing even higher and higher up at like warp speed on the escalation ladder.
Unfortunately, yeah.
Because and even for weeks now, like people in the administration, especially Mike Waltz, but others have been telegraphing this idea that there might need to eventually be, and Trump has even signaled openness to this, to be some sort of ground deployment to retrieve the
nuclear material.
Uranium.
Yeah.
So this has always kind of been in the cards, right? And maybe like they'll justify it by saying, and you'll often see this, it's not boots on the ground if they're special forces or if it's not like, some giant deployment of the
Once
army.
you start having like the army and forward operating bases and all this bullshit,
if it's not something on the order of Iraq, then it's not really boots on the ground somehow, as though these special forces guys are wearing slippers.
Sure.
But I just don't really see much reason to think that the cycle of continuous mutual escalation is going to level off anytime soon. And I think that was foreseeable just when Trump decided to open this can of worms of like unknown parameters and unknown.
I mean, who could have guessed that he would have? I think this is true, right? Yesterday, did he lift sanctions on Iran?
They paused
for
sanctions
the oil stuff?
for like a period of like about a month on oil exports.
Starting yesterday,
so they
right?
are taking some actions to try to mitigate the economic impact.
In like the goofiest way possible.
But they're still trying to take some mitigating actions, right? Which maybe they could cite as something that they're doing to try to address people's economic concerns around this without just kind of nixing the entire military operation prematurely. Yeah. I don't know, like Trump has been saying for weeks, and Hegseth and others have been saying for weeks that basically we've obliterated their entire military capacity, right? And yet, like I think it was just like 3 days ago, that Hegseth said, today will be the most expansive strike package is how we phrased it on Iran, meaning the most intense day of airstrikes on Iran of the entire war, just like yesterday up to that point was the most intensive day of airstrikes. So it seems like they're just kind of like escalating further and further and further. And now you have even reports that Saudi Arabia and UAE might be willing to take offensive military action to retaliate because they keep getting their assets struck by Iran, and they're usually disposed not to get involved directly, but there's now political pressure mounting on them to maybe even get more intensively involved. So
Wait a second. My bandwidth is hiccuping right now. I don't know why. Wait.
Losing bandwidth?
Yeah, which shouldn't be happening. Sorry. Okay, wait. It's back. That was weird. Trump is censoring me. Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
It was the Mossad. It was Epstein.
Somebody, yeah.
Epstein might be alive. He could be pulling the strings.
Yeah, I mean, I think we'll be gone before May 1st. That's my prediction.
May 1st?
Yeah. I think we got to be. We got to be.
That's possible. Because, I mean, I think the initial time horizon that was suggested was like 4 to 6 weeks, right?
I don't know.
So that would be consistent with what they at least sort of
were planning
posited
to do?
Would be the rough time frame.
Sure. Imagine trying to run with high gas prices.
Trump has also said, and I have no reason to doubt that this is his intent, that to the extent that new political leadership is ever going to be appointed in Iran, it's going to be leadership that he has to approve or even that he has to personally select, just like he did with Venezuela, just like he has done now with Gaza. And so I don't understand how Trump could fulfill on his pledge to basically sort of craft in his own image a new governing regime for Iran, and yet somehow the United States is also going to fully withdraw. I just don't buy it. I mean, it's just look at like what happened with Iraq, right? Like after the Gulf War, 1991 or 90. The U.S. and the international coalition, they drive Saddam Hussein out of Kuwait. There's a debate, should the U.S. go into Iraq? Should they invade Baghdad and overthrow Saddam? They don't do it. And then for the next like 12 years, you have these kind of intermittent, airstrike campaigns and no-fly zones imposed. And the U.S. is never really quite out of Iraq at that point. Like it's just like a long-term, slow-moving, incremental lead-up to a full-fledged regime change operation finally being launched by Bush in 2003 with 9/11 and the whole sort of frenzy around that time kind of seen as giving him license to do so. I just think that like the can of worms was opened here such that like we're not done with Iran anytime soon, even if they do want to maybe pause this current wave of airstrikes or something. Just like I said the same thing and people told me I was crazy when he did what was seen as a more limited strike on the Iranian nuclear facilities in June of 2025. Because it's not just like, that to me always was not just some carefully circumscribed military intervention that was just going to be a one and done. It was just a new phase of like active kinetic warfare between the United States / Israel and Iran that was inevitably going to blow up again, or it was going to come to a head again in short order. And sure enough, that happened, and it's even more the case now because of the scale and intensity of this operation. It doesn't lend itself to just like picking up your ball and going home now. Like there's going to be some final resolution that is going to be perceived as having need to be imposed. You can't, otherwise you're just going to like allow an even more radicalized Iranian government to fester there and like plan some kind of retaliation against the United States in perpetuity.
We'll see. Yeah.
How long have we been going?
When did you get here? Probably about 3 hours.
That's a long time.
Yeah. Do you have any big predictions politically for the next? Do you think the Democrats are going to win the Senate?
I think the historical trends already pointed toward the Democrats winning in the midterms.
The win the Senate.
The Senate, I haven't done a deep dive on the map.
Do you think the SAVE Act?
Like what's the tipping point state for whether they could win the Senate?
Pennsylvania. I have no idea. Actually, I don't know. I saw the poly market odds flipped to 51%.
I hate poly market.
Oh, okay.
One of the Kalshi people, is that Kashi? What's the other?
Kashi sounds right. Is this like KAS?
Yeah, they tried to proposition me recently. Hey, do you want to be like a sponsored influencer or something? I'm like, no, I actually despise your parasitic industry. So I hate using the prediction markets. That's like.
Do you hate gambling in general or just prediction markets?
I don't gamble myself really.
Okay.
If I'm in Las Vegas or something, I'll just like set aside $100 to like go out for the night or something, whatever.
Okay.
But nothing that crazy. I just don't find it that pleasant. I find it like too stressful. Like
sure.
Even if it's just $100, right? I mean, it doesn't really matter that much at the end of the evening. But like, I just don't like find it that pleasurable of an experience.
Okay.
But prediction markets, I feel like there's so much potential for corruption there and like.
I agree.
So
ignore
quantifying like literally everything is I kind of find annoying on principle.
Okay, sure. Okay, so forget the Senate stuff. What do you have any big predictions? Do you think the next 6 months or 9 months for this year? A big Michael Tracey prediction that you think will happen that nobody else is talking about, or that you think is a brave, strong prediction?
You know what? I am a little bit, and Hanani always gives me a hard time about this because he's into really making lots of predictions and
good
keeping tabs on all the prediction markets and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I don't make that many predictions because I almost find that like it becomes almost like a cognitive distortion where everybody feels like they have to be constantly predicting things out into the future and kind of framing their analysis of what's going on in the present in terms of what they can forecast out in the future. And so, I don't know, I like to try to, as best as I can, synthesize what's going on now and like draw inferences from it rather than say, here's what's going to happen in 6 months. It's like, it becomes like a cottage industry, like this Professor John guy, like, oh, he now is supposed to be some kind of prophet because he said that Trump was going to win and then the U.S. was going to attack Iran, as though like that couldn't be something that you might have an intuition would happen.
The reason why
based on like the available evidence. So
yeah, I
I don't
understand
know,
what you're saying.
like,
The reason why
what are some of your predictions, and I'll tell you if I agree with them.
Well, I don't make too many bold predictions. I do think we're going to do pretty good in the midterms. I made my prediction about Iran.
In the royal we with the Democratic Party.
Yeah, of course. Right now I do for sure.
Okay.
I don't know if that'll change in the future, but
how about Democratic not presidential nominee?
I don't think about it. That's so long away. I think the obsession over
the machinations are going on.
Yeah, I know, but I don't care. We'll see. Who knows what could happen? You know,
who would be your preferred?
I don't even know what the policies are of these guys. Like, would Gavin Newsom be a president in the same way he is a governor? I have no idea.
I know, but as of
I
today,
like Newsom.
Okay, do you?
I like Newsom. I like guys that bully Republicans. That's all I care about right now.
I mean, he mixes it up at least.
He does. Well, I was going to say the reason why I like predictions or appreciate predictions is because if you feel like you have keen insight into politics or stuff going on in the past and your analysis is good, ideally you should be able to project some of these things somewhat into the future. The thing that I don't like when I've argued with all these fucking losers, the Glenn Greenwald, I'm just kidding. No, half kidding. But like the Alex Jones, yes. The Alex Jones, the Tim Pools, like all these types of people is they're always doomsdaying. They're always giving the worst, the dumbest predictions ever, the craziest shit ever. They're always saying this over and over again. And it's like, well,
Glenn does many predictions. Alex Jones, yes, of course he does, because he also thinks he's some kind of prophet who has like
exactly. But I think that if you have somebody who's made a bunch of predictions and all of them have been wrong over and over and over again,
Cenk does that constantly.
Yeah, then I think that gives that. That's
like
good to know.
It's pundit brain.
Yeah, but it's good to know because these are the guys who. Because what is voting besides like kind of making a prediction, right? In a way, when you vote or when you endorse a candidate, you're saying, I think this person's going to be better for the country than this person. So like if I look at Dave Smith, right? Okay, well everything you predicted about Trump, which you prospectively should have been able to know was going to happen, like the opposite of what you said would happen, and you should have known better. That would, I think, it should cause people to hedge a little bit more on his predictions in the future. But like there are no accountability mechanisms or anything for pundits to constantly get things wrong.
So rather than making a prediction in 2024 about what I saw as likely to come in a second Trump presidency, what I focused on doing was to say to like a Dave Smith type, look, the image that you're putting out of Trump and this anticipation that you're kind of ginning up about what a realistic understanding of a second Trump administration would be, it's bogus. It's total bullshit. You're doing pure groundless propaganda.
Yeah.
Like that was enough for me without having to make a firm prediction about something or other. Like I couldn't have predicted that on February 28th, like there would be an Iran war launched. I did say stuff at the time like, okay, look, I mean, we have now 4 years of data with what Trump did when he was in office the first time. He attempted regime change in Venezuela. It stands to reason that he might be intending to attempt to do that again, especially if he's bringing in Marco Rubio, who's already this hardcore hawk on Western Hemisphere and Cuba, Venezuela, etc. So like it stands to reason that that's something to be cognizant of, right?
Yeah, but I think
when you get into like a firm prediction game, it almost becomes like a parlor game.
It doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be. I don't think it has to be firm, but I think the types of predictions that people make or the types of things that people try to predict, I think it gives you some insight into whether or not they have any fucking idea about what they're talking about anyway, especially in areas that you feel like they should have a lot of knowledge in or areas that you have a lot of knowledge in. So and if people are wrong about these things over and over again, I think there should be a huge credibility hit. One of the biggest issues that I fought over that I don't know how the fuck this is still the case is Republicans, for some fucking reason, keep getting credit for trying to balance the budget, and they fucking don't. And that was the thing that was so easy to call. He didn't do it in his first term for no fucking reason. We had Trump Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. We were deficit spending more and more and more, and it was starting to get even more than Obama was, I think, in his last term. I think even before the COVID shit happened.
Reduce the national debt.
Yeah, exactly. But like all these guys, and especially all these weird crypto finance people that have gotten involved, is like, well, I think the debt is the #1 most important issue. It's like, okay, then why the fuck would you vote for Trump?
Moved on from that at this
I know, but they were so wrong. And if you're
$200 billion budget request from the Pentagon,
Jesus, on top of everything else. And how can you be sorry? Or for people that thought that Doge was going to be wildly successful, when Elon Musk comes out and he says he's going to cut $2 trillion from the budget,
it was garbage.
Our discretionary spending is 1.7. You're retarded. But not only are you retarded, everybody who thinks you're going to be successful is retarded, because how could you possibly think that when he's so stupid? But what I'm saying is that
if you tried to kiss up to him and say, Elon, I'm available. I will help you audit the Pentagon.
Oh, the sadder, even more sad with that.
They didn't even pretend to try to do anything.
Even
like
more
that.
sad than that. Do you remember? I think it was Brett. No, I think it was Eric Weinstein who was on some podcast, and he
never makes any sense. To
he
me.
was crying. He's like, the Trump
My IQ's not
administration.
high enough to understand what he's
the
ever
Trump
trying to say.
administration. You only need. You have to lower your IQ. You need to get drunk to understand this fucking moron. But for this guy to be on podcast, like, I can't believe the Trump administration hasn't called out to any of us yet, and the intellectual dark web to be in the cabinet. It's like, are you fucking serious?
Put me in, coach.
I'm just saying that it's frustrating that it's like when we come around again and all these pundits are telling you who to vote for and who's going to do the best job and everything. It's like, well, you guys missed every single thing about this administration. Why the fuck is anybody listening to you? That's the frustrating part.
I agree. If there are pundits who make it a habit of theirs to
when you endorse a candidate, you are making predictions, I think. When you endorse a candidate, I think you are, I just don't like the lack of accountability.
I think you're perfectly entitled to look at the argument that was given for why XYZ pundit endorsed a certain candidate and then compare and contrast it to what actually panned out.
Yeah.
That's perfectly valid.
I don't think you need to predict, like, the budget's going to increase by $227 billion. But that's all I think, yeah. Okay. All right. Well, do you want any closing final thoughts or parting?
Thoughts? Would anybody care for another song? Any requests?
Does
you want to do a duet?
No. I don't say.
Does anybody want me to take my shirt off? No. I'm
not
doing that. I'm not going to traumatize any of the innocents.
God, I hate this guy. He's such a fucking.
He speaks in this constant like elliptical sort of hinting, winking, cryptic way, where it just doesn't make any sense. But like for some reason, lots of people pretend that it's this.
But all these intellectual dark web
insight,
all these IDW guys like speak like this.
I pulled up this clip. There was a clip of him on Piers Morgan recently where he's talking about like his interpretation of Epstein, and I guess like people are supposed to find it really smart, but it's just like this tornado of pure blather that doesn't even make any sense. It's just amazing. What are any concluding thoughts from you? Like, what do you make of this? Was this worth your while? I mean, if you were going to be on the stream anyway.
Yeah, I'm saying okay,
What
chat.
would you be doing if I didn't mosey on in?
Probably just covering random political stuff. Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, it was okay. Yeah, good. I think
I enjoyed it.
I do think we wouldn't have spoken about any of these topics if Kamala was president. We'd be talking about much better stuff.
Maybe so. Maybe we'd be on a holiday to a tranquil Iran right now together. You know, taking a little boat ride through the canals of.
Or we'd be arguing about should we have single-payer healthcare or a public option, or what should we do with all this extra money that we're not wasting at the Pentagon, or not tariffing the entire world. Maybe Canada and Mexico would be sending us brand new awesome cars. Who knows? We could have been building the tallest skyscrapers. We would have hover cars.
Yeah, but
99 cents
there might be
gasoline.
There might be active military conflict with Russia over Ukraine at this point. Hard to say.
Oh my God, you're speaking right to my heart right now.
I know you would really enjoy
goodness.
that. I know you would really enjoy that.
Let's see. On one hand, we could be going to war with Greenland, Canada, Mexico, getting rid of Maduro and bombing the fuck out of Iran, or we could be fighting with Russia. I would much prefer the Russia
Trump's
fight.
basically continued the policy status quo from Biden in terms of the weapons provision to Ukraine, and he's actually loosened restrictions on long-range missile strikes.
The restrictions have gotten loosened, but the Republicans have, and Trump has continued the dramatic fight against Ukraine and supporting them and trying to tie every bit of support we would give Ukraine. If it was a Democratic leader, if it was Kamala, we would be giving more support to Ukraine than Trump is.
Okay, but like when the rubber hits the road on a policy level, the policy is basically the same as the status quo under.
Yeah, but time moves forward. If I show you a 5-year-old and then I show you him when he's 10 years old and he hasn't grown at all, and you go, well, I mean, he's the same height as he was 5 years ago. That's not acceptable, right? The support that we give to Ukraine should scale over time, I would imagine, especially with the mission and everything else, but it hasn't. So.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the pretense of trying to come to some kind of diplomatic solution in Ukraine, I am favorable toward that on principle. It just has been sort of a fiction because it's not tied to any change in the underlying policy.
Also, yeah, wait, I don't think we do sell stuff. I don't know if we give stuff directly to Ukraine anymore. I'm pretty sure most of it is funded through.
Trump came up with a mechanism that he claims is these NATO countries paying the United States for these weapons now, as opposed to the costly and politically perilous giant congressional appropriations under Biden, but it's still the status quo. I still don't fully understand how it is that Trump is sending these weapons to Ukraine without charge.
Well, I think we're just selling it to
getting paid for them.
We're just selling it to European people, and then we're.
I know, but there's also direct provisions to Ukraine itself, and not all of it.
Well, it's probably done in the form of like a loan or something.
I have to do more reporting on it. Actually, I filed some FOIAs, and I'm not satisfied with what I've learned so far. But I'll report back.
Doesn't sound like the status quo, though.
Not in terms of the mechanism by which the weapons are being provisioned, but the weapons are still flowing, and
not as much as they could be, though.
It's different from 2022 because in 2022, like the Europeans were not in a position where they could pick up any of the slack, really, or much of it from the U.S. But now they've kind of like built up their military industrial capacity a bit more in the ensuing years.
Imagine if they were doing that and the U.S. was still helping. Oh my goodness, we could have so many more interceptors for Trump's war with Iran.
You and I would be marching on Moscow right now, and Putin would be hanging from a meat hook. Is that what you
Maybe he'd be hiding underground like Saddam was in the little cave thing. Okay. Well, hey, thanks for
Yeah,
chatting.
I enjoyed this.
I appreciate it. I hope. Good luck. What's your next thing you're doing? Your next public
thing
debate
that I'm
or
doing,
show or
public
whatever?
debate, I don't know. I have stuff scheduled. I think I'm going to be going to that pro-regime change in Cuba rally in Hialeah on Tuesday. So if you want to go and
if I fly back in time, if it's still going on at night, I'll be there. Okay. Yeah. And then final thing, where can people?
Do you want to exchange numbers or do you want to just
probably off stream? So
okay. No, I think we should announce our numbers for all the.
Where can people find you? What do you want them to follow you at?
Yeah, Substack is mtracy.net. I also contribute to other publications. I had something in the Wall Street Journal recently, and then X is mtracy, Tracy with an E. Make sure it's the Irish spelling.
This thing.
And yep, that's it. And then also X on YouTube. I don't put as much of an emphasis on that, but I try to remain as much as I can anchored in the written word, which is going out of fashion
unfortunately
these days.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I'm going to be a stickler, and I'm going to be nostalgic for when not everybody thought that the only way to consume information about political events is to vegetate in front of some dopey podcast.
Based. All right. Well, thank you for joining. I love you guys
so
very
long,
much.
everybody.
I'll see you guys. I think I might stream tomorrow a little bit. We'll see, depending on what I have to do before my flight leaves.
Thumbs up.
Be careful. Bye.